Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, December 6, 2022. We take note that the Chief Executive Officer, the Interim County Counsel, the Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist, and that a newly reconstituted all-women Board of Supervisors is here. Welcome, of course, to our newest colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and later in the meeting, we will all have an opportunity to say a few things about you in welcoming you. Beginning with today's board meeting, and at every board meeting moving forward, we will be reading or playing a land acknowledgment recognizing land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, the Tataviam, the Serrano, the Quiche, and the Chumash peoples. And we thank Supervisor Solis for your vision in having us start our meetings with this. So now I will read the land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, the Tataviam, the Serrano, the Quiche, and the Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. And to learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission website at www.lenayaclacounty.gov. And now we'll be bringing back a tradition that we had pre-pandemic, and that will be our invocation as well as our Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this morning will be led by Rudy Ortega Jr., President, and Mark Villaseñor, Vice President, with the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians from the 4th District. And that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by John Gutierrez, former Staff Sergeant, United States Marine Corps from the 5th District. If you are able, please stand.
Hamiatam, Netawan, Neta Rudy Ortega Jr., Pasivitam, the Taviatam, Neoni Tomiar. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Rudy Ortega Jr. I'm the tribal president of the Fernandino Tatavia Band of Mission Indians. I'd like to share that our people are descendants from Mission San Fernando, which is in the San Fernando Valley. We come from multiple villages. My cousin and I, he's vice president of the tribe, we descend from the village of Situganga, which is Encino, the village of Chaiwananga, which is present-day Majimao, and the village of Tapu, which we have some Chumash ancestry up in the Simi Valley. So we're pleased to be here to give the invocation. Traditionally, we're going to sing a song. The words is Paco, Kima, Bako means come and enter. We sing this song traditionally when people travel from village to village, and we welcome them into this area, into this place, in good intents and good hearts. With that, after that, I'll do invocation. And as we come from different walks of life, different religions, and different types of background, as I give prayer, I ask you to pray in your own way how you do prayer.
Pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a. Pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, pako ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a, menai ke ma'a.
Witiako. As we come together in this space, we share ideas, we share comments, we share what's our visionary for our county here in Los Angeles, and as we share this space among each other. As we come together, we come with open hearts and open minds. Actually, the best for everything that's above us, below us, and all around us. Witiako. Thank you.
And please remain on the side because we want to acknowledge you after the Pledge of Allegiance. And now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you are a veteran, you may render a hand salute. And join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. This morning, I'm so honored to welcome two people who for many years have been leaders and strong advocates for the First Peoples who offered today's invocation. Tribal President Rudy Ortega Jr. and Vice President Mark Villaseñor of the Fernandino Tatavian Band of Mission Indians, a sovereign tribe here in LA County. President Ortega is a descendant of the Simi, Santa Clarita, and San Fernando Valleys. He leads in bringing services to Native Americans across LA County and to sustain the Fernandino Tataviam community and ensure their protection of their rights. Since 2004, he served on our Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission. Little point of history, my father, when he was supervisor, actually worked with the city to start that commission. And Vice President Villaseñor is also a descendant of the Simi, Santa Clarita, and San Fernando Valleys, and also serves on our Los Angeles City County Native American Indian Commission. He is both a cultural and political leader and works with other governments, including with the county and the state, to represent the interests of the Fernandino Tataviam community. Thank you for that very inspirational invocation this morning. And I have Mark. This is to commemorate you being here today, and then we'll take a photo. And Rudy, thank you so much. Look how pretty these are. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's take a quick photo. I'll get in the middle of you guys. Feel free anytime you think I'm not doing anything right. Jump in. Let's take a photo. Yeah, I forgot how we used to do that. I can't remember.
Bringing it back.
It's like,
When you you guys hold? Thank you.
And now, please join me in thanking Staff Sergeant John Gutierrez for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Yay. I'll give that to you. Staff Sergeant Gutierrez served in the United States Marine Corps from 1999 to 2016, last serving with the 12th Marine Corps District. During his service, he received numerous awards, including the Navy Marine Corps Commendation Medal, Navy Marine Corps Achievement Medal, Humanitarian Service Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Expeditionary Medal. He is a commissioner for the 5th District on the Veterans Advisory Commission. He is married to his wife, Michelle, and they have 2 children, Caitlin and Anthony. He is the director for workforce development for JVS SoCal and is an advocate and supporter of veterans across this county, and I cannot thank you enough. I know all my colleagues agree. You have been an incredible partner. JVS SoCal is incredible. Staff Sergeant Gutierrez, thank you for your service to our nation and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Thank you very much. Colleagues and members of the public will now be having a moment of silence to honor the unclaimed deceased individuals in LA County. This Thursday, we will be laying to rest the 1,624 unclaimed dead who passed away in Los Angeles County in 2019 and whose remains were never claimed by a family member or a loved one. This annual ceremony is part of a commitment that the county has upheld since 1896 to ensure that everyone in LA County, no matter their means, no matter where they came from, is laid to rest with respect and dignity. This is such a moving event, and I wanted to invite everyone interested to join us virtually this Thursday at LAC USC's Facebook Live broadcast at 10 a.m. And I'll also post this link on my Facebook account. These people left this world alone. Many of them were immigrants. Many of them were children, some babies, who didn't have anyone to care about them at the end, to claim them. And the responsibility is now on us to honor their lives and grieve their deaths. So please join me right now, and if you will, let's stand for a moment of silence and pay our respects. Thank you. I feel like I'm missing a page. I'm missing page 4. I have 3 and then. Now, I want to make some remarks about our outgoing chair. who is wearing this gorgeous outfit that has the words relax on them, which just speaks to what it means to be chair and what it means to be the ex-chair. You've made it very, very clear. So I'll start the remarks, and then if my colleagues would also like to make some remarks about the outgoing chair. So thank you so much, Supervisor Mitchell, for your hard work and dedication leading our board this last year. You made it look easy. And I am already learning in the first few minutes of this meeting that it is anything but easy, but you really led us with such grace and dignity, and again, made it look easy. And you're, to me, when I think about you, not just as chair, but really since you've come here, you set out on day one to focus on equity. And you've brought the entire board along with you. I don't think there was a single meeting or almost a single agenda item when equity was not brought up and discussed and held us accountable for. And I don't think that changes just because the chair has changed. You've made a lasting impact on how this board approaches allocating our resources. And I want to thank you also for your leadership in bringing us back to in-person meetings here in the boardroom with the public able to join us in person in the audience. I think we all kind of remember our virtual meetings. They certainly had their perks. We didn't have to go very far from home. But I think the benefits of being back together and talking to each other in the same room about issues and working through any differences we've had on motions in person has been invaluable. And I want to thank you how you eased us back into this reality. And I hope going forward we can build on that with what you did. So thank you so much. You were a tremendous chair. Wish you still were. I would like to invite my colleagues. Okay, now I need to remember how you call people.
I think we're going in numerical.
Oh, very good. Let's go in numerical order.
Okay. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. It's been a joy to reacquaint ourselves since you were back now 2 years. It's already been 2 years and time flies, and we still have a lot more work to do, and I look forward to working with you. We share similarities in terms of our district makeup, and I know that your residents and mine are grateful that your voice was often heard on many occasions. And thank you for your work on helping us get through COVID-19 and opening up our boardroom and doing a lot of work and really inspiring this whole equity lens so that people could see where we had forgotten and where gaps existed that were exacerbated because of the pandemic. They gave us time to reflect, as well as our departments. And I think we're better for it overall, all of our departments. And then your work on the American Rescue Plan. And more importantly, the redistricting. You were also a part of that oversight in helping us go through that. That was a tremendous challenge, and I think now other municipalities are looking at us to see how we got it done. So I think those are really critical things to think about. You also helped to implement a county-wide guaranteed income program, which is very good, very essential, and I think a lot of our cities we're starting to adopt that. So I think it's good. You lead by example. And also your historic ban on drilling. I think it was time well taken to look at and reflect on all the things that the county's engaged in and what is more important than environmental justice, climate change, and all the things that go towards that. So thank you for being so brave and courageous in doing that. And also for helping us pass Measure A. You and I co-authored that, and that was tremendous. And while it's not about one particular sheriff, but it gives us an authority to say we have some tools now that we didn't have, and realizing that, I think it really opened up the public's eyes, and it won by an overwhelming, 71%? That says something about the citizens wanting to give us that authority. And I hope that we don't have to use it, but in any case, it will be there. It's a tool that we can work with. Also want to thank you and your staff for working with us on the digital divide, and Selwyn ISD and all his people, because believe me, he's superb, and our demands are great, as you know, in our districts, all of our districts. But thank you for doing that. And then again, just on equity overall, and Artie, all those things that are going on now and that we have to be mindful of, where the funding goes and how quickly we get that ARP money, as well as all the other funds that we have. So thank you, I salute you, and look forward to working with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Horvath. So fun to say that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Supervisor Mitchell, congratulations on your first year serving as chair. I'm honored to join you on this board and honored to serve with you on this dais. Thank you also for joining me yesterday and welcoming me into this office in such a special way. You have shown us how to lead in times of need and in times of crisis. Your leadership is something we should all aspire to. You've been a fighter for justice, for equity, for inclusion, and while being chair, you have been a moral compass for all of us in Los Angeles County. You're a trailblazer for women, especially for Black women in LA and throughout California. You were elected after one of the most consequential racial justice movements of my lifetime, and when leading my city through this movement, you were leading California. The values you have led with then are the same ones you lead with today. You have maintained the utmost commitment to those principles and to real justice in LA County. You showed us in the county that women lead, and because of that, we kept this very board female, progressive, and willing to fight for the change that you fight for every single day. And as we pass the torch to Supervisor Hahn as she assumes the role of chair, we will continue to count on your guidance, your wisdom, your mentorship, and your fierce progressive values. Supervisor Mitchell, you have delivered policy after policy over this past year, tackling the concerns of every Angelino, hoping for change and tangible progress on our most challenging issues. You led virtually, then opening up this space back to the public and helped us all to move forward. Congratulations again on your tremendous term as chair, and I'm so excited to roll up my sleeves and get to work with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you, and I too want to thank you. It's weird not saying Chair Mitchell for the last year. You truly have been a leader. As chair, you've led this board and really delivered. Thank you for just the overall attitude you had in making sure that we were all heard, but running the board meeting in a way that reflected what this board is about, and that's transparency, giving people an opportunity to speak and be heard and validated. And when we had more people than we had allotted time, you made sure that you looked at that through an equity lens as well, in terms of making sure that people have equal access and a voice, which is really what your theme was. Your theme was equity as a foundation and a focus, and you truly did deliver on that. You've done this with a commitment for the transparency and accessibility, as I said. You've always strived to make sure constituents can see how the county is making transformative change through the equity framework. That's why you put together the set items as it relates to how we are spending our money, to make sure that we are spending it in a way that is equal in terms of the needs and the lessons we learned. Throughout this process, you always brought the public and local organizations as partners, recognizing that while the county is the lead, we are not doing this alone. And I think that comes from your experience from being from the nonprofit world. You understand the value in partnering and really capitalizing on all that we can do together. You also highlighted the crucial role of our county departments to support these efforts. And we all know how important each department is as it relates to providing access and services to the constituents, but you wanted to make sure that people understood the value and the role, but also the department heads understood the value and the role that they play, leading by example. I was proud of the motion that we co-authored to create a pilot program for community-based crisis response. This effort enabled the county to introduce new tools and resources to address violence in our communities. And thank you for being attentive to the needs of our residents and proactive to find solutions. That's another thing I love about you. Anyone can complain and say that there are problems, but you say if there's a problem, there's going to be a solution, and you roll up your sleeves. For those that don't know in the audience, you actually walk it. You talk it, but you walk it. And I think it comes from being a staffer. You understand that while we are electeds, we also have the ability to get it done on our own. I gladly partner with you on an effort when the issue of protecting restaurants impacted by the pandemic. I know your district had a lot of mom and pop, and you recognized that we needed to provide a helping hand to the local businesses to reopen, recover, and to revitalize. Thank you for lending an ear and your support to the business community. You've also invested in the well-being of children and families. You've taken the county's role as a safety net to heart, always making sure we care for those that are most vulnerable. Our county is grateful for your commitment to serve and support and strengthen and empower our youth. I truly appreciate your commitment to these causes. I know you will continue to be a champion throughout your tenure as supervisor, so it doesn't stop when you're no longer chair, both to the residents of the 2nd District, but across the county. So thank you for, and your staff actually, because it is a team effort. While you are the chair, your staff has additional, as Chair Hahn knows and her staff, additional role. So thank your staff as well for a year of really leading us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. And last but not least, Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to say something about yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm going to start by saying something about my colleagues. You know, to be chair, it feels a little like an iceberg that you know that you can see the duties on top, the general public sees you chairing the meeting, but most people have no idea what's under the water level in terms of the awesome responsibility to be the chair and the face of the Board of Supervisors to the general public. I want to tip my hat to Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Barger, whose chair years were compromised, complicated by a 100-year pandemic. For you all to lead the county and this board during unprecedented times, to figure out how to go virtual, to figure out how to allow the public to still have access. There was no book or script to guide you. And so I really tip my hat to the fact that you all led us through tumultuous times. It was a fascinating year because there's also no true template on what being board chair fully encompasses. So like every week there was a new surprise. Oh, I chair this, I chair that. And I get that, and that's an important element of the job, and we attempted to stand and deliver to the degree that we could. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. You know, I feel once a staff, always a staff, and so I always come to these bodies with an eye toward process. And I know many of you have rolled your eyes many a day when I've talked about the process, because I just think it's important not only for the integrity of the institution, but for the general public to be able to access it and understand. And so a part of my chair year, having been here for a year and looked at process, we brought forward some changes, some that stuck, some that didn't, really in an effort to create a sense of not only transparency for the public, but also with an eye towards our teams who work around the clock when it comes to motions and bringing forward the agenda and running clusters. So the collective team, our staff, CEO, county council, executive office, the work they do, which most of it is under the waterline, to keep this operation in play is something to be acknowledged. And I can't speak enough to all of the work that they all do. I appreciate the partnership. I appreciate the grace you all showed me as just a second-year board member, particularly in our efforts to come back in public. I felt it was very important. I began my chairwomanship year in the board meeting before we opened the board room to the public, just because I felt it was important for the public to understand and see that the county was coming back, that we were still working each and every day on their behalf. And so it is wonderful, I believe, for our new colleague to be able to join us today, going back to the pre-pandemic traditions, thank you, Madam Chair, to really reflect a sense of normalcy to the degree that we can. The executive office has done all they could to make sure that the hearing room is as safe as possible. And so I'm comfortable and confident that we came back at the right time. It was the right thing to do, the right timing. And I'm very glad that you have the opportunity to fully experience this. I committed to helping the county build back with equity. And I know that equity is a concept that we've talked about in principle for quite some time, but I was so proud to join a county that had the vision to build an ARDI, where we now have this Explorer tool that the White House has recognized our lens and our focus and has acknowledged that we got it right, that their vision for the ARPA dollars was the way in which LA County is administering them. So I'm proud that we were able to, as a board and the public, with the set matter every meeting, hear from our county departments and understand that they too understood that equity was our priority and our focus, and that's how we were going to build back equitably. Madam Chair, thank you very much for your willingness to step up, acknowledging, as complicated as it is to be chair, that our brand new member needs to have the support and opportunity to build her team and have a year to get her sea legs beneath her. And I know without a doubt that she will be ready to step up and take the gavel based on your example this year of how to be the face and representative of the Board of Supervisors in LA County as a whole. Again, I thank all of you for your support. The reality is I figured out that you're not chair more often than you are chair. And so the way you lead as chair is a reflection of how you choose to lead as a supervisor. And so I look forward to having the opportunity to be led by you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, all of you, for your kind words.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Absolutely, scale 1 to 10. You get a big 10 plus for being chair last year. Just fantastic. Yes. And it's true, just for a point of reference, we on this board years ago decided to rotate the chairwomanship by district, and it would just go in numerical order, and we would take out of it any kind of politics or bad feelings that one might have about somebody and just automatically rotate so that there was no drama. There was a feeling that there's so much to learn coming in as a new member of the Board of Supervisors that your colleagues wanted to give you, Supervisor Horvath, a year to get your footing, and then as Supervisor Mitchell said, we have no doubt that you will be ready to step up. We will go back in rotation next year. We'll get back numerically, and a lot of that has to do with my own father, who was county supervisor for 40 years, and but his colleagues didn't appreciate him, and they only let him be chair twice in 40 years. So it's kind of hearkening, let's take all that out, let's do it in a very non-dramatic way, so that's where we hear. But now it's an opportunity to take a moment to officially welcome our newly elected supervisor for the 3rd District, Supervisor Lindsay P. Horvath. Supervisor Horvath, it feels great to welcome you as our newest colleague to the board this morning. Los Angeles County is the largest county in the nation. Our 10 million residents face many diverse challenges, from housing to mental health to environmental justice. And as county supervisors, we have to understand those challenges, empathize with our residents, and commit ourselves to finding and implementing solutions. Supervisor Horvath has proven that she excels on all those fronts. She comes to us after years of hard work, both in and out of public office. She met challenges head on for the city of West Hollywood through the pandemic. She was the mayor of that great city, and she really led them through a period of reckoning with racial injustice and through this ongoing housing crisis. I have gotten to know her through the organization of Contract Cities, where she rose through the ranks of leadership to become president of that association. And Contract Cities has, I think, 79 cities in, I don't know if I've got that number right, but it means that as the president of that organization, you don't just worry about your own city, you worry about how to make sure you're listening to all those cities and their concerns and bring them together to have one voice to advocate on the things that concern them. I think that skill of being president of Contract Cities will serve you very well as a supervisor. You're a woman, you're a renter. First time we've had a renter. You're one of those young people, you're a millennial. Really? I know, you had to say that yesterday. The median age of the county was 38. Me and Supervisor Mitchell like, really, did she have to go there? But you've never stopped fighting for marginalized members of your community, and that is the energy and conviction that this job demands. I thought your speech yesterday at your swearing in was absolutely spectacular, and I think everybody there was inspired. I know I was, and moved, and it helped me remember why I went into public service. That was what your speech did for me. And I realized that you have so much energy and you have so much passion and dedication. I believe you will make us all better at our own jobs, and thus make this Board of Supervisors better than it has been in the past. So thank you. You will be a great asset to us, and I'm so excited that you are here. Colleagues, would you also like to, let's go in numerical order. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I'm just so delighted. I'm beside myself, and I know a lot of people in the county are. And we just want to send our heartfelt thank yous to you and your family and your staff and your campaign staff and volunteers and everybody that you have touched. Because I think it was said a few days ago, you're the kind of person who doesn't just call, you know, when you need something. You call to check up on people, to see how they're doing, if they need help. And I remember during the course of the last few years that I've known you, you've called me. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I've got 27 cities, and this one I don't even represent, and she's calling me. How can I help? What can we do? How can we improve our relationships with contract cities? And I'll never forget some meetings that we had a couple of years back, not too far, about some of our contract cities getting very upset and worried that somehow the sheriff's budget was going to impede progress for their cities. And there was this back and forth, and you just dived right into it, and you did, for me, the best thing. And that, to me, shown leadership, that you're not afraid to tackle things like that are very sensitive at some times for all of us. But you also stand up for women's issues. You're a fearless fighter on reproductive rights. And for that, I thank you, as well as my constituents, and I think many, many people in the County of Los Angeles. You care about environmental justice, and you're going to help to be that voice that Sheila Kuehl maintained for a long time here when we both came in, and I know you're going to be able to do a spectacular job addressing that. And more importantly, you're going to set an example for the LGBTQ community, all people of color, and those that don't have a voice And I think that's why I'm inspired. That's why I was inspired to get behind you, because that's really true leadership. And all of us here have an obligation to help lift the next group, the next group or crop of leaders that are going to come here, because I too despise that word that we're kings and queens. We're not, at least in my opinion. We are regular, everyday people who come from our communities, who have values, and our parents and our community give us those values. And that's what this is about. And I'm really happy that you're here and that you're going to work with all of us, and we're going to get things better for the people that have been under the strain of the pandemic and the realization that there is injustices. There are people who discriminate, but we have to overcome that and set an example. And I know you're going to do it, and you're going to do it in a way that's going to be remembered and followed by many people. So even though President Obama said the other day, someone said, she can't be, what did Eric Garcetti, the mayor, said, she can be a mayor, she's too young. Well, guess what? That's exactly the example we want, to let people know that there's opportunities for them. So thank you, God bless you, and look forward to working with you. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. You.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We had amazing history lessons yesterday in both Supervisor Solis' swearing in and in yours, to acknowledge that it really is very recent history. When we think about when you evoked Supervisor Molina, and when I walk through this back hall and look at the pictures of all of the supervisors. And when I think of my own mind as a Native Angelina, when I think of the board, I go back to, quite frankly, Supervisor Hahn's day in my mind. And so it's really recent history where LA County has had an elected body that reflects more accurately the demographics of the 10 million people who comprise the county. And so I am so excited that you are here. The last 2 election cycles, I think the voters sent a strong message about what they were looking for in their elected leadership. I really think they did. And I served in the legislature with several of the men who were in your race. And when I thought about what I felt as a resident of LA County, what this board needed, and what the constituents need for this job, which is a unique job. It's both executive and legislative. And so, while during campaigns we like to talk about our past history, what's most important is to align your skill set with the current needs of this unique body. And I think you did that expertly, and you helped everybody get clear yesterday in your comments about what you bring to this board, the vision and energy you will bring to governance here for the county. And as a county resident, I am excited. Your election is another example of what diversity can and must be. And acknowledging the first millennial, acknowledging this historical reference in terms of Supervisor Hahn being elected at the age of 32, I think will give license to those poli-sci or criminal justice undergrads, or those school teachers or members of labor, people who feel or aspire to elected office, but don't necessarily quite see themselves in the seat. You've helped blow that glass ceiling out once again to let people know that there is space for you here. So thank you for helping to create space for the next generation of progressive, effective leadership for LA County. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Horvath, would you like to make a few marks?
Can I speak?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mother, may I?
I know. Should we have a tip jar for all the mistakes I make today? And give it to a worthy cause, because it'll be a lot of money.
I know you were going
Catherine
in order,
Barker, go ahead.
third. So being in the fifth, I always clean up after what everyone else has said and have to try not to repeat, but welcome. We've all been where you are, and I know that feeling and that anxiety when you come in on the first day and that excitement. And in your speech yesterday, I think you really did an incredible job of articulating your vision, but also fulfilling the promises you made on the campaign trail in terms of, I talked about when Supervisor Mitchell was chair, she talked it, but she walked it. It was clear to me that your commitment is deep. And in looking in the room and seeing all your contract city friends, I think they are very excited because you understand the complexities of being a contract city and the relationship that while we are the big bad county, we work together. And you know, the liability issue with the sheriff was a real issue as it relates to contract cities, and the fear was that they were not going to be able to write that check for lawsuits that by no fault of their own, they weren't able to choose the deputies in their city, but they were obligated to settle a lot of these large settlements. So I know that you are going to bring that perspective to the table as well as you know, the focus on issues that relate to equity across the board. Something that I think you hear a common theme here amongst all of us about the need to look at that, look at the county through that lens. I am excited to work with you. I still feel 40, so I don't know about you all, but when I started, I was the youngest, and now I'm no longer the youngest, and I'm okay with that. But I truly am excited to have you as a partner. Contrary to what you will read in the paper, we all agree more than we disagree, probably 98% of the time. And then that 2% when we don't, we always work together. It's about respect and collaboration and recognizing that our job is bigger than one district. It's about the county as a whole and about doing what is right for our constituents as a whole. So welcome, Lindsay, Supervisor Horvath. I'm excited. Please know that my staff, we are a phone call away to help you in anything that you all need. Welcome.
Okay, now?
No, yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Vargo. I love that you still feel 40. I don't even remember 40. Okay, welcome Supervisor Horvath to the county family.
Thank you so much. Such kind words from women I so greatly admire and respect, and I'm excited to get to work with each and every one of you. I thank you for being part of yesterday's memorable experience. I couldn't have dreamed of such a day, and you all made it so special by being there and being such an important part of it. I want to thank our staff in District 3 for their continued leadership and help in getting us on board, and thank the Executive Office for helping us in this time of transition as well, helping us orient ourselves to the ways of the county. I know it will continue taking a little bit of time to make sure we get it all right, but I want to thank you all. Thank the CEO for her welcome call and for her guidance getting us to this meeting. We got the first call from the county on November 23rd, the day after the election was called. So from that point to today, we put together an inauguration swearing-in ceremony. We put together a reception and prepared for this meeting, and it took an entire team to make that possible. I know that I am supported by a tremendous team here in the county, and I want to thank you all for that. And I especially want to thank the hardworking people of Los Angeles County, many of whom I know and now will know you in a new way, some of whom I will get to know for the first time. But either way, I'm very excited to work with each and every one of you to learn your expertise, where you are focused, and how we can best work together to serve the people of Los Angeles County. Thank you for welcoming me so kindly.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Horvath. And now you're going to see how quickly you're going to move up the ladder. I would like to nominate Supervisor Horvath as Chair Pro Tem.
Mitchell would love to second that.
Great. So it's been nominated and seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to nominate Supervisor Horvath as the Chair Pro Tem. We will take up her nomination after public comment. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules and call those. Are you correcting me again?
No, I just knew Sheriff Luna was here, and I didn't know if we were going to do it after public comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got it in the script.
I was talking.
Can we give her the script so she doesn't question me? Don't you hate when your colleagues question your chairmanship, Ms. Mitchell? Okay, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules.
Thank you,
call
ma'am.
those members up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, beginning with today's meeting, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive a maximum of 90 seconds or at the direction of the chair to address the board on items held by the supervisors, and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has lapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, please press 1, then 0 to enter into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your devices as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name display on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. If you have not already done so, if you would like to address the board regarding the nomination of the Chair Pro Tem, please press 1, then 0 now.
Thank you. Well, Michelle Frias, please come forward and staff will assist you.
remember,
Moderator, may
this
we
is-
have the first remote speaker, please?
And this is just on the nomination of Supervisor Horvath to be Chair Pro Tem.
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead, first speaker on the phone.
Our first participant is Eric Previn. Please, you may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, formerly a 3rd District fellow, now currently in the 5th District, so there was a little shifting of the boundaries there. But I was very pleased to see that Supervisor Hahn has promoted Lindsay Horvath to be the pro tem. I think this is a good role for, she's a very competent council person, but this will give her an opportunity to feel the pressure of running the show alongside Supervisor Hahn, who's doing a great job because she's invited the public to comment more frequently on the matters before the board, which is very important because public scrutiny is not just encouraged, it's expected. So here's to a new Board of Supervisors and lots of work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Is there another speaker on the phone? Please go ahead.
Our next participant is Lionel Maris. Please go ahead. Hello?
Hello? Go ahead. We can hear you.
Lionel, your line is open. Moving on, we'll go to participant Jody Nelson. Please go ahead.
Hello. I didn't want to speak to this. I wanted to speak to number 80, item 8.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there's no one else in the queue to address the board.
Okay, and did we get Lionel, or he just wasn't able to connect?
Lionel, your line is open.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to say congratulations to Supervisor Lindsay P. Horvath. Congratulations on your win, and we look forward to working with you in District 3. And I hope for the best for this Board of Supervisors, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Now, do we have somebody in person?
There is no in-person.
Okay. So that concludes public comment on that item. Again, just to remind us, I nominated Supervisor Horvath as Chair Pro Tem, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
The nomination for Chair Pro Tem is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations, Chair Pro Tem. I'm turning over the meeting to you right now. No, just kidding. So now I'm going to make a few remarks on my chairmanship. Colleagues, it's such an honor to serve as the chair of our wonderful board for this next year. And want to thank you all in advance for your patience and your confidence that we'll be able to get through this together. It's hard to believe that my transition into the chair role marks the 4th chair that we've had during this COVID-19 pandemic. And I really do want to thank my predecessors, Supervisor Solis, Barger, and Mitchell, for your leadership adapting our board meetings to meet the realities of the pandemic, going completely virtual for the first time in 2020, and then bringing us back to the boardroom this year when it was safe to do so. But now I believe it's time to bring back some of the pre-pandemic traditions of the meetings. We just saw some of these changes in action earlier this morning. At the beginning of every meeting, we will be welcoming back 2 traditions that have been missed these last few years, inviting a local veteran to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and inviting a resident, we had 2 residents in today's case, to provide our invocation. And we also added a new tradition with the land acknowledgement at the beginning of each meeting, thanks to Supervisor Solis's recent motion to recognize the First Peoples as the original stewards of this unceded land that we now govern. This is a small but important step toward greater recognition of the First Peoples, and I'm grateful for the hard work of the LA City County Indian Native American Commission and the tribes that were consulted in putting together every word in that land acknowledgement that we will be saying. The biggest change to our board meeting today is how we take public comment. Starting today, we're going to take public comment in a way that is closer to how we did it prior to the pandemic. Rather than taking our comments for 90 minutes at the beginning of each meeting, members of the public will be able to weigh in on matters as they come up for discussion. I think this gives members of the public the best opportunity possible to make their case to us in real time. And I can't speak for anybody but myself, but there were instances I remember since I've been a supervisor that as a result of hearing the public's passionate concern or plea or urging that we act a certain way on an item, I actually thought differently. I might have changed my vote, or there might have been times when the public really had a lot of concerns about a particular thing, and we have asked department heads to come here, and we will say, Mr. Pastrella, we've heard a lot from the public this morning about this particular item. Can you clarify that for us? So I think that will, again, give the public the best way to participate in their government and for us to listen. And after we, thank you. After we get through the held items, we'll take public comment on items not held by the board and general public comment. And the big difference is how we're doing this now and how we did it prior to the pandemic is that we are keeping the public's ability to participate virtually. And this might be confusing, although we've done it in Metro for a while. But I thank the executive office for helping us guide our virtual callers. And while we certainly welcome members of the public here, we do know that for a lot of people, it's inconvenient to come down here and participate in county government. And it's hard to get down here. Sometimes it's hard to find parking. Sometimes you don't want to sit all day waiting for your item to come up. So we're going to keep the virtual public comment going. And again, I appreciate us trying to do that. And lastly, colleagues, we've kept the cap on the members of the public just through December to 200. I was ready to kind of bring everybody back in, 600 people in the board meeting, but I do know that we've been hearing of cases surging. We do know that our hospitals are starting to fill up again with COVID cases. And I thought it was prudent to, given this surge that we're seeing, to keep the number of 200 in our board meeting. I urge everyone, if they can, to get current on their boosters, on their flu shot. I know I've got all my shots, and I feel more protected. But let's get through December. Let's see if we can all really protect ourselves and others that we care about, even people we don't care about. Let's protect them too. And see in January where the cases are, where the hospitalizations are, and listening to our health officer, whether or not we can begin to increase the number of people that actually can come into the board meeting at once. But for the next year, my focus will be expanding the public's participation in our board meetings. And again, I do appreciate the patience of my colleagues, their support. And as we can see, I'm not going to get it right on day one. I've already messed up at least once. But things will happen, issues will arise, and we may end up changing things that I'm even saying right now. But let's work together. I welcome comments from each of you. You can speak up as things are happening if you don't feel things are going in the right direction. Let's pull together in the same direction, and I think we'll have a really good year trying to bring back some sense of normalcy to our board meetings. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I just thank you for the changes you're making? I've heard real positive feedback from my constituents about the incorporation, and obviously it's been so long that I got confused, and so I apologize for correcting you when you are actually going back to the way we used to do it, which feels like it's been forever. But I just want to thank you publicly, because I know, and I'm sure my colleagues have received the same feedback. People are really grateful for the opportunity to be able to participate on specific items versus front loading, although that truly did serve a purpose at the time. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
Yes, thank you. I too want to congratulate you on serving again as chair. Was happy to have known you for so many years, and I'll never forget our discussions in Washington when we would go back as our delegation, and Sheila was a part of it, and we would sit there and talk, and you would just rave about, I want to go back to the county. That's the best job to ever had. And I was wondering, where did she get that from? Well, it's obvious. It's obvious. Your family and your father and your mother and your brother and everybody that's had something to do with the County of Los Angeles. And it is a wonderful job to have. It really is. It's so meaningful and impactful, and you know that. And we worked on a lot of issues together, and I thank you. And even though our districts changed dramatically, where I think 40% changed for you as well as for me, but we handed it off and we worked together. And I know that the constituents that you represent there, that I had represented in the Southeast areas, are very grateful that you are there and you're picking up the mantle and doing a lot of things there to help. And we're here as a bridge, our office is to do that, and continue to work with you, not on just this board, but also Metro. We have a lot of projects that we're working on there. And I just want to say that it's going to be, I think, a really great experience for us moving forward. I'm glad that some of the changes you're making will really allow the public to see us as we are and to allow for other participation, whether it's ceremonial or what have you, but people can get a sense of what the board is like and slowly coming back to normalcy. Because as you say, and I know, we're worried about what's happening with our increasing number of people with COVID. But the good thing is that we're not losing a lot of lives because of the vaccinations, the testing, and all that. And we just have to keep on that trajectory to make sure that people take advantage of all the services that the county has. And I know you're a strong stalwart on that. So I'm here to work with you and your staff, and congratulations to them as well, and to you on a successful role as leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. I appreciate that. I really wasn't going to ask everybody to say something, but if you feel like you... Okay, let's move on. Thank you, both of you, for those words. And again, I think we know each other well enough now to know that we all have the right motives and the right intentions as we take care of our own districts, but take care of the whole county as a whole. And these meetings are part of how we govern Los Angeles County together. So I'm very pleased now to welcome our new sheriff to the board meeting, Sheriff Robert Luna. As you all know, or may not, Sheriff Luna does come from my district. He was the former chief of police in Long Beach. And at his swearing-in ceremony on Saturday, we heard directly from Mayor Garcia about how he led the Long Beach Police Department from a place grounded in collaboration, respect, and transparency, which are all qualities that I know I'm looking forward to seeing in our Sheriff's Department. Mayor Garcia, now Congress member-elect Garcia, turned to each of us and he said something to the effect of, we're meaning Long Beach, are giving you, our best and brightest. And I whispered it, but apparently an LA Times reporter picked it up. I said, we'll take him. I do know that he has spoken of really coming into this department leading with integrity, with passion, with honesty, and transparency. And I will say, Sheriff Luna, that in terms of transparency, we all received an email just a few hours ago that Sheriff Luna has officially restored the Office of Inspector General's access to the Sheriff's Department's facilities, databases, and personnel. And I think that's a step in the right direction. And I appreciate that this is the first thing that we've seen collectively that you've done after assuming your office. And I do think it immediately shows your commitment to collaboration and accountability. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I know for myself, I really look forward to treating you as a partner as we, really work together on the issues facing our district. And I will say, just in my district, I know our sheriff's deputies, the rank and file, are very much appreciated. I know in my cities, all of our captains and commanding officers work really well with our community, and we know you're going to uphold that. We're going to let you say a few words, but colleagues, do you want to say a few, or do you want to let the sheriff say a few words, and then we can ask questions or whether? Okay, Sheriff Luna, you have the floor.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the supervisors. This is my first time in front of all of you officially. I can't tell you how humbled I am to be here in front of you. I said Saturday that the voters have a clear mandate for me as I campaign through this county, and they are demanding new leadership and accountability, and that's exactly what I'm going to provide. As I've been going through this, our department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, your Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, I have met amazing men and women, very devoted to our community. And that's what I heard over and over as I was going from one end of the county to the other, is how much people respect our employees, both sworn and professional staff. I am so looking forward to working with each and every one of you. And it's through collaboration that we're going to get so many things done. We are a department, and I mentioned it, with not only good people, but people who want to give their best. And one of my many moves that my transition team has identified and we're moving forward with, and this is just one example, is hiring back a CFO. And it's somebody who a lot of people in the county family recognize, and that was missing. To do a forensic analysis of our budget, our staffing, our management approach. And that's just the beginning of many things that we'll be looking at. But in order to be successful, we have to partner not only with all of you, but everybody in the county family. And we have thus far. The transition team, as we're talking to, whether it's people in the CEO's office, county human resources, county council, you have all been amazing, very welcoming. And I just see a desire and a want to have a partnership, collaborative effort. And I can't wait to see where we go together. So I sit before you as your partner and looking forward to seeing what we're going to accomplish together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Colleagues, would you like to say a few words? Supervisor Mitchell. So is nobody, wait, so nobody's like pressing requests this time? You can, oh, there.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Sheriff Luna, thank you for your words today. And I think it's important that you understand that all of us are clear that you are duly elected. And there's never a question in any of our minds. None of us ran for sheriff. We ran for board, and these are pretty overwhelming jobs. We're going to do our part, and we are looking for a partner in the Sheriff's Department to do his or her part. So we appreciate you, your words, you coming here. We look forward to an ongoing, appropriately collaborative relationship. I appreciate the time you afforded me over the last several months to really get to know each other and to really talk substantively about the experience of the constituents I work hard every day to represent with our Sheriff's Department. People who take your mission statement to protect and serve all fairly and equitably very seriously. So I appreciate the conversations we've had, and I, along with the constituents I represent, look forward to a different kind of experience with not only their duly elected sheriff, but with those within your charge. So thank you for your actions that you've taken already today. I think that sends a strong signal of how you intend to lead, and I welcome you to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome, Sheriff Luna. Thank you for running. Thank you for stepping up and offering a different direction. I had the pleasure of getting to know you during this election cycle, and also getting to know your wife, your daughter, your whole family, which helps when you're trying to build a relationship, a working relationship, to really understand who someone is. And it takes everyone's family to support you on this journey. So it was a wonderful gift to get to know them as getting to know you. Hearing your prioritization, in particular, making sure that we lead with services and care for our unhoused, making sure that we are not putting our unhoused people in jail simply for being impoverished, is something that's very important to me, and I enjoyed hearing you talk about that on the campaign trail, because that is an issue that I know is top of mind for so many people throughout this county. And so your partnership working with services to make sure that people are being served by the county is important. I know there will be lots of changes ahead. I'm glad to hear what some of them already are. I look forward to our conversations and continuing the work that we will do to restore public trust where it has been broken, to address issues of liability in our cities that are of great concern, especially in contract cities, and figuring out how we can work on those issues. But most importantly, seeing how your vision for a law enforcement body will be different for LA County and what those changes will look like rolling out in the future. Thank you for coming to LA County, and look forward to working with you more.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you and welcome. I don't think I've stopped smiling since Saturday. I think that Saturday's program with your family spoke volumes to the man that you are. You're a man who's from the community, a man of faith, but also recognizes that public safety is vital in our community. And you've heard the words integrity, accountability, and collaboration. Supervisor Mitchell's absolutely right. We did not run for sheriff, nor do I think any of us would be capable of being a sheriff, okay? It's about collaboration. And I know that it's also about working together to reestablish the public trust. And that's something that we're gonna work together to rebuild. We have great men and women working in the Sheriff's Department who deserve a department that they can be proud of and who deserve to feel supported. And I will speak for myself. I am here to work with you to make sure that they know that they are supported. I appreciate the urgency for which you are working to reestablish the essential values of the department, beginning with the inspector. I think it's important to collaborate and work and be transparent. And I'm committed to ensuring that our law enforcement personnel have the support and resources necessary to protect our communities. I'm sure you know that I recently allocated funding for the illegal cannabis grows in the Antelope Valley and used discretionary funds to increase services rendered by our sheriff's homeless outreach teams, specifically in the 5th District, because I value the relationship and the collaboration, especially amongst the host teams who truly are amazing men and women who volunteer to go and do homeless outreach because they recognize that it's not about arrests, it's about getting services and helping those that are most vulnerable on our streets. And then today, I'm going to be announcing that I'm going to once again provide $1 million for discretionary funding to boost law enforcement services in the unincorporated areas in my district, as I did last year, through January of 2023, because as we enter the busiest shopping season of the year, we know that there is increased criminal activity, and I think it's important for our constituents to feel safe, especially I know up in the Santa Clarita Valley was hit very hard at the malls. And so we are going to be working together collaboratively to provide you with the resources so you can hit the ground running. I want you to know that you have a partner, I think, in the entire board. We are here to work with you. And, I laughed when someone said, is it really about rubber stamping? Because that seems to be a common thread that people are saying, a narrative that the board wanted a sheriff that's going to rubber stamp. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a matter of fact, I think we would all argue, even our own department heads, we don't want them to rubber stamp. That's not what we want. We want someone who's going to work with us to make this county better as a partner. So welcome aboard. I look forward to working with you. I know my captains also are excited. And anytime you need me to go out and visit the stations, I'm ready, willing, and available. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff Luna, Sheriff Robert Luna, welcome. And I also have something to share in common, Supervisor Hahn, Chairwoman. Robert has extensively told us about and shared his upbringing in East Los Angeles, and the fact that he actually came to his career and profession by exposure in East LA, having to deal with the sheriff at that time. And as a child growing up, he said, well, I wanted to be the sheriff. And others wanted to take on another role. Well, he fulfilled that commitment, only he landed in Long Beach. And we're lucky to have him come here to our county because he was in retirement. He already had, how many, 36? Well, 36 years behind him under his belt. So why did he want to come here? Because I think he has a vision and he saw what was happening here in Los Angeles County. And I do believe that he has the qualifications to get the job done. And what's really amazing for me is that of all the candidates that ran, every single one of them, with the exception of one, all went behind you and supported you. And that, I don't think, has ever happened. I've never seen that happen. So I want to say to you that that means a lot. And I think your personality and your character and your values are showing themselves to the entire county. And this county has been rocked. Let's be clear about that. It has really been rocked by what has happened with the Sheriff's Department. And now you're going to be tasked with helping us to heal and helping us to find our right sea legs here so that we can do the right thing and lead. And I know you're going to do that. I know you're going to bring in capable people that are sensitive, but also caring and know that nobody's above the law, which is really critical. And I know that you had an opportunity to meet with many people in my district, especially those families that were, for lack of a better word, just so fed up with being harassed. And regardless of why, those things have to change. And you said that in your speech when you were sworn in about respect and dignity for our community, regardless of who you are. And I think that will demonstrate to many people where your values are. And I've seen you interact with seniors, with young people, with people that may not even come to these meetings, but you had a chance and opportunity to meet them. And I know that it was very convincing to many because you won by a very good margin. And I want to congratulate you for that. And look forward. And I'm happy too that you sent that letter to us today. Right off the top, you get it. You get and understand that it isn't just our role to tell you what to do, but the people are speaking and they're empowering us. That's why some of us just got reelected and elected to help work with you. So I look forward to being a partner with you and your team and hopefully also looking at how we can make those changes that are much needed in my area and in other parts of the county. So congratulations and thank you to your family for them allowing you to do what you do, because it takes a lot. When you run a campaign and you're out there, the stress is just unbelievable. And I know you know that, and we respect you for that and your family. So muchas gracias, and look forward to working with you. Thank you, Sheriff Luna.
Thank you. And I want to just add that I really was happy that you included some of the recruits from the recruit class 464 in your swearing-in ceremony. I thought that was important. As we all knew, that was such a terrible morning for that recruit class. I myself went out immediately as soon as I heard to go to the training facility and then walked on that very street where it had happened just so I could understand the severity of what had happened. And thanks to our firefighters that were right in that station that responded so quickly, as well as sheriff's deputies who also responded quickly, as well as the recruits who began working to help their fellow recruits. So just wanted to take a moment to send our best to the entire recruit class. I'm sure the trauma that they experienced running alongside those who ended up being severely injured will last for a while. And I know the county stands ready to help in any way possible with trauma-related help and support. And I know that there are still, I believe, are there 3 recruits still in the hospital?
Yes, there are still 3. I happened to go visit one that's the most critical. And for those of you who believe in prayer, I promised his mother, as I prayed with her and his father yesterday, that I would pass that on because he does need our prayer at this point. He's in very critical condition, but based on seeing and speaking to his parents, I know why he's such a big fighter, and he's fighting now because his parents are as well.
Thank you. And I know personally I am a woman of faith, and I will definitely put them on my prayer list. The sheriff's station in Norwalk, the day before Thanksgiving, put on a fundraiser to raise money for the support of the families. I do know, I think you stopped by, I stopped by as well. I think we missed each other, but I was absolutely amazed at the support that came out that day. And I believe that, and I believe it was support for that recruit class, but I also think it was a show of support for the entire department and for our law enforcement officers as first responders. And I do know that there certainly needs to be changes made and reform made, and Supervisor Mitchell made it very aware at a couple of meetings ago where she highlighted and held just in one meeting the amount of money that we were spending to settle lawsuits as it related to some questionable behavior by some deputies. So there's that, but I also don't want to miss the fact that there is support for your department. There is support for those who wear the tan and green. And I think together you can bring about the changes and reform needed while certainly making sure that our deputies are there in our communities helping to stop crime. So thank you very much, Sheriff Luna. We wish you all the best. This is the nicest we're ever going to be. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. With that, we'll move to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 3, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 19. On item 2, Supervisor Barger would like to continue this item 2 weeks to December 20th, 2022. On item 4, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On items 6 and 7, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. On item 10, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 12, Supervisor Mitchell requests that her motion be revised to include the appropriate law enforcement officials and the Hospital Association of Southern California, and to report back in writing in 60 days on equitable operational and legislative options that better ensure psychiatric patients are transported to appropriate mental health treatment and emergency room facilities in their areas of residence. On item 14, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 17, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 18, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 18, administrative matters, items 20 through 93. On item 74, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 76, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be referred back to the department. On item 80, Supervisor Solis would like her vote to be recorded as no. Also, Supervisor Horvath would like to abstain from this vote. On page 67, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 68, ordinance for introductions, items 94 and 95. On page 69, separate matters, items 96 and 97. On item 96 is a recommendation to execute a proposed 10-year lease for the Department of Mental Health use of space located in Culver City and authorize the issuance of taxable commercial paper notes through the Capital Asset Leasing Corporation Lease Revenue Note Program in the amount not to exceed $2,755,000 for tenant improvement costs. On item 97, is a recommendation to approve the issuance of short-term bond anticipated notes in an aggregate amount not to exceed $33 million to finance the acquisition of various equipment through the county capital asset leasing corporation. On page 71, special district agenda. This is the agenda for the Board of Directors of Sanitation District number 27 and the New Hall Ranch Sanitation District. On page 773, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On item 2D is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds or notes in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $13,784,637 to finance the site acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, or development of the Danny's Home for Heroes project, 36 unit of supported housing for homeless veterans located in the unincorporated Quartz Hill. On page 76, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 77, notices of closed session. The request for continuances and referred backs through CS1 is before you.
Thank you, Madam Executive Officer. So colleagues, just before us right now is this request to refer back or continuance through CS1. So moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve those items. That will be the order.
That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Executive Officer, please play the code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. And one other thing I was going to bring up, because I think Supervisor Mitchell, you did it really well, was once we came back in the board meeting, I know it's tempting to clap, but that does sometimes take up time from speakers who want to speak. So if you appreciate what someone is saying, raise the ceiling. If you don't like what they're saying, a simple thumbs down will do. So I like the way Supervisor Mitchell did that, and let's do that too. I think it makes, and also helps us see what you're feeling. Okay, colleagues, we will now begin with items 4, followed by 6 and 7, which will be taken up together. Then items 14, 17, and 74, which were held by supervisors, followed by the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. So we will start with item 4, the 2022 Los Angeles County Parks Needs Assessment Plus, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. I understand that Director Garcia Gonzalez is here and has a presentation. Supervisor Solis, would you like to?
Actually, I'd like to go right into their presentation, and then I'll speak after.
Okay, so we'll have the presentation, just for the public listening, we'll have the presentation by our Director of Parks and Recreation. Then we'll let the supervisors comment on this, and then we'll go to public comment before we vote on this. Okay, Norma.
And I just want to take this time to welcome Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. The Department of Parks and Recreation looks forward to working with you. And thank you so much, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Barger, for the opportunity to speak on the 22 Los Angeles County Park Needs Assessment Plus. I am the Director of LA County Parks and Recreation, and also I'm honored to serve as the Director of the Regional Park and Open Space District. And I am joined today by my colleague, Jill Suriel, who is the Planning and Development Deputy Director for the department, as well as Melissa Erickson, who is the lead consultant with MIG and worked on this project. 2 years ago, the Department of Parks and Recreation embarked on a course informed by extensive community engagement process to update the 2016 Park Needs Assessment, which set the North Star for park equity in Los Angeles County. This update, which we are lovingly calling the P&A Plus, sets an intentional, expansive, and inclusive vision for conservation and restoration for Los Angeles County. In the spirit of your collective and courageous leadership, supervisors, the P&A Plus will lead the way and reimagine conservation to include both traditional efforts that involve the protection of natural lands, as well as the restoration and transformation of degraded lands in Los Angeles County, such as brownfields, landfills, oil fields, industrial uses, and polluted lands into parks, open space, and habitat restoration. And the timing couldn't be better. In the state of California alone, Governor Newsom approved a $3.7 billion climate resiliency package over 3 years to build resilience against the state's multifaceted climate risks, including extreme heat and sea level rise. The P&A Plus is a comprehensive, data-driven analysis that quantifies what we already know. Black and brown communities account for 84% of the residents living in priority areas for restoration. Up until today, a traditional conservation framework has left these communities out of the policy and funding equation. The same communities with the highest environmental burdens, making the stakes higher for advancing climate resiliency in these frontline communities. The P&A Plus provides a pathway to achieve climate resiliency outcomes in 3 areas. 1, conservation and restoration. 2, rural resiliency and park amenities. And 3, regional access and infrastructure. The P&A Plus will serve as a model for the state and the nation to advance climate resiliency with conservation and restoration centered in equity and environmental justice.
So as you can see from the slides, the P&A Plus analyzes and maps areas with high population vulnerability as measured by indicators in 4 dimensions. 1 are social barriers, such as concentrations of poverty, people of color, and the elderly. 2 is health vulnerability, such as lower life expectancy and high levels of pollution. 3, transportation barriers, such as limited access to an automobile, to public transit, and a higher number of pedestrian injuries. And 4, environmental vulnerability, such as limited access to parks, lower tree canopy coverage, and more excessive heat days. And on the right, you can see the P&A Plus additionally identifies portions of the Antelope Valley as areas with high population vulnerability. The P&A Plus identifies areas that offer the most environmental benefits and those with the most environmental burdens based on a variety of indicators. The P&A Plus will be LA County's 30 by 30 strategy. The 30 by 30 initiative is a statewide and national movement to conserve at least 30% of lands and waters by 2030 to combat climate change and protect biodiversity. The P&A Plus goes beyond state and federal 30 by 30 initiatives and traditional conservation efforts. While the P&A Plus identifies opportunities to conserve additional natural lands, it also puts the restoration of degraded lands for the first time on equal footing. Also, while rural areas are relatively rich in parkland, they are lacking park access, transit options, climate resilience, and recreation amenities, especially water-based recreation facilities, such as swimming pools and splash pads, as well as trees, shaded seating, play areas, and walking trails. So our next steps, with your support and adoption of the PNA Plus final report as the County of Los Angeles' 30 by 30 plan, the department, in collaboration with the PNA Plus Coalition, many of whom are here today, will initiate an implementation plan. We will also aggressively work at the state, federal, and local levels to incorporate Los Angeles County's PNA Plus 30 by 30 plan into programs, legislation, policies, funding, allocations.
In conclusion, I want to deeply thank the 30 more community-based organizations. This was a monumental effort to bring the entire county together. Our 3 local state conservancies, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the Baldwin Hills Conservancy, the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy, and our First Peoples. Their voice and their collective voice shaped a unified, an awesome, and inspiring PNA Plus and set the course for Los Angeles County's 30 by 30 legacy. I want to thank your board staff, especially the park deputies who worked with us for this past two years to provide invaluable guidance, the committed and equity-driven DPR staff who lived and breathed the PNA Plus for the last 2 years, along with our consultant team, MIG Melissa Erickson. This work and today's action is generational, it's transformational. Thank you, supervisors, for providing the courageous leadership for a greener, healthier, and more resilient Los Angeles County. And thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And my hat goes off to Parks and Rec, but I also want to thank my co-author and very important member, Supervisor Barger, who we know intrinsically that our areas are heavily impacted by some of the mapping that you just illustrated. And I know many of us on the board are going to take to heart that we're going to start addressing these issues in a way that's really going to be transformative. So I want to thank you, Director Norma Garcia, and your very capable staff, and the fact that the community is here, because they have been working with you and all our communities that have been heavily impacted. So I want to thank them, especially. I'm sure we're going to hear from them after. But the basis of this report comes out of the 2016 Parks Needs Assessment that was done that led us to actually put on a ballot a Measure A to create more funding for our parks. And I want to thank former Supervisor Kuehl for her work and our offices working together to see how we could provide equity in parks distribution and really changing the way the county reimagines how we provide assistance to all parts of the County of Los Angeles. And needless to say, we know that many of the places that we represent, many of the supervisors here, we know that one of our first priorities is to provide more access to open space and parks, whether that means conservation, environmental friendly places, but a lot of that has to be shaped by real voices, not just by department heads or policy wonks, but actually by community. And that's exactly what you did. So we carried this out again in this particular arena, which I want to applaud you. So the Parks Needs Assessment, I'm going to use the shorthand, PNA Plus. PNA Plus, so I guess we're going to have buttons, PNA Plus, because people aren't going to get that. They're going to think it's some kind of medication. Well, in a way, maybe it is, because it is going to help transform how we allow for our stressors to be mitigated. And I mean that in a way that people can go out on trails, go swimming, recreate, do it with their families, and go and explore places that the county has as treasures. And you are helping us to outline that. One of the beauties of this, I think, is repurposing and reimagining parts of our districts that should be repurposed. Just like the Puente Hills landfill. Now it's been turned over to you. It's going to be one of the largest parks, an urban park in a setting where people of different backgrounds who have been impacted by the landfill over the last 30 and 40 years will now have some respite. And other people from around the county will be able to enjoy that. I just think it's phenomenal because you're also going to be focusing in on brownfields. And when you show the maps up there, the places that are most heavily impacted, I saw a lot of them in my district. And I know we have Superfund sites. We have several landfills. We have mining pits. Many of us share that. But those places can be repurposed. And we can provide for more conservation as well as restoration. And I think that's really important because when you drive by some of our communities, you see holes. You see areas that are just falling apart and neglected. And those can be repurposed as open spaces for our community because we know our children need it. Many of them don't even have grass at their schoolyards. It's cement. They need to have respite. They need to have places to go. And we all need to go in that direction. So I'm really excited about what this Parks Needs Assessment is going to do. And I'm glad that you all are going to be at the helm to help us make it happen. And I hope this will alleviate the stressors like poverty and like all of the things that we have gone through during the pandemic. I think this really sheds a light on that there is hope and the county is working on it. And we have partners. And believe you me, I think all of us here are going to be knocking on the governor's door to make sure that we bring that funding here to LA County, one of the largest county in the country. And I believe he'll be supportive. But let me just ask you some questions very quickly before I turn it over to my co-author. Director Garcia, can you talk a little bit about the Parks Needs Assessment Study in a little more detail? If you could just give us some high notes here on that.
Sure. The wonderful report is extremely data-driven. I want to share that the 2016 Park Needs Assessment was downloaded over 300 times, 300,000 times. It was used by our community-based organizations to access for the first time their fair share in propositions, statewide propositions. It's been used for state and federal legislation and philanthropy and educational settings. What we are gifting Los Angeles County residents is not just the ability, a roadmap and a visionary document, but it's also the data so that our community-based organizations can partner with us and can advocate for the resources at the community level. So we're very excited about making this data very easily friendly user data available to our community-based organizations.
I think that's going to be invaluable. So our cities and our local CBOs can work collectively to draw down some of this money. But can you talk about what kinds of monies are going to be available beyond just what the state's offering?
So at the state level, I've mentioned that there's $3.7 billion available for climate resiliency. But just in the Wildlife Conservation Board, which really funds traditional conservation, there's up to $1 billion available. Usually Los Angeles County does not get its fair share because we have limited areas for conservation. And I think this is what's so cutting edge about this work, that we're redefining what the framework of traditional conservation to include restoration. So this action today and this plan, the voices of our community will all collectively advocate for resources so that our LA County strategy for our future is both to continue to restore natural lands, but also to look at making the deep investments for restoration in our urban communities and perhaps beyond, as well as make investments in some of our rural and regional areas where they don't have those amenities. So it's really a complete picture that gathers so much data to provide a visionary roadmap for the county, for this department, for the state in regards to its investments in Los Angeles County, and our community-based partners who I just want to say have been phenomenal about their support of this work.
Great. Thank you. Just one last question. I know you did extensive outreach with Native American communities. That's unusual. Can you articulate what that was, how it came about?
Yeah, I can do that, supervisors. The Parks was very intentional about our outreach with Native American communities, and we reached out to over 30 tribes. We conducted focused outreach to stakeholders to better understand the barriers and the potential solutions to access county lands, particularly for spiritual and cultural practices. And so we administered a survey. We worked with Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples. They're an Indigenous-led, community-based organization. They conducted focus groups, and they administered a survey that was designed specifically to gather input from Native American stakeholders. And it led to some of the recommendations that you'll see in the final report.
It's so appropriate for what we're doing today at this board meeting, acknowledging lands that were in the hands of indigenous families and tribes. So I applaud you for that. And as you said earlier, data will be made available to CBOs. So we're not charging, they're gonna get that free. And they'll be able, hopefully, to get maybe technical assistance in a way that I think can help them. I think we always will throw things out there, but then we have to implement it. We have to apply our knowledge and assist our CBOs, and even our cities sometimes, because some cities don't have enough staff to do all this. So where we can help, I would encourage us to do that. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to my co-author, Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Solis. This is something that is truly near and dear to my heart. I want to thank the Department of Parks and Rec for completing the detailed analysis, which builds on the work that was done in the 2016 Parks Need Assessment. I also want to thank the many residents, and I know some are in the audience, community-based organizations, and our town councils who provided input to help shape and inform this study, because it is important for it to be a bottom-up, because those are the people that are going to be directly impacted and benefit from whatever comes. I've always been supportive of parks, open space, trails, and gardens, because I know how important they are to ensure the health and well-being of county residents. So in a way, it is medicine, and it's also mental health. We know that during COVID, we encourage people to get out there into the community and go into our parks, walk, and really take advantage of what we have. And I think that highlighted, I know, Supervisor Solis, areas where we are park poor, where we need to invest more in getting rid of the concrete and providing access for individuals to be able to go and experience the parks. Specifically, the study reveals that while rural areas are rich in open space, they lack amenities, especially swimming pools, Supervisor Hahn, and splash pads, as well as shaded seating, play areas, and walking trails. And I know up in the North County, that has been a continued challenge because it gets very, very hot, and we have splash pads, but we have to balance that with areas where they can actually go and be protected from the sun. On that note, I just have a few questions, Norma, if you wouldn't mind. First question is, does the assessment set any type of broader precedent in terms of applicability under CEQA for current or previously approved entitlements?
Supervisor, the PNA Plus is a visionary and aspirational study that identifies opportunities for conservation and restoration in a very broad perspective at this time. As an inspirational study, the PNA Plus is exempt from CEQA.
Excellent. And the maps included in the assessment appear to provide a very high-level view, which I appreciate, on how the study was developed and how conservation categories were selected. Can you kind of give me a little more detail in terms of the parcel analysis that has yet to be done?
Yeah, we have not conducted a parcel analysis. So this high-level approach incorporated community feedback, and we used existing data sources to identify the potential opportunities for restoration and conservation. So that analysis could come at a later time.
Excellent. And then my last question. I would assume that the opportunities that you're pursuing will be analyzed further, which makes sense. If there are potential opportunities that are either already in developed or have entitlements or have conflicting land uses within the general plan or adopted specific plans, what is your thoughts in terms of what you would do?
Supervisor, that's a great question. The next step for this work is to develop a PNA Plus implementation plan, where at that point we will go down to the property level and do analysis. But if a property has current entitlements or it has an adopted plan, those will supersede the PNA Plus.
Excellent. Thank you, Norma. This report contains valuable information that will help inform and guide our board's decision-making. New local parks are needed in our rural communities, and I am hopeful that this study will help the county to secure grant funding, and I think we'll all be knocking at the state's door, and other resources to create new parks and expand existing parks and rural communities. The PNA Plus also shows how vulnerable numerous communities, especially in the Antelope Valley and Santa Cruz Valley, are when we look at factors such as poverty, life expectancy, transportation barriers, and adverse conditions like excessive heat and the lack of shade. And I know that there are a different set of circumstances in each one of our districts. And so while that's my district, I'm sure that my colleagues would have a similar concern or theme as it relates to factors and areas that make them vulnerable. In closing, I want to note that the county cannot do this work alone. We must continue to coordinate and collaborate with our partners, including our constituents, other public agencies, conservancies, community-based organizations, and the development of community to continue to build on these efforts. And I know Supervisor Horvath, at your swearing in, Fran Pavley was there, and she actually is now part of a conservation. And so we were talking, and she said, how can I help? And I said, well, isn't that interesting? We will be calling on you, and I will tell you all, she is excited to work with us, and it's a great opportunity for us to take advantage of that. And I know I'm excited, and I told her that. I mean, I think if we have an opportunity, especially with open space, to buy it and preserve it, we should take that opportunity every chance we can. So with that, again, thank you for letting me co-author this motion. I'm really excited. Norma, you've got a great team. Thank you all. I know it's a lot of work, but believe me, this is going to benefit generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other colleagues that want to speak on this, so let me just say thank you for this presentation. This is a great report. It gives us tremendous information, and you're right, Supervisor Barger, I think all of us can point to issues of our communities being park poor, right? I certainly know in my district, Southeast LA, some of the cities I inherited from you, Supervisor Solis, are desperate for more park space. Our gateway communities are park poor. And these communities have health and environmental transportation challenges that prevent them from sometimes accessing recreational activities. So the more we can bring to people in their communities, in their neighborhoods, obviously the better. I represent Catalina, which has thousands of acres of unutilized open space. And sometimes we think, oh, open space is the goal, but many of those constituents want to feel like that open space is more easily utilized, more affordable recreation facilities, expanded amenities, even improved signage is important. So just wanted to throw that out. And just, you might have touched on it, but just, could you just again tell the public how the data from this PNA Plus will be taken into account as part of the district's Measure A grant selection process?
That is a great question. As part of Measure A, there were funding and grant categories. And one of the grant categories that will be coming up is acquisition. Another grant category is regional infrastructure investment. So now having the complete PNA Plus, this will help inform intentionally our investments in those grant categories. And what's so wonderful about it, because we can leverage Measure A dollars with state dollars. And many of the projects that we have in many of your districts, we've used Measure A funding as that seed funding. And then this policy framework will really be that opportunity for us to leverage our local funding with state dollars. So this report, this study will help guide the priorities for Measure A.
Thank you for that very much. So with seeing no other supervisors wanting to make remarks, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public that have signed up to speak on this item. Sometime today. Can we call up the members of the public on this item that signed up?
Well, Pat Cochran, Adriana Garcia, Barbara Hensley, Carlos Baltazar, Carlos Delgado, Cindy Gold, Damon Nagami, David McNeil, Diana Molina, Dr. Dickey Holzing, Edgar Trujillo, Eliseo Grimaldo. Am I on the right one? Erica Schwert, Francisco Romero, and Fred Seeley, please come forward and staff will assist you. We will now go to the telephonic speakers. Moderator, may we have the first speaker for this item, please?
Our first participant to speak on agenda item 4, Topher Matthews. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Topher Mathers. I'm Organizing and Policy Specialist at Active San Gabriel Valley. We're calling in to support the motion made by Supervisors Solis and Barger regarding the adoption of Park Needs Plus assessment. I'd like to thank the staff and the board for all the work that has been done. The Parks Need Assessment was a tremendous accomplishment, and the PNA Plus is a continuation and expansion of that historic work. As we all know, in LA County, many of the most environmentally burdened communities are also the most park poor. In the SGV, some of the severely park poor communities include El Monte, Baldwin Park, unincorporated community of Bassett. The restoration of degraded lands is of great importance and a matter of environmental justice in LA County, where numerous underserved communities are plagued with environmental burden. With the board adoption of the transformative PNA Plus, a critical first step will have been made that will ensure LA County will get its fair share of funding. Critically, the PNA Plus aligns LA County with the federal and state 30 by 30 efforts. It will enable DPR and partners to tap into a variety of funding opportunities offered by the federal and state agencies and other grantors. PNA Plus will serve as a national model for park equity. I just wanted to thank you all for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
County Parks needs assessment to prevent and interdict takeovers and public endangerment by transients as per the Desire Pathfinder incident in Roland Heights, which was a disaster, which is facilitated by the negligence of James Yang in the Alhambra office. Trails is padding the books with dead Skyline Trails operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Shauna Ganguly. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Shona Ganguly with the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy strongly supports Park Needs Assessment Plus that will help our region with conservation and to restore degraded lands, to invest in parks and open space in our communities. We worked as part of the Our Parks Coalition to pass Measure A in 2016, along with other state bonds to support this kind of investment. We need to transform brownfields into greenfields for ecosystem and community health. The climate breakdown is already making it clear that the future of human development depends on rethinking our relationship with the natural world. The biodiversity crisis further reinforces the need for urgency. TNC is part of a global effort to preserve the world's remaining wild and near natural habitats with the goal of protecting 30% of the planet by 2030. But it's not enough to simply create more protected areas of land, water, and oceans. We also need to address the root causes of biodiversity loss, especially in LA County that spans urban to rural areas. The variety of life, the communities they form, and habitats in which they live, including us, humans, make up the fabric of life, which is biodiversity. The biggest direct drivers causing the steep decline are massive land use changes, climate change, pollution, resource use and exploitation, and invasive species. Biodiversity underpins everything, every aspect of our planet, but we need to do something, and PNA Plus will do that. To reverse this trend, we must find better ways to manage our footprint and new ways to fund this work. Tackling the interconnected crises of rapid climate change and biodiversity loss over the next decade is a massive undertaking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Claudia Echevarria. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Claudia Echevarria, calling on behalf of Community Health Councils in support of the Parks Needs Assessment Plus. CHC supports the PNA Plus because this plan aligns LA County with federal and state 30 by 30 efforts and enables the Department of Parks and Recreation and partners to tap into a variety of conservation, infrastructure, environmental remediation, park access, and other funding opportunities offered by federal and state agencies and other grantors. And this is a transformational effort that also aligns with the county's desire for equitable practices and policies. The PNA Plus will also help achieve park equity and expand the restoration of degraded lands in LA County, including areas like South Los Angeles that are park poor and disproportionately affected by environmental injustice. Historically, Black, Brown, and low-income communities in LA have a higher risk of developing health conditions as a result of living near manufacturing facilities, active oil wells, and higher levels of pollution. So CHC is committed to partnering around this plan so that communities most impacted by brownfields have an opportunity to repair and better utilize the land in their communities. Again, we support the PNA Plus, and because it's the first step for LA County to acquire its fair share of funding and other resources to expand land conservation and restoration, as well as addressing park and recreation needs in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Joe Edmiston. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair and members, I represent today the Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority, and that's a joint powers entity between the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and our Park and Recreation District partners in Ventura County. I want to especially call out Norma Garcia and her leadership for taking this measure to address some of the criticisms that have been raised that the rural areas were not adequately addressed in the original study. And I think the 5th District and certainly the 3rd District will benefit from this revision and from this plus needs assessment. So I look forward to working with each member of the board and again with you, Norma, as we move into a new era in conservation.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Candace Dickens Russell. You may begin.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Candace Dickens Russell. I am the president and CEO of Friends of the LA River. I am calling to say that SOLAR is in full support of the adoption of the Park Needs Assessment Plus and the proposed incorporation of the 30 by 30 plan. For over 30 years, Friends of the LA River has worked to restore community connection and natural ecology as the single largest unifying force on the LA River, educating and empowering and mobilizing over 50,000 Angelinos to restore habitat and fight for policies that will reclaim our collective right to a healthy, thriving, and equitable Los Angeles River. SOLAR's dedication to equitable community engagement and a more holistic approach to environmental movement, moving away from conservation as usual, is shared by the PNA Plus plan, and we are hoping to restore degraded lands, which often are found in the most environmental burdens, such as poor air quality, hardcore communities, communities of color. Adoption of the PNA Plus is critical to ensure Los Angeles receives the funding and other resources to address the park and recreation needs identified in the PNA Plus, and it provides the opportunity for LA to serve as a national model. SOLAR looks forward to future partnerships, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. It's Eric Previn, and I'm also interested in this item. I think it's a great step forward. But I'm a little bit concerned as we think about the park needs assessment, which is so important, and we are so park poor, that at another item on the agenda, item 44, we're handing out for $71 million, we're giving a 15-year extension on just some of the many golf courses that American Golf manages for the county. And what's upsetting to me is that nowhere does the entire portfolio that they hold of county golf courses, including Long Beach and other places, appear. And what we're doing is we're facilitating a monopoly. And those $71 million looks like, shut up, Mr. Previn, we're not saying no to that. It's over 15 years, Lady Board of Supervisors. This is not appropriate. We have to do, they did an RFP, but it was one of the classic, Matt Kanabe's in there working the Pistons on this one. And this is a gold mine. Google my name, Eric Previn, that's spelled with an E, in the New York Times. And you'll see an article from 2017 or whatever about the last time they did a little heist. And they're very good at what they do, but they're not paying the county enough. We need to be considering that maybe some of these golf courses are not the greenest way to go, Mr. Edmonston and others. We know that we love golf. I love golf. I don't play golf, but I do love it. We need to protect our open spaces and invite the people into them, which is why, you know, at the other meeting, City Council, you've got Edgar Kaladian, who's working with Harvard Westlake to steal
Thank
the
you,
local
Eric.
public golf course in Studio City.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker now.
Our next participant is Chris Wilson. You may begin.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for allowing me to comment on this item. My name is Chris Wilson with the Los Angeles County Business Federation. We appreciate the county's efforts to promote equitable parks and recreational space throughout the county. And although this is a guidance report as mentioned, we are concerned that the plan does present opportunities for opponents to file CEQA lawsuits against approved plans and projects. We appreciate Supervisor Barger's comments on the P&A Plus analysis and further outreach. And so as a result, we are asking for language to be inserted into the report per our letter that we sent yesterday to all supervisors, park staff, and supervisor staff that will avoid costly litigation. Additionally, we would also ask for additional time to review the entirety of the plan, as there has been little to no outreach to industry members or presence on the Technical Advisory Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Albert Acuna Jr. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Albert John Acuna Jr. I'm a member of the Gabrielano Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation. And when you identified us, you misspelled our quiche. It's K-I-Z-H, okay? Just for your information. I'd like to address this question to Norma Garcia. I attended what was called a Land Back Reality conference, open to the public, open for questions. And the person in charge of that, her name was Alina Oakdale, would not let me talk. And so I contacted the office of Norma Garcia. I talked to her secretary. I told her I would like to have an appointment one-on-one with her in reference to her deputy. And at first she said possible meeting, I believe 2 weeks later. I waited and waited and waited. No reply. I sent an email, waited. Finally replied that the secretary was sick. And I waited for a reply and nothing.
Okay, well, thank you.
To me, I'm an elder with.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Your time is up. Norma Garcia, I'm sure your office can figure out how to arrange that. Did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I wanted to speak to that. This was not a county or a department program. This was conducted by a community-based organization, Clock Shop, and the Chief Deputy, Alina Bogday, was asked to facilitate and moderate the session. But I just wanted to mention it was not a county, it was not a department, a sponsored event. It was a community-based organization event, and the Chief Deputy was asked to moderate the panel.
Thank you, but obviously he's an elder in the Quiche tribe, and we would ask that you would just maybe have some communication with him so
Absolutely.
he feels heard. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ruby Rivera. You may begin. Ruby Rivera, your line is open.
Ruby, can you hear us? We might have lost Ruby, but maybe we'll come back and see if she's still on. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Wendy Guerin. You may begin.
Thank you for this privilege of speaking to you about this issue of system-involved youth homelessness. I'm the president and CEO of the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation, and I'm also the chair of the county's Children and Families Commission. And I first want to appreciate the leadership of our brand new supervisor, Ms. Horvath, and of the supervisor who appointed me to the Children's Commission, Supervisor Solis, for their leadership in addressing this.
We're not sure that you're speaking on the Parks Need Assessment report, which is item 4. Is that what you would like to address us on?
Nope.
No.
My apologies. I'm here for items 6 and 7.
No apology necessary, but we'll put you back in the queue and you'll come back when the time is right. But Supervisor Horvath did hear those comments. Okay, next speaker on item 4, please.
Our next participant is Fernando Roldan. Please go ahead.
Actually, if you could put me on queue, I would like to speak on line item 10. So I'm not there yet.
Okay, not there yet. Thank you. Next speaker on item 4.
Lionel Maris, your line is open.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lionel Maris. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here for item 4 on the Parks Needs Assessment Plus. I'd like to say a couple of points. The restoration of degraded lands is of great importance and a matter of environmental justice in Los Angeles County, where numerous underserved communities are plagued with environmental burdens. And specifically, the PNA Plus aligns LA County with federal and state 30 by 30 efforts and enables the DPR and partners to tap in a variety of conservation, infrastructure, environmental, remediation, park access, and other funding opportunities offered by federal and state agencies and other grantors. And speaking from personal experience, I participated in the Nature for All cohort, and I learned through my experience that public lands, public parks are very important and essential for our communities because many of us depend on public lands, parks for exercise, for meditation, for mental health, and to get young children and everyone else to enjoy their parks, to play sports, to hike, to bicycle, and to enjoy nature. And it helps a lot of young people and everyone, adults alike, with their mental health. And it's very essential that we protect our public land.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will now return to in-person speakers.
Good morning, Barbara Hensley here. Good morning, supervisors, and welcome, Supervisor Horvath. I speak on behalf of the almost 40,000 members of the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club. We wholeheartedly support the Parks Needs Assessment Plan Plus. And I attended the meeting of the rollout of the 30 by 30, the plus part of the plan. And I want to say it was one of the most uplifting circumstances that I have been privileged to be present at since the time that I began volunteering with the Sierra Club 6 years ago. The community and your Parks Department are in sync on this plan, and it's was just incredibly uplifting to see it all. And I thank you all for doing an amazing job on it. And I just wanted to tell the supervisors that the Park Department's doing y'all proud. I look forward to working with you all on the implementation of the 30 by 30 plan and more. And in that vein, I really would like to encourage you all to work with smaller parks and open space foundations, not simply the traditional and well-funded ones that promote land conservation in areas of privilege and for people who look like me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Damon Nagami. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC. I also serve on the State Wildlife Conservation Board with Fran Pavley. With my NRDC hat on, I will say I'm in strong support of the PNA Plus report. It builds on the groundbreaking 2016 Parks Needs Assessment This update looks at park needs in rural areas, which is critically important. Also looks at regional needs. What I'm most excited about is that this report identifies the most vulnerable communities. These are communities of color, these are low-income communities, these are communities with high pollution burdens, and recommends targeting parks and open space resources to benefit those communities, to make them more climate resilient, and to meet our 30 by 30 goals on biodiversity and connectivity. It's a revolutionary approach, it's a game changer. And switching to my WCB hat, I'm here in LA. I'm just like Fran. I'm more than willing to meet and help in any way I can. You know how I feel about the report. So congratulations. As with the oil drilling phase out, once again, the county is leading on the environment, equity, and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for providing this opportunity to provide comments on the LA County Parks Needs Assessment Plus. My name is Adriana Garcia, and I am a project manager at the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. We're a nonprofit park equity advocacy organization working to ensure everyone in LA County has equitable access to parks and green space. As part of this work, we have supported the Parks Needs Assessment in 2016 and the Parks Needs Assessment Plus this past year. We strongly encourage you to adopt the PNA Plus because in LA County, many of the most environmentally burdened communities are also park poor. Communities of color account for 84% of the population in priority areas for restoration. For example, those areas with the highest environmental burdens, people of color, account for 74% of LA County's population. Board adoption of the PNA Plus is a critical first step to ensure that LA County gets its fair share of funding and other resources to expand land conservation and restoration and address park and recreation needs identified in the PNA Plus. The PNA Plus will serve as a national model for park equity, and we look forward to partnering on implementation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Erica Schwartz. I'm the program manager and community organizer for SPCC up in the Antelope Valley. And I am very, very excited to have my supervisor, Catherine Barger, to be one of the co-authors of this motion. I also represent a bunch of my colleagues that are here, people in the audience. And this, for us, started in 2016 with a community member in the Antelope Valley by the name of Shirley Harriman, who brought this to our community, and we've been working since to get the word out there. You will hear from the rest of the coalition that is here about the environmental burdens and the restoration and conservation efforts. But I really want to highlight the fact that this report contains the most active participants in the community that I've ever seen. We in the Antelope Valley did more than just get the word out through traditional methods. We went to people's houses, we door knocked, we talked to our families, and we are very happy to be a part of this and will continue to be a part of this. We hope that you really take in consideration the Antelope Valley and you will hear the rest of the county. And so what I brought today is a letter from our executive director, Colleen Mooney, who is gonna, in this letter, and I will give this to her, so that you guys can see the effect that it'll have on us, because we wanted to highlight this as a community well-being, wellness, and health, and how this will help our community. Like I said, you'll hear the rest of the environmental burdens and stuff from everyone else, but I just want to highlight the community aspect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Carlos Delgado, and I'm with SPCC, and I'm a community organizer in the communities of San Fernando and East Los Angeles. And I support this motion, item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Grimaldo. I am the co-director for community organizing. I oversee the, I'm also with SPCC, Strength-Based Community Change. I oversee the communities in LA, and I strongly support this motion. We, as Erica mentioned before, we have been working together with Los Angeles County Parks Needs Assessment since 2016, and we can look forward to continue and supporting in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, esteemed chair and distinguished board members. My name is David McNeil, Executive Officer of the Baldwin Hills Conservancy and the newly formed Urban Watersheds Conservancy for the state of California. I'm grateful to address this wonderful, amazing body with amazing leaders. Today, I'm hoping that you're going to be demonstrating your opportunity to be amazing listeners for the people of California and the County of Los Angeles. As you know, the county has over 9 million people and a scarcity of open space, which is unrivaled by any other jurisdiction. The new watershed, the urban watershed, is primarily in the 2nd District and is comprised mostly of communities of color that deserve a step forward in equity and environmental policy. We recognize the legacy of brownfields throughout LA County, from San Fernando all the way to Baldwin Hills, and they are the past and present working lands that are going to end in this era under your watch. I'm hoping to see the blighted areas and swaths of oil fields, mining and toxic dumping areas in our urban communities restored and rising like a phoenix during your terms here at the County Board of Supervisors. Acquisition, healing, and transformation of these urban landscapes is the future of the county's Parks and Planning and Needs Assessment Plus, and it shows us all the path towards 30% conservation by 2030. Your partners with the state are here. We ask you to support our fellow community members, please, and set this on a course for a better and more healthy and prosperous LA County.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Baltazar, and I am also with SBCC. I support the needs assessment because green spaces also support the dissemination of public information and acts of a healthy lifestyle, which are both important for social equity. I live in the Eastern Antelope Valley, which is 38 miles away from the Hall of Administration, and over here on the other side, green spaces are scarce. So in the name of equity, please vote in favor of the park needs assessment. Our community would appreciate more shade in the summer, accessible open space for healthy lifestyles, and therapeutic views to talk outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and provide public comment, Board of Supervisors. My name is Diana Molina. I'm a community organizer with the Trust for Public Land. We create parks and protect land where they are needed the most so that everyone will have access to the benefits and the joys of the outdoors for generations to come. Very, very in line with what the Park Needs Assessment Plus is also trying to do on top of what was originally done by the Parks Needs Assessment of 2016. I am here to speak in support of the adoption of the Park Needs Assessment Plus. This adoption is critical to ensure that LA County gets its fair share of funding and other resources to expand conservation and restoration, and of course address parks and recreation needs that are identified in this in the Park Needs Assessment Plus. This is vital as we continue to work on equitable access and equitable recreation opportunities, while knowing that 84% of the population living in these identified priority areas for restoration are communities of color. These are also the areas that have the highest environmental burdens. And with that in mind, we all need parks. And the adoption of the Park Needs Assessment Plus will get us a step closer there, get LA County a step closer there. Sorry, my notes are all, but the point is,
yeah, we've lost track of our time too. So if you can just say one last sentence to take it home.
Thank you. So we just urge the Board of Supervisors to fully adopt the Park Needs Assessment.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Executive Officer, I think we need to call some more names.
Thank you.
Grace Katango, Jack Levenberg, Jean Park, Carrie Che, Michelle Frias, Roberto Morales, Rosemarie Sanchez, Sandra Catal, Sharon Musa, Susie De Santiago, Vince Lias, Whitney Hammock, and Yvette Lopez Ledesma. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Okay, so our clock is not working. I've got it on my phone, so, but unfortunately you're not going to be able to see it, but just feel 90 seconds. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you for the privilege of being here. My name is Cindy Gold, and I'm a docent at Placerita Canyon Nature Center, and also a retired teacher and elementary and middle school principal. And I'm here to strongly support the PN A+. This year, I received a grant from the city of Santa Clarita to create a video information center at Placerita Canyon Nature Center so that park visitors could come and see short videos about the birds, the flowers, the trails, learn more, and then go out and actually explore the trails. And so as a volunteer and a docent, I see firsthand how valuable and important it is to have the parks available for all the public. So I strongly endorse this, and I thank you very much for all your efforts in doing this.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Yes, the Honorable Red Chief Hunt. Thank you, Madam Chair. All I can say is don't stop thinking about tomorrow for the kids and everybody else. I think this is a viable step. The clock would start working when I start speaking.
I know, right?
I think this is a viable step for everybody and the kids, the new generation and things like that. Like I said, please don't stop thinking about tomorrow. And thank you, Honorable Chair, for returning the meeting back to the way it's supposed to be. The Honorable Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you, Red Chief Hunt. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Good afternoon, almost, I guess. My name is Pat Coskren. I come to speak to you today as a volunteer docent at Placerita Canyon Nature Center. I'm also a retired special educator in Santa Clarita, a Special Olympics coach, and the father of a young man with autism and developmental delays. Today, I want to thank you for considering the benefits of opportunities offered by rural parks such as Placerita, especially as they apply to our special needs population. I learned this firsthand when I started an educational program called Mr. C's Challengers with a group of my former students. We hiked the wonderful trails of Placerita Canyon every Saturday with themes and lessons on conservation, ecology, native plants, and animals. We discussed and practiced social skills such as teamwork, positive attitude, self-regulation, and persistence. And what a great way to illustrate these concepts as we are helping each other cross streams and navigate steep, uneven terrain without giving up. Watching a squirrel scamper for cover while a red-tailed hawk soars overhead is an irreplaceable lesson in the food web, one they will never forget. I have learned that teaching these differently abled individuals in nature opens learning channels that have been closed and unavailable in the traditional classroom. I want to thank you for considering this motion, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you this morning.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edgar Trujillo. It's an honor to be here with you all, and I am a community navigator with Community Health Councils. But more importantly, I am a member of the Green Meadows community located in Council District 9. The area in which I reside is known as the concrete jungle. A jungle which does not have the ecological value of one. Remediation of our groundwater, preventing erosion, maintaining a perpetual ecological system. Our concrete jungle, rather than replenish and remediate our environment, contaminates and destroys. It increases general pollution in our coasts. By taking away our green spaces, our natural drainage and filters, we have created solutions where polluted waters are directly taken out to sea. The mission to restore our wetlands and ecological reserves is one that will not only benefit our wildlife populations, it will improve the health and quality of life of historically marginalized communities with little or no ecological advocacy. Communities of color account for 84% of the population living in priority areas for restoration, those areas with the highest environmental burdens. People of color account for 74% of the LA County's population. Let's bring environmental justice to Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Fred Seeley, and I am the president of the Placerita Canyon Nature Center Associates. We have about 95 naturalist docents in our organization, and our goal is, of course, to support the park and our community. There's been lots of good reasons said why to to vote for yes, and I think I've heard no opposition. But the thing I would like to tell you is how we see down on the ground the very positive impact from the kids that come to visit us. Before the pandemic, we had about 5,000 kids a year come through our school program, which was a 9 to or 10 to 1 o'clock presentation and hike in the woods. And we had a lot of people from downtown and from other areas, and it was so wonderful because the kids would say, gosh, this is the first time I've ever been on a hike, and this is the first time I've ever been in the woods, and they give you a big hug and say, now I'm not afraid to go in the woods anymore. And so I think there's no reason not to pass this, and we are in full support. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, or morning?
I think it's afternoon.
Okay. My name is Francisco Romero. I'm with Promesa Boyle Heights, but also here on behalf of the Park Equity Alliance. We are a formation of 13 organizations that meet monthly to navigate those waters on turning the tide on park inequities. We're solutions-based, right? We're advocates, we collaborate. And one of the things about the Park Needs Assessment Plus is not only is it powerful data, information, research, you know, they say knowledge is power, right? Information is power. This is being placed into our hands with this wonderful report. But not only in its content as far as its form, but in the process. Getting to this Park Needs Assessment Plus was really about informing, consulting, collaborating, and reaching out and deferring to the community-based organizations that are on the ground, on the front lines, living in, for example, in Boyle Heights, half an acre per every 1,000, right? Where we know that's unhealthy. So I like this roadmap analogy, and I'll end by saying that this Park Needs Assessment Plus is really bringing us down to like GIS level, 3.0, 3D. And I think it's gonna really help us get to the next level for park equity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Grace Katanko with Prevention Institute, and like many others here in this room, this work started for me back in 2016 when I was organizing with a group of youth from Supervisor District 2 in support of Measure A and the original Park Needs Assessment, and then again in 2019 in support of the equity set-asides for the implementation of Measure A. And I'm back again to ask for your support for PNA Plus to continue to ensure that our high-need communities continue to get those resources that they really need. And one of the things that I'll just quickly highlight about the PNA Plus that is really important is a lot of times when we talk about conservation, critical part that's missing is people. And the PNA Plus focuses on restoration of degraded lands in vulnerable communities and really centers people, and that's very important. And I'll close by bringing it back full circle to the powerful land acknowledgement that you all said at the beginning. You know, you all talked about the oppressive acts of stealing of land and the racial and discriminatory practices of the past. The PNA Plus is a step towards reversing all of that, and it's critically needed, and I hope you all support that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sandra Cattell, and I'm a Placerita Canyon Nature Center docent naturalist. I'm also on the County Nature Center Board. I'm also a Sierra Club leader and the chair of the Santa Clarita Group, which currently includes the Antelope Valley and its special rural desert issues. Our existing parks are crowded. How can I put it? We are loving our parks to death is probably the easiest way of saying it. So I want to say that I strongly support the Parks Needs Assessment. And I appreciate that this board has a very strong environmental position. We need these resources for our existing parks, but we also need to address the additional park needs throughout the county. This plan puts us in alignment with the state 30 by 30 efforts and will promote equity, justice, and accessibility for all constituents. And a nice aside, it will provide biodiversity opportunities for our flora and fauna friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jack Levenberg. I'm past president of the Nature Center Associates of Los Angeles County, past vice president of the Placerita Canyon Nature Center, and current board member. And I'm speaking today to tell you about what it means to the parks. On the weekends, I spend my time with showing a great horned owl. Her name is Sierra. And we see the people crowding into the park. I mean, there are so many people now, and the trails are getting impacted. We need more trails. The people are so happy now. Families are together and enjoying the parks. So I strongly support the motion, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Michelle Frias, and I'm with SBCC Strength-Based Community Change. I'm a community organizer, but I've been an educator for over 17 years. During the pandemic, I've noticed with I'm not gonna put anybody else as an example, but my own family. I have a son that has ADHD, and I have a 3-year-old that he stays at home because other personal reasons that we cannot afford any childcare, but the moment that they go out to these parks is very crucial for them. Well, I know as an educator that mental stability is very important for them. Also physical. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment and I don't have no green areas. They actually have signs where they cannot go out and play. So what do? I take my children out to these parks, to a variety of different parks where they can gain different things like water splashes, swimming pools. I go to different areas all over the LA County and also for them to explore a variety of different parks. So I just wanted to say that I believe that everybody deserves an equal opportunity to be able to enjoy these green areas, that it's really needed. Also to be able to help the environment. The more green areas you have, the more oxygen, the more, mental health that even as parents going there, it's a mental relief for us as well. So I just wanted to say to please take this in consideration, and I support the PNA+.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Vince Leus. I'm a resident of the 1st District in Lincoln Heights, and I'm here representing Prevention Institute. The neighborhood that I live right where the 110 meets the 5 freeway and where the Arroyo Seco meets the LA River, and I experience every day the simultaneous benefit of living next to the river and getting to enjoy the bike path and also the environmental harm caused by living right next to 2 freeways. Having that experience, I understand how important the PNA Plus is as a step towards creating more green spaces and parks and for promoting land conservation and restoration so that all people can live their full, healthy and potential. Prevention Institute would like to congratulate the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Board of Supervisors for their leadership in park equity and for creating structures like the PNA Plus to reverse historic policies and practices that created race-based inequities. The board adoption of this PNA Plus is a critical step in ensuring all LA County residents, regardless of age, gender, or race, income level, can enjoy the healing and restorative benefits of the outdoors. So Prevention Institute respectfully requests your adoption and approval of the PNA Plus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rosemary Sanchez. I'm a retired healthcare worker in mental health, and I am a docent at Placerita Nature Center. I lead bird walks there, and I've been doing it since 2006. And I invite all of you to come and join me in my bird walks. And it's on the first and the second Saturday of every month at 8 o'clock. We meet at the front of the building there. And like everyone who comes to the bird walks, they are amazed at the beautiful birds we have there. We have birds that migrate from other areas. We have residential birds that are there all the time. And it opens everybody's mind to these beautiful creatures, these little dinosaurs. And they're not just there at the park, but they are all over. They're at your house, they're at your place of work. And all of a sudden I have people coming and they say, guess what I saw where I live? And they'll name off a bird and that they've never seen before. And then we sometimes will say, okay, those birds are just migrating here right now. And by the way, right now we've got robins that are coming through. And we have cedar waxwings that are coming through that are not here all the time. We have Canada geese that are migrating south. We have beautiful birds that you're just going to be enthralled with. And anyways, please do come and join our bird walks. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Whitney Hammock. I'm a community navigator for Community Health Councils, but most importantly, I'm a community member and also a parent. Aside from the environmental importance of parks, for some children in the community, parks is the only access they may have to free outside play and fun. Parks and recreation is the reason my son has been able to participate in team sports like soccer, basketball, baseball. The parks also bring things in the community that maybe some children may not be able to get outside of their communities. For example, concerts, carnivals, parks after dark, winter wonderland festivals, book fairs, pools and splash pads, events for every holiday, giveaways, and so much more. Parents also benefit from parks in its recreational activities. Examples, cooking classes, Zumba workouts, art classes, yoga, walking trails, and workout equipment, which I've also benefited and used all of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Kerry Chai. I'm a resident of Long Beach, which is represented by 4th District. I'm a NACA member, Neighborhood Action Council member, affiliated with SBCC, Strength-Based Community Change, and a group called Roots of Unity. I support agenda item number 4, Parks Needs Assessment Plus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Susie de Santiago, and I live in Carajé. I'm a member of I Heart Sela, a community-based group. I'm here to support item number 4, the Parks Needs Assessment Plus. The Sela community has been historically underrepresented, underserved, and lacking resources. Our community is densely populated and does not meet the needs of green space demand, as demonstrated in your assessment. We are ranked in very high need of park in the assessment as well. So all of our parks are in major needs of upgrades. The playground equipment is broken and unsafe for children to play. The baseball fields need to be restored from the ground up. There are potholes on the ground, fence and benches that need to be replaced. We need programs for our children and families. We need a swimming pool or splash pad in our community. So I'm also the president of Carajé Youth Foundation, and I want to take this opportunity to ask Supervisor Hahn and the entire Board of Supervisors to for your support in acquiring a vacant property that is located directly across from Lugo Park for the purpose of adding more park space or green space in our city of Carajé, because it's something that is greatly needed and something that you mentioned as well. So I urge you to approve and adopt item number 4 and put into action immediately. Our community has waited long enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I could see Norma is taking notes. I'm taking notes since I now represent Carajé. And thank you for being an advocate, and your suggestions are great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Morales. I'm the current chair of the Nature for All Coalition and senior organizing rep for the Sierra Club's National Office. I'm submitting my comment today on behalf of the Nature for All Coalition. Nature for All Coalition has been working for almost 10 years to create greater and equal access to nature, protect our last remaining open spaces, and connect all Angelinos, especially low-income communities of color, to our public lands and to nearby open space, especially to the San Gabriel Mountains, which account of more than 2/3 of LA's open space. In LA County, people of color account for 74% of all of LA County's population. LA County is also one of the most park-poor and densely populated, polluted areas in the nation. So parks and public lands serve an essential role in preserving natural resources and wildlife habitats, protecting clean water and clean air, and providing access to nature and essential connections for people of all ages and abilities to the life-enhancing benefits of nature and the outdoors. We would like to thank the supervisors, Solis and Barger, for their leadership on this issue and ask the board to approve the motion to make PNA Plus our local 30 by 30 plan. As the Earth faces global extinction crisis never before witnessed by humankind, with scientists predicting more than 1 million species are in extreme danger of extinction in the coming decades, the board adoption of the PNA is a critical first step to ensure that LA County gets its fair share of funding and other resources to expand land conservation and restoration and address park inequity. So we urge you to actively support the current legislation also that's happening in Congress and state legislation. And we do thank you for all of your support on that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sharon Musa. I'm here today in my capacity as a representative of the 2nd District on the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors Beach Commission, a member of the California Natural Resource Agency's 30 by 30 Partnership Coordinating Committee, a local programming manager for the Wilderness Society, and a lifelong resident of Los Angeles County. I believe that it's critical that the LA County Board of Supervisors adopt the updated 2022 Park Needs Assessment Plus. In this updated report, LA County Parks and Rec Department has highlighted the need and importance of investments that correct historical wrongs that led to a dearth of investment in public amenities for many communities of color and low-income communities. And by expanding existing ideas of conservation to include restoration of degraded lands that have faced the heaviest burdens of environmental threats in the forms of hazardous waste, poor air quality, pollution to air, land, and groundwater, as well as the overpresence of factories, production sites, and oil wells and brownfields, as many have already brought up. There is an immense benefit to the environment of restoring these lands that have a huge biodiversity potential. In fact, LA County is home to some of the most uniquely biodiverse environments in the world, and there is an immense benefit to the communities living in these areas as well. Many of these communities need to seek better green spaces, as many have already brought up, and it allows us as LA County to also be a model internationally, nationally, and across the state for what equity can look like in park spaces.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jean Park. I'm a program coordinator at a local community health and environmental justice organization called API Forward Movement. I grew up in Koreatown, Los Angeles, a dense neighborhood that lacks parks and green space and faces other environmental burdens, like many other areas in the county, which is why I'm here today to share my support for the board to move forward with the PNA Plus as the county's 30 by 30 plan. And as someone who's been involved with the PNA Plus process with the Parks Department, MIG, through my time with my community-based organization, it has also expanded my personal understanding of conservation and restoration. And as mentioned earlier, there's been a focus highlighting various intersecting social barriers, transportation needs, as well as other health and environmental vulnerability dimensions that often go overlooked when looking at our community and environmental health overall. So I'm really glad that this was also incorporated in the PNA Plus. Like my colleagues and other coalition members have mentioned, board adoption of the PNA Plus is that critical first step to ensure that the county can receive the appropriate funding and resources. I also wanted to highlight our experiences as a CBO, working with the Parks Department on the Parks Needs Assessment, their commitment to engage with organizations, community, and tribal groups throughout the process and to provide inclusive language accessibility, especially for the lesser common languages such as Pacific Islander languages, hearing from real community voices, as Supervisor Solis mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, honorable supervisors, and welcome Supervisor Horvath. I am your constituent out in Arleta, so good to meet you. My name is Yvette Lopez Ledesma, and I'm a member of the Park Equity Alliance, and I also work for the Wilderness Society as the Director of Community-Led Conservation. It's a pleasure to be back here in person with you all today and support the motion from Supervisor Solis and Barger related to the Park Needs Assessment Plus. I commend the supervisors and Park Department staff and team for their thoughtful update of the Park Needs Assessment. I'm heartened by the inclusion of the need to restore lands that have been degraded. Caring for the land should come first with any plan that seeks to increase the footprint of the built environment. The restoration of degraded lands is of great importance in a matter of environmental justice in LA County, where under-resourced communities are impacted cumulatively. Also, the uplifting of mobility barriers to accessing parks and open space is also greatly appreciated. While we do find ourselves in a car-centric environment, transit-reliant populations in our region, both urban and rural, should be able to access parks using public transit providers. Lastly, I come here to urge all of us in this room who love conservation to not commit mistakes of the past. Our organization recognizes the policy and political mistakes of the past. Decision makers had a moment back in the 60s to bring Civil Rights and the Wilderness Act together, and they didn't. And our organization now works on mitigating and tending to those impacts and preventing further inequalities. Our presence here before this board has been witness to how park equity and conservation should be a part of the same vision and conversation. We cannot conserve 30% of LA's lands if we don't center equity and equitable access to park amenities in our collective decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Supervisor Mitchell, you had a follow-up question?
Thank you. I think that we're at the end of public comment. And if I may, Madam Chair, just ask the Parks Department, I am fully supportive of today's motion. Thank you to our colleagues for holding it. And I'm clear today's action allows us to adopt the plan. The second item under our whereas, I just wanted to get clear, kind of really in your mind, what the next steps are. So we adopted today, and the next steps are?
Supervisor, there's several next steps. One, there was so much support from the community that there will be a coalition to support LA's 30 by 30 plan. This coalition, we're currently seeking philanthropic funding to support so that the advocates and community-based organizations continue to be at the table and leading this work and helping us in leading the implementation plan. So one, there's going to be an advocacy point to really help influence the state's 30 by 30 and the national 30 by 30. And then a parallel track to also look at an implementation plan. So the implementation plan will then go into specifics. I think this is the piece you today are setting the framework, the vision, and the approach. And now we're going to look at those parcels that are available for conservation, but also those parcels and those pieces of land that are available for restoration, and developing those strategies, which will entail local, state, and even some federal support.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was a good follow-up question. Thank you for that. And thank you to all the community members that came and took your time to speak to us. There's clearly a lot of community support for this. And thank you to the leadership of Supervisor Solis and Barger for bringing this before us today. And hearing no other comments, item 4 will now be before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 4 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, absolutely.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
An enthusiastic yes.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Enthusiastically, absolutely, aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you. And if some of you who were only here on this item, if you're going to, you're welcome to stay. But if you leave, just make sure you do so in as quiet manner as possible, so we can continue the meeting. Now, colleagues, we're going to move on to item 6, which is Transitional Housing Program Plus. We have another plus to look at. Expansion of housing for youth formerly in foster care. And we're taking up item 7 as well, Transitional Housing Round 4, Housing Navigation and Maintenance Program Round 1, which were held by Supervisor Solis. And for members of the public on the telephone, Now press 10 to comment. Supervisor Solis, would you like to make some remarks?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for allowing us to bring forward these two motions. And I want to thank our newly minted Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, for joining me on these items as co-author. As I've said before, youth homelessness does not always receive the attention it really deserves. This may be because youth homelessness often is not as visible to us. They live in cars, they couch surf, or bounce from precarious situations. And so often they have recently exited our foster care system, which many of us are well aware of. And one of the greatest feeders of homelessness happens to be the fact that once they're in our care and they leave us, many end up on the streets because there is no semblance or continuation of service. But those aren't valid excuses, in my opinion. In fact, these are the very reasons that make youth homelessness solvable. I think we can solve this. And that's why I have brought several motions before the board to address this problem head on. We need to invest all our county resources at our disposal to ensure that these youth have stability. It's a crime to see many of them on our streets right now, living outside of shelter, living with hopelessness, not envisioning a future, and many who suffer because perhaps they had disputes with their families because of their gender identity, LGBTQ+. We know that. These are all facts. But we have to help stabilize this population. And it comes with helping us get them the assistance that they need: finances, food, mental health, and housing. Some of us, and Supervisor Hahn, you know this well, even creating housing for community college students who are homeless and doing the right thing. Many who have left foster care who are trying to get their act together, but we need to do more. That's why I'm opening also, I just want to share with the audience, 2 dedicated youth home key sites in our county. One is in Boyle Heights and another one in East Hollywood. Let's build them out throughout the county. In fact, back in 2018, this board increased the Transitional Housing Program Plus program from just 82 beds to 166 beds. But we need to do more than that. This is a crucial housing program for our youth, ages 18 through 25. It's time for us to act now. These motions, and I know DCFS will be able to help us create additional 280 beds. 280 beds. With over $10 million, we can anticipate receiving from the state of California. And yes, this motion will allow the county to have 446 beds total for this program. So let's keep moving in the right direction and get our fierce friends in Sacramento to continue to help us. Importantly, the additional funds from the state will also allow DCFS to develop supplemental housing rates for this program, because as you and I know, one size doesn't fit all. We have different prices and costs around this county, and we know that very well. So we ought to be able to keep up with that. And that's something that all of us should be aware of, and we need to provide our providers with that additional incentive so that they can continue to care for these worthy young people, and we can dedicate housing to them exclusively. It's one thing to create housing and not to have the services and support to accompany it. That's where we fail, and we're supposed to be the safety net. Thankfully, due to the advocacy of the John Burton Advocates for Youth, there is now ongoing funding in the state budget to provide housing navigation and supportive services to our youth, of which we stand to receive about $4 million this year to serve 300 youth. Amazing. I'm incredibly optimistic that this board's ability to resolve youth homelessness is before us. Foundations like Parsons, Weingart, Cedar Sinai, Specialty, and so many other partners are coming together with our offices to implement innovation, solutions for youth housing, leveraging public-private partnerships, and I know that our Youth Commission is equally committed to this matter. So it is crucial that we have that partnership continue to grow. With this alignment, we can and we will do better by our youth. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I'll turn it over to my co-author.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Solis, thank you for inviting me to co-author these items with you on these very important motions. I'm glad that my first remarks here as a supervisor will highlight a critical issue for vulnerable population, housing for our young people who have exited foster care. Supervisor Solis, you have led the effort to draw down state funds for critical housing programs for youth ages 18 to 25 years old who have left foster care. I want to thank you for actively pursuing the cascading rounds of funding from the state, and I know this board and the Department of Children and Family Services are grateful for your efforts. I feel strongly we must continue to support our foster youth after they exit care, and we must continue to make housing, education, and employment opportunities available to them. As we know, homelessness, even when invisible to the public, among this population is real and pervasive, as we have particularly seen in Hollywood and our surrounding neighborhoods. Today's motions will keep us on course to fulfill our promise to house our former foster youth who need and deserve our support in our communities. Thank you again for allowing me to join you, and I look forward to partnering with you on this ongoing challenge.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to comment?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you, Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing these motions forward and holding them for a couple of reasons. When I think back to when Mayor-elect Bass introduced AB 12, that really expanded the age of foster care and created a whole different way of thinking about how we should support TAY, transitional age youth, and acknowledging that this population in particular needs ongoing support, particularly once we realized as a county and state that we had children aging out of our foster care system, which suggests that they didn't have a family that they could reunite with and provide ongoing support. So I appreciate this motion. I really appreciate the fact that you're increasing the monthly rate. Sometimes I think we set policies and they kind of get stuck in stone and they don't acknowledge inflation and the cost of doing business has gone up. So to increase the rate will allow us to continue to make sure that this very vulnerable population has the resources they need. I am glad, thrilled that the John Burton Foundation, who has historically done amazing work around foster care policy at the state level, got that permanent funding source, because we've really got to continue to grow and augment the kinds of services that we're providing the youth, particularly those who are parenting and pregnant, to make sure that they've got all the wraparound services they need to be the best possible parents they can be. So thank you very much, and I eagerly will be supporting your motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
So I'll be short. I just want to thank Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Horvath for this motion. I mean, I know that in order to get the grant, we have to have a resolution of support, and I know that all of us are committed, because if you look at the number of youth on the street that are former foster youth, it's obvious to me that we need to do more. And these are really de facto our children. By no fault of their own, are they in our system. And while we have extended the amount of time that will provide support for those that are aging out of our system, many of them don't want that help. But if we can provide them with housing and an opportunity to either go stay in school, community college, and or get a job and save their money, that is one step closer to making sure that these children don't end up on the street. So I am 100% in support of this. I'm so grateful that we're bringing this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for your leadership, Supervisor Solis, on this. It's great to see Supervisor Horvath co-authoring this. But yeah, this is a population I think a lot of people really don't focus on and don't really understand that terminology of aging out or transitional, that they can no longer be supported with their foster family. The age used to be 18, which was really young. Now it's a few years older, but this is a very tough population. I mean, I even, so many young people who are in a stable family who can't make it on their own. at that age have no way to make it on their own. Times are much more difficult for our young people. It's more difficult to find jobs. So that the thought that they are sort of being kicked out and then asked to fend for themselves is really unconscionable. So really appreciate this. I was also thinking about Karen Bass. I mean, I think we're going to have a great partner in the new mayor of Los Angeles because she has always been, Miss Foster Youth. When we were in Congress, Karen brought to Congress Foster Youth Shadow Day, and she got as many of us Congress members who would agree to it to have a foster youth shadow us for the day. And you learn a lot about what their challenges are, and you learn a lot about what their lives are like. So Karen is going to be a great partner for us on this. We just opened in Whittier an apartment complex for young people from ages of 18 to 24, single room apartments. They're great, and we had enough great nonprofits working with us so that each young person has in their own apartment, their bedroom, their living room, a kitchen that was completely, given all the appliances and utilities that they would need to sustain themselves, plus wraparound services. So thank you for bringing this. This is a population that we just cannot forget, and everything we do, we must try to support them. So thank you for that. And I understand we do have some speakers that would like to speak to us before we take a vote on this item.
For members of the public calling in, if you have not already done so, to address the board on items 6 and 7, promptly press 1 then 0 at this time. You may only address the board on items 6 and 7. Will Red Chief Hunt please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Sarah Menamalethu. You may begin.
Good morning or afternoon. I'm Sarah Manimalet. I'm the Senior Policy Attorney for the Alliance for Children's Rights, and I'll be speaking in support of Agenda Items 6 and 7. The Alliance for Children's Rights protects the rights of impoverished, abused, and neglected children and youth by providing free legal services, advocacy, and programs that create pathways to jobs and education. Young people commonly experience changes in housing as they transition to adulthood, but young people aging out of foster care often don't have the support of family members or other adults to help them navigate the challenges inherent in securing housing in LA County. As a result, many young people aging out of foster care experience homelessness. When young people exit foster care, they often face significant challenges in accessing the supportive services and housing resources that they need to thrive. The THP Plus program has proved to be a pivotal resource for participants who benefit from a program design grounded in the key principles of age appropriateness and a strong emphasis on supportive services. In LA County, however, many eligible former foster youth who require supportive housing are not able to access it due to a lack of capacity. We would like to thank the board, and particularly Supervisors Solis and Horvath, for introducing these timely motions, directing the acceptance and implementation of LA County's Round 4 funding THP funding allocation and Round 1 Housing Navigation and Maintenance Program allocation to increase the overall availability and accessibility of housing for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jerry Javier. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Jerry Javier, and I'm with John Byrne Advocates for Youth. I'm calling to speak in support of items 6 and 7. We would like to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath and express support for their motions to accept funding for 3 important programs. First is the state THP Plus Housing Supplement Program, which provides funding for counties to increase the monthly rate paid to providers operating the THP Plus program, which provides supportive housing to former foster youth. Increasing these rates is a necessity in LA, where the cost of renting an apartment has increased 54% in the last 10 years. During that same time period, the monthly paid rate for the program has not seen any increase due to scarce resources and great demand. Second is the state's transitional housing program, which provides much-needed funding to expand LA County's THP Plus program for the former foster youth. And third is the state's housing navigation and maintenance program, which in LA provides critical support to transitioning and former foster youth with housing vouchers. LA is home to 1 in 3 of the state's non-minor dependents, yet has historically been vastly under-resourced in terms of housing programs for youth once they transition out of care. This new expanded funding will allow the county to increase their paid monthly THP Plus rate by at least 30% to more than double the number of youth in transitional housing and to nearly triple the number of youth provided housing navigation and
Thank you very
support
much.
to turn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is MJ King. You may begin.
Good morning. No, good afternoon now. I'm a resident of District 1. My name is MJ King. And first, I'd like to welcome District 3 Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. We look forward to your service uplifting LA County's Care First vision. On item 6, I'm in support. It sounds like you all understand the need for housing for youth in foster care is urgent. Those aging out are expected to become independent adults overnight, forced to find ways to survive and secure stable housing without support. It's an abrupt and near impossible transition, which is why foster care youth are disproportionately affected by houselessness and incarceration. The stats are glaring. 1 in 4 youth leaving foster care will be involved in the criminal legal system within 2 years of leaving care. Foster care disproportionately affects youth of color, particularly Black youth. Compound that with already disproportionate rates of school discipline, suspension, and expulsion, they're at an even higher risk of entering the justice system. Providing youth with access to secure housing as they transition out of foster care will set them up for success in every other area. Housing is the foundation upon which gainful employment, schooling, and health become possible. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Thank you. This measure, as many others on the agenda, simply does not have the funding necessary to accomplish the mission in a timely manner, as you have structural deficits and import poverty due to the sanctuary status into the state, which leads the nation in poverty. Congratulations. Great job. And talk about you talk about obscene and unconscionable. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. I was getting a little bit distracted there because this is a great system, but it does call for a lot of things going on at once. The affordable places for people who are in transitional age youth is so important. And, I was a little bit confused. I know we're getting state money so that we can make this happen and that we're aiming for 446 beds. But, I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping that we can find a system that is, addresses the concern. And, DCFS is really, we need to kind of recalibrate, I think, there. It's like when people talk about why are the kids failing in high school, let's go back to the kindergarten, make sure everybody gets early education. It's kind of the same thing. In DCFS, no disrespect to the attorneys working on this, dragging families into court is just a bad strategy. No, we don't want any kind of abusive conduct, but we have better methods in a modern era where we're not clinging to this giant destructive machine. So hopefully together we can find a way to do that rather than just bulk up on more attorneys to drag people in and help them out. But thank you for reaching in the direction of doing something sane, which is to make it easier for kids when they come off foster care and land in the world. It's hard regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Stephanie Bunker. You may begin.
Yeah, I think investing in transitional housing for foster youth is important to me because I personally have housed former foster youth. Many foster youth experience homelessness or housing insecurity as soon as they turn 18. Many feel abandoned and have no place to turn. We must provide housing and support services that will help develop the skills necessary to become independent, thriving adults. Many end up in low-wage jobs and cannot afford housing in LA County. Mental health outpatient resources is also a crucial need for many low-wage workers. Therefore, I support items 6 through 9.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas. You may begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anthony Arenas. I am a lifelong resident of District 3, so Supervisor Horvath, I'm looking forward to see how you push forward this Care First vision for the county. I just wanted to also make a quick comment that I feel like this new format has its ups and downs. The downside is that folks who have families or work can't stay on the call all day. And so I'd love to have some alternative for people who can't stay on the call until their agenda item is presented. For agenda item 6, I'm speaking in support. Accepting state THP plus funding will provide youth with one of the most basic services necessary to survive: shelter. Access to a safe and stable place to live will create a domino effect of positive outcomes, from education to employment to physical and mental health. Without housing, finding a job or pursuing education becomes almost impossible, and physical and mental health deteriorate. Providing youth with access to secure housing as they transition out of foster care will set them up for success in every other area. Housing is the foundation upon which gainful employment, schooling, and health become possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're right, this does have some ups and downs, but the public is also invited if you to submit your comments in writing, and the executive office will make sure that each of the supervisors can read your comments that way if that is more convenient for you. So kind of 3 ways to talk to us: in person, on the phone, or go ahead and submit your comments. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Wendy Guerin. You may begin.
I'm happy to be here a second time today. This time, I think, to again congratulate Ms. Horvath and let you know that I'm here representing the Ralph M. Parsons Foundation, and I want to call out your leadership in addressing really what we see as a foster care to homelessness pipeline. You know, we're all so concerned about the burgeoning homelessness on our streets, and yet we're not addressing what some talk about as the problem of the river. You know, the issue of throwing kids into the river in the headwaters and wondering why we're fishing so many out at the mouth of the river. We know that something like 35% of the homeless, adult homeless, have experienced foster care. And if we really want to get serious about our homeless crisis, this focus on system-engaged youth, particularly foster kids, but also those who have been in juvenile justice, standing by them to help them find their way into adulthood. So I'm here as part of the private sector, holding up with awe the actions of both Sacramento and our county to step up to this problem. And I think in this time of Christmas, you're showing us hope that we can do better. Better on the broader homeless problem, but I think we'll do that by focusing on this youth population that is so at risk. So it's a privilege. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Okay, now we're going to return to in-person comments. Chief Red Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too got a phone call from a youth regarding this issue. She was in foster care, and she told me she had 2 foster parents, and she was a black child. What do I do? I'm going to be 18 in December. Do I leave the home? The Red Chief Hunt administration said, no, you don't leave the home. You finish graduating, and then you leave the home. But I'm in support of these programs as well, because we need to start with our youth. I don't need 68,000 homeless people plus 1 more youth. I need less than 24,000 homeless people in the county versus 24,000 people in 1. So I'm in support of it. Let's try and do a better job with our youth and things like that and set an example as far as this is concerned. But Youth is very important. Let's start here. We can always improve the system, but we have a start. The Red Chief Hunt from the Red Chief Hunt Administration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Next speaker, please.
So we're talking about funding and allocations to provide housing for those less fortunate people. One time, I believe I was in that situation, and I pushed and advocated to prevent this crisis, this homeless crisis, this genocide of humanity that all of you go blind to when you walk by them on the sidewalks and streets, when you drive by them at the freeway off-ramps, when you see them squatting in your parks and sidewalks, because none of you have any sensitivity to reality that the world, our society, has failed all of you. They failed you because I'm saying so. Just like the officer in the brown suit up there, for the record, discriminated against me by not allowing me to enter through a ramp with my cane or my service dog. That makes you a racist and a bigotry.
All right, please stay, Herman, let's stay on this item. This is about transitional housing
and
for
so with
foster youth.
transitional housing for the last 10 years, if you haven't seen any growth, ask Hilda Solis about El Monte. 340 new homes going to be built with no elevators. That kind of reminds me of Seabreeze, for the record. We need to build transition housing for everyone, whether you're a senior or disabled. Otherwise, it's a discrimination issue here, and I plan to open it up and find out why.
Thank you. Thank you
Where
very
do I
much.
submit my records to the comment?
Yes, where should he submit his, yeah, very good. Thank you very much. And I believe we have another speaker on the phone.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Our next participant is Alero Egby. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lara Egbe, and I am with Public Counsel, and I'm in support of items 6 and 7. Public Counsel would first like to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for and express support for their motions to accept funding for these 3 important programs. The first program is the state's THP Plus Housing Supplement Program, which provides funding for counties to increase the monthly rate paid to providers operating the THP Plus program. The THP Plus program provides supportive housing to former foster youth. Increasing these rates is a necessity in LA, where the cost of renting an apartment has increased by 54% in the last 2 years. During that same time period, the monthly paid rate for the program has seen no increase due to scarce resources and great demand. The second program is the Transitional Housing Program, which provides much-needed funding to expand the county's THP Plus program for former foster youth. And the third program is the Housing Navigation Maintenance Program, which in LA provides critical support to transitioning and former foster youth with housing vouchers. LA is home to 1 in 3 of our state's non-minor dependents. It has historically been vastly under-resourced in terms of housing programs for youth once they transition out of care. This new expanded funding will allow the county to increase their paid monthly THP Plus rate by at least 30%. That will more than double the amount of youth in transitional housing, and it will nearly triple the number of youth provided housing navigation and support to turn their housing voucher into actual housing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's the end of our public comments for this item. So colleagues, item 6 as revised is before us, and then we'll take item 7 separately. So moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 6 as revised is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we're going to have, we'll vote on item 7 as revised. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 7 as revised is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, colleagues, we'll now move to item 14, mentorship for at-risk Black girls in Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, press 1, then 0 now if you want to comment on item 14. Supervisor Mitchell, would you like to start us off with some comments?
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would like to do so very much. I know that our board and county departments have been very supportive of using mentorship as an early intervention for at-risk youth populations. And I want to acknowledge that Supervisors Barger and Hahn, Madam Chair, helped launch a youth mentorship program for at-risk youth in the Antelope Valley. Since then, our office, too, has been proactive in developing a similar program to uplift and serve the experiences of at-risk Black youth with the passage of a mentorship program May of 2021, centering on Black boys, known as the Fostering Resiliency Project. These programs work. It's only fitting that a similar program be developed that speaks to the unique experiences of Black girls. The motion mentions several compelling statistics that underscore the need for this program for Black girls in LA County. The Institute for Women's Policy Research reports that Black girls make up 1/3 of school referrals to law enforcement and over 40% of arrests from a school incident. Collectively, prison pipeline systems set Black girls up to be the fastest growing demographic in our nation's prison population. There was a report issued back in 2017 that really informed a number of the policies I brought forward in the state legislature. It was done by the Georgetown Law School, and the title of the report was Girlhood Interrupted. Georgetown Law has since updated some of the statistics and data. They did focus groups on that 2017 original report, but you know, the original report was always so painful for me. And I'll quote from the report. It says that our research focused on adult attitudes and found that adults think Black girls as young as 5 need less protection and less nurturing than their white peers. The current report, entitled Listening to Black Women and Girls, Lived Experiences of Adultification, continue to validate those previous findings. These findings include things such as Black girls routinely experience adultification bias. Adultification is linked to harsher treatment and higher standards for Black girls in school. Negative stereotypes of Black women as angry, aggressive, and hypersexualized are projected onto Black girls as young as 5. Adults attempt to change Black girls' behavior to be more passive. Adultification bias can lead educators and other authorities to treat Black girls in developmentally inappropriate ways. For all those reasons, in looking at those national studies, that the trend doesn't seem to be changing in terms of the public's attitude about Black girls, we thought it was important to bring this project. Also, right here in LA County, Black girls go missing or are killed at tragically high rates. When we reach adulthood, they face high levels of stress that lead to worse health outcomes, worse birth outcomes for themselves and the infant. So it's important, again, that our county ensures that Black girls are seen, not only in the wake of tragedy, but throughout our lives. So this rather modest motion will create a pathway for Black girls to find mentorship and community. It will say, I see you, I see who you are, I'm gonna treat you in a developmentally appropriate way, and we stand with you. So I'm very excited and honored to bring the motion forward, and I hope that we can continue to expand these opportunities to other at-risk youth, particularly given the set of motions we just heard and passed, again, through an equity-based lens. I appreciate the support and work of tremendous partners such as the organization Standing for Black Girls, Friends of the Children, and Black Women for Wellness. We were happy to receive and accept an amendment from Supervisor Horvath to make the potential expansion of the existing Black Boys Mentorship Program to be more inclusive. It certainly wasn't our intention to exclude, but to be intentional in our language to make the program more inclusive of LGBTQI+ youth. So thank you very much, colleagues, and I hope I can count on your support for this new mentoring program in LA County.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing this item forward. As I've heard that the county resources are typically divided among 5. This is a perfect example of us investing resources in a place in most need to create the most impact, and this is an incredible motion to make sure that we are investing in Black girls to reverse all of the trends that you, Supervisor Mitchell, identified in your comments. And I'm grateful for your acceptance of our amendment to make sure that all youth benefit from your vision for support and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Mitchell, I just want to thank you again for this. We know without a doubt that mentorship programs work. It only takes sometimes one positive relationship to impact someone for their life. And the pilot mentorship program that Supervisor Barger and I co-authored in 2019 is having a positive impact for families in the child welfare system in Antelope Valley. And we're seeing success in the more recent program, Supervisor Mitchell, that you authored last year that provides mentorship for at-risk Black boys in South LA. This makes perfect sense, particularly coming from a board that looks like us, to really begin to focus on Black girls who, as you comment, are overly represented in our child welfare and legal systems and who are more vulnerable to human trafficking and sexual abuse. So this is so timely, and we appreciate you seeing this and bringing it forward for all of us to support. Thank you. And now, again, if you're waiting on the phone to speak to this item 14, mentorship for at-risk Black girls in LA County, press 1, then 0. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Dr. Genevieve Clavero and Red Chief Hunt please come forward, and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Hetty Queen. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Hetty Queen, and I am a 2nd District resident calling to show my support for Agenda Item 14, the motion on the Black Girls membership. This is important. We are in support, and we are voting yes. I work for Black Women for Wellness, and one of the programs we've created is a Rites of Passage program for young Black girls ages 15 to 18. The program first took place last summer for 9 weeks, and we helped mentor 22 girls through their transition to young womanhood. Mentorship isn't about putting something new into young people, but rather it's about drawing out the innate genius, creativity, and passions already inside of them. And we do this through exposure, networking, and new experiences. In the program, we did things like yoga, community service, college tours, personal beautification, and dialogue with multiple generations of older women. Mentors don't seek to replace parents, but rather become an extension of the home and community. They are the voice outside of the home that says, I see you and I hear you. Mentors encourage young people to use their voice, take up space, and create paths to actualize their dreams. I've personally seen the long-term impact of mentorship and the transformative effect it can have on young Black girls. And that is why we are in support of the motion for item 14. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next speaker.
Our next participant is Sakivu Hutchinson. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Sakivu Hutchinson. I'm the founder of the Women's Leadership Project, South LA-based Black feminist mentoring and advocacy program for high school girls of color. And I'm also an advisor for the Standing for Black Girls Coalition, which is led by youth and advocates for mental health, jobs, and reproductive justice for Black girls, Black femmes, and LGBTQ+ youth. I'd like to express my wholehearted support of Supervisor Mitchell's motion on mentorship for Black girls, as well as my appreciation for her tireless advocacy for Black girls and young women. Over the past 20 years, I've had the profound privilege and joy of seeing my mentees be the first in their families to go to college, fight for gender and racial justice, blossom as peer educators, and become accomplished artists, educators, activists, and professionals giving back to their communities. As a survivor of sexual violence and domestic violence that began in elementary school, I'm pleased to hear that the proposed pilot will emphasize 4 to 6-year-olds, as this age group is among the most vulnerable and underserved. According to the Black Women's Blueprint, approximately 60% of Black girls will experience sexual abuse by the time they're 18. From 2003 to 2019, suicide among Black girls increased by 59%, and normalized sexual violence, sexual harassment, and misogynoir, which is anti-Black misogyny, play a big role in these horrendous stats. We know that racist, sexist social media targeting, as well as an overall lack of protection for Black girls experiencing gender violence in elementary and middle school, are also factors. From a very early age, our girls are subjected to a steady drumbeat of anti-Black misogyny in mainstream media, film, TV, public policy, education, and in the criminal justice system. They are inundated with toxic imagery that brands them as hypersexual, adultified, and criminalized.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Thank you.
We'll go on to our next caller.
Our next participant is Jory Boss. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jory Doss, Executive Director of Friends of the Children Los Angeles. I'm also a young person that aged out of the system. That's why I'm incredibly honored to lead our organization with a mission to impact generational change by empowering youth that face the greatest obstacles through relationships with mentors for 12+ years, no matter what. We also provide oversight for the Fostering Resiliency Project, delivering mentoring, educational, workforce, and pro-social skills support to 300 Black male youth in foster care by pairing them with highly trained Black male mentors. Historically, Black youth in care, they're left to navigate very short-term services that are really just based on outputs rather than outcomes, but I'm very encouraged to share that through the first year of FRP, 85% of youth have graduated from high school and 75% have advanced to the next grade level. 83% of youth have avoided dual jurisdiction designations, and 90% of caregivers have also been connected to stabilizing and enriching community-based resources. I really appreciate you allowing me to provide additional data on item 14. Thank you again to Supervisor Mitchell for supporting FRP, and of course, Supervisor Barger's continued support of our innovative mentoring model and Children for Antelope Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have our next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tiffany Lane. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. Just like to say thank you to Supervisor Mitchell for bringing forth this motion. I'm fully behind this motion. I am a small business owner out of Lawndale, 2nd District. And I, being a Black woman, was once a Black girl who very much has experienced the very stereotypes and methods of discrimination and wrongful information, misinformation upon Black girls specifically. So I very much support this motion. I'm on hold actually for public comment on another topic that I could not dare not speak on this. I'm fully behind it, and thank you for bringing this. Absolutely.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, this is a specific and general question to Supervisor Mitchell. Where are you getting the funding for this project? So many of you supervisors come up and you want to do this new committee, this new for this and all that. Where is the money? You have so many projects that are so woefully underfunded, yet you miraculously want to come up with something new. Is it coming out of your discretionary funds, as Supervisor Barger is doing for the sheriff up in her area there? It's very interesting, and please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now return to in-person speakers. Dr. Cravell. Bonjour.
Yes, I am in support of this motion. I think it's a very great idea, Supervisor Mitchell. And I would like to emphasize that we don't only look at at-risk Black girls, but even the young Black women in general, because I think there's a lot of things in our society who do not merge very well together. So I think that's a very good idea. And good morning to the new supervisor. I have to practice your name yet, but glad to have you on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. No more speakers. Okay, hearing no other comments, colleagues, item 14 is now before us as revised. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 14 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries as revised, 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we're moving on now to item 17, Pause for Life Canine Rescue Program. We're going to pause in our meeting. No. I held this item, and for members of the public on the telephone, if you want to speak to item 17, press 1 and 0 now. Colleagues, we take up so many, really big, vast, global issues in the County of Los Angeles, and some might think this is small, but I'm excited about this item because I do believe it's going to have some very positive impacts for our young people who are incarcerated. A couple weeks ago, I visited Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall, as I know all of you have, and I got the opportunity to speak to a lot of the young people who are incarcerated there. And almost everyone I talked to, and I think Supervisor Mitchell, you and I have spoken about this, they want something to do. The programming so far has been very lean. Many of them spend hours doing nothing, maybe watching TV, maybe just talking, which there's a lot of pent up emotions and frustrations, which sometimes spill over into fights, and we know sometimes that's happened, and our staff is concerned about that. They want programs that give them opportunities for skill building and linkages to jobs once they come home. And I thought about this dog rescue program, Pause for Life. And I first learned about Pause for Life when I watched a documentary about it months ago. And I was amazed by the program model. People who are incarcerated go through this dog training program that not only helps prepare the dogs for adoption, but also supports incarcerated people in building community, developing essential communications, collaboration skills. And sometimes there's nothing like a dog, having a dog companion that gives you that emotional support and maybe a step towards healing in your own life. So this motion today authorizes our probation department to enter into an agreement with Pause for Life to provide their dog training program in our county juvenile facilities, starting with Barry J. Really wanted to see this for a long time in our juvenile facilities. I think it's long overdue that we bring more programs to our young people. This is a start. And I was very excited to learn that the director of this particular Pause for Life program is someone who was previously incarcerated at Barry J. as a youth, someone who knows what these kids are going through and how to best reach them. And once our young people transition back into the community, Pause for Life continues to mentor them. It's about talking about mentorship again. They continue to support them with skill building opportunities through their re-entry and job training programs. And let's not forget that many of our animals, many of them in our shelters, are sometimes unadoptable because they haven't been trained properly, their behavior might be a little bit aggressive, and so we're finding more animals that we can't get adopted. And so this is perfect to help get dogs ready to be adopted. And again, I think it's going to be much more than just training dogs. I think this is really going to help our young people. So I want probation, my message to probation is to treat this contract with urgency, right? Like pay attention to this. We're here. We're going to cut the red tape. Let's enter into this contract and see if we can begin this program as soon as possible. I think our young people who are incarcerated and in our care really deserve this. And I hope I can count on my colleagues to support this motion. Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Barger. Oh, I see 1, 2. I see how it works. Supervisor Barker, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to say, I've been up to Lancaster Prison, who has this program in place, and it is remarkable the connection that the inmate and the child. See, I love animals, so they're my child. The inmate and the dogs have, and it actually saves the dog's life as well, because many of these dogs have behavioral issues, and by the time they come out of the program, they're ready to be adopted. And so it is a win-win across the board. And if you talk to the staff that work with the individuals, they will tell you it makes a change in terms of their behavior as well. And so across the board, this is one of the best programs. And so, I mean, if any of you want an opportunity to really see it in play in your own backyard, I know that the warden up at Lancaster would welcome you to come and experience and see how it plays out up there. And I think the hardest and the most heartbreaking part is when they have to relinquish their dog. But they know that it's going into a good home and that they saved a life. And so it's just a win-win situation. So I'm excited for this motion. I think it's a great idea. You know, the whole the comment that was made about how they're sitting around when we have an opportunity to actually help them, and many of them want to do something. And so I am thrilled that you brought this forward, and I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Yeah, I only saw it on a documentary, so I would maybe like to see how it actually plays out. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I just want to ditto comments that have been made already, because we know the healing power that animals bring, and we've seen it with veterans that have been traumatized, that have lost limbs, that this is a part of the healing, and we know it works. And I recall meeting this group maybe 2 years ago and asked, when are we going to bring them in, and how come it's taking so long? So I want to sign up for the next one at Central Juvenile Hall, because that's Eastlake, and that's a big facility, and we have a lot of need there. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that too, so that our chief probation officer can hear all of us say this is a priority and make it an urgency. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for bringing this item forward. You know, California Department of Corrections had this kind of program in our state prisons going back 30 years ago. The women's prisons, California Institution for Women at Frontier, at that time the only women's prison, piloted the program for CDC. And it was hugely successful. And the women inmates talked about, we all know who have pets, that it is unconditional love. There is no judgment. Doesn't matter what kind of day you had, whatever. And the incarcerated women talked about what that relationship did to them on their road to recovery and healing and rehabilitation. So when you think about what that relationship can potentially do for our young people in the halls, I think it will be significant. So thank you. I'm glad you saw the documentary. Thank you for bringing the motion forward. And I not only encourage the probation department to take this up, I look forward to hearing from our young people on probation what the experience meant to and did for them. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no other supervisors would like to speak. There are members of the public who have signed up to speak. Executive Officer, please call those members.
For members of the public calling in, if you have not already done so, to address the board on item 17, promptly press 1 then 0 at this time. You may only address the board on item 17. Will Herman, R. Robinson, and Red Chief Hunt please come forward, and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant speaking on agenda item 17, Alex Tonner. You may begin. I'm sorry, Alex, one moment. Your line is now open.
Hi, everyone. I would just want to take a minute and thank Supervisor Hahn for her support of this program. I'm the founder and the president of Pause for Life, and we are so excited to bring this program to the youth in our justice system. It is a program that actually builds bridges between people and not only people and pets, and it's incredibly successful. We actually do train dogs in a prison up north for veterans with PTSD. So hopefully one day we'll be able to do that program too. But I just want to thank everyone for their support on this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the work that you do. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Thomas Wheelock. You may begin.
Yes, hi. I'd like to just thank the supervisors for allowing me to speak today. And this is an amazing program. I went through the Lancaster State Prison program. After doing 23 years in prison, I was released. And now I have the honor to be the case manager / peer advocate for the Pause for Life Warm Entry program. And I'm so happy that this program will be going into the juvenile system, because what I learned from this program is empathy and compassion. Working with animals changed my life. And being in that program, in that facility, changed other people's lives. And it's so important for the rehabilitative change, because we're trying to break the cycle and get people out of the prisons, and also from the juvenile system, they go right into the prison system. So we want to get that changed. And I'm just so grateful to be here today, and thank everyone.
Okay, hold on,
Thank
hold
you.
on, hold on. Okay. Thank you. You're disrupting the meeting. You're disrupting the meeting. This is your first warning. If you don't quiet down, we're going to have to give you another meeting. Please. All right. This is where's my final warning? We're going to ask you to please remove yourself. Okay, I'm going to have you removed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're going to have to ask you to leave. You're disrupting the meeting. Okay, we're going to ask you to leave, please. What are they asking? Could you please leave? Please leave. You're disrupting the meeting during my favorite item, too, may I say. All right, thank you. Can you please? Thank you. I mean, we hear you, but could you please not disrupt the meeting for other people who are also here on causes that matter to them? Please, please, we hear you. We hear you. We hear you, but please, please, there are other people who want to address our board and who want to be involved in their government, and you're preventing that from happening. All right, well, we're going to have to, I believe, move into closed session. So read us into closed session. And I'm sorry about those who are on the phone waiting to speak on Pause for Life, but we're going to go into closed session now.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with labor negotiator Fezia Davenport and designated staff as indicated on the posted agenda.
Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, so we. Let's finish the meeting. Yeah, let's finish the meeting. I think they're moving. Okay, thank you, Chief Red Hat. I believe there was somebody on the phone that got cut off. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, let's finish the agenda before we go into closed session if we can. So I appreciate those who have stopped the disruption. Where is that person that was on the phone talking about Pause for Life? Did we lose them? No. Okay, if you're still on the phone, do you want to keep talking?
Oh, if that was Thomas Wheelock, your line is open again.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the disruption.
That's okay.
I just wanted to say that Pause for Life, Pause for Life is an amazing, life-changing program. And the program changed my life when I was in Lancaster, and it taught me compassion and empathy, and it changed my life. And now I'm the case manager and peer advocate for Pause for Life's warm entry handoff program out here, and I could see the impact it would have in the juvenile system, and it would help break the cycle from children going from the juvenile system and into California's prisons. And being able to work and train dogs would be the best thing in the world, because it's not only the individuals that are in the program that are affected in a positive way, it's the individuals that see the program from the outside and they want to do better and be better in program so that they could enter into this amazing program and change their lives. And I'm so grateful to be a part of it. And I just thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're so happy that you shared your experience with us. Next speaker, please.
Next from the phones, Kathleen Kissich. You may begin.
Kathleen,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
Kathleen, one moment. Kathleen, your line is open.
Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to also give my support for this project as someone who's worked with Pause for Life for a few years now. I've been able to see the actual impact it has not only on dogs' lives, but also on human lives. On top of that, I think really importantly, as we embark on a new program, is to know that Pause for Life has the track record of success in these programs. The numbers speak for themselves. I won't rattle them all off because we don't have the time, but it is a program that has already proven itself to work. And I can tell you that seeing the impact on individual human beings, whether they're people that are coming to our Center for Free Training or people who are formerly incarcerated, it's a huge program, and the love of the dog, like we've heard, really changes lives and gives purpose. And I'm just very much in support, and I can't say enough great things about the organization. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Chris Murray. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity and for the supervisors for the opportunity to bring this number up for public comment. As a person who was formerly incarcerated in Barry J. Nydorf, I am well aware of what the supervisors had mentioned, that oftentimes there's nothing productive for these young men and women to do. That's also a reason why, a decade ago, our California youth had one of the highest recidivism rates. So it's about time that programs like this be brought to these facilities. And Pause for Life could not be a better program to start with. It teaches maturity, which is what these young men and women need before they re-enter our society. It'll help them be safer, more productive citizens. It most certainly teaches empathy, kindness, compassion, all the things that we want to see in our society. It teaches remorse, and it actually gives them an entryway into showing what making amends looks like. They are providing a service for the community as youth. So why not start them off now instead of waiting until they come back out unchanged, because we didn't offer any of them any of them any legitimate rehabilitative programming, and they reoffend. Let's stop that now. Let's stop that by introducing programs like this. Wholeheartedly support it. It's an amazing, life-changing program. I can attest to that on a very personal level. Please support this program, and I thank you guys for putting
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lorenzo Flores. You may begin.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. I'm also I'm an ex-lifer who was in Pause for Life for some years. I'm out in the community now, and that program helped change my life. Not only the dogs being saved, but so is the individual holding the leash. It taught me responsibility, maturity. Just like my brother Chris said right now, it gives us a sense of living a life of amends, and it does a lot for the impact to the community, because the dogs that we work with, a lot of them are unadoptable, and for some reason, when we work with them, they come out new dogs and they go to a forever family, and it's the effect that we have on society. So as a at-risk youth myself, when I was a kid and going through the juvenile system, being in Central Juvenile Hall, I think a program like that would have really helped me look at things in a different perspective, because caring for like a dog is almost like caring for a child. So it kind of like gives you a sense of responsibility. And I'm on your community now, and I'm a service dog trainer because of Pause for Life, and I have a career. So not only did it help change my life, it gave me vocational skills. This program is life-changing, and it would be awesome if it would go to the juveniles. And I really think that we will be saving countless lives, not only dogs, but also children's lives. So they will not end up in prison for the rest of as life, like a lot of us have. Thank God for a program like this. I'm home now, too, and adding to the community. And I support item 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is M.J. King. You may begin. MJ, your line is open.
Go ahead.
Getting no response from MJ's line.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Theodore Trentman. You may begin.
Hi, I'm a resident of Whittier, California, and Big Bear, California. Thank you for allowing the virtual input. I spend 8 to 10 hours a day, every day, trying to find homes for our dogs and cats in the LA County pounds for no compensation. The partnership with Pause for Life is exciting. However, $250,000 to $500,000 spent on an amazing program, but not $1 spent on stopping the illegal breeding happening in our community. Are you serious? You saw it on a documentary. I've been emailing you, Janice, and reaching out to you for years about things you can do to get dogs and cats out of our pounds, and you sit on your hands. Dogs and cats need out of our pounds so they can help the entire community, not just troubled youth. Not $1 is spent on promoting these animals in need of rescue. Not one billboard, not one bus bench, not one bus bench advertising thousands of animals waiting to be adopted. Not one Facebook ad. Not one effort to inform our veterans on Senate Bill 245, which gives them free adoptions of our dogs and cats. Why do you want to spend $250,000 to $500,000, $500,000, and not even fully reopen our animal pounds? I am lost to understand why our supervisors continue to ignore the crisis at the Los Angeles County Animal Pounds. This past weekend at Baldwin Park, they killed 22 dogs. One was a 3-month-old puppy. No call for rescue, no opportunity for anyone to adopt. 3 months old. His name was Bowie. These killings were authorized by this council by your lack of doing anything to get them out. In San Bernardino, the pounds have been fully open for 2 years. You're still only partially opened. These dogs are alone and cold.
Appreciate your call. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kenneth Grobman. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Grobman,
And I want to urge the Board of Supervisors to support this proposal to help our young incarcerated juveniles, and they'll learn to trust other people, to love one another, to respect others and the people they work with, and many other attributes. I know Pause for Life has a track record of helping people and their dogs because my dog came from them. Pause for Life people are compassionate, they're hardworking, they're trustworthy, and they work collaboratively to help our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. We'll now return to in-person speakers. Go ahead, sir. Oh, wait a second. We can't hear you. Hold on. Hold on.
Hello, 1, 2. Yeah. R. Robinson, resident of West Covina.
Okay, go. Yeah, thank you.
Speaking for myself, representing myself, the disruption we just experienced, calmness is needed in these times, and a pet is non-judgmental, and I just speculate that incidents like that would be less common if you have a companion that's non-judgmental. It teaches you to listen and form a better relationship. But this program, I urge your unanimous support for this program. You know, one step at a time, and the pets can serve as a meditation teacher if additionally you fold it in not only with the pet program but also a meditation program. I think that would serve that would help keep you going in the direction that you're going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Well, do we really deserve a dog? No, we do not. It's called accountability. When you're accountable for your actions and you're able to take care of a species of an animal and provide it a home, that's being responsible and accountable. But we know today, as I mentioned earlier in a conversation, that society is the problem. We shouldn't have our children in probation for so long. They should be educated. They should be reinforced to what love is and what we care about. And yes, a service animal does all that and helps. But where is the human in you to stop all these probations? Where is the human in you? Apparently, you don't care. And society, like yourselves, are part of the failure of these problems. And I say that because LAUSD, for example, doesn't appreciate service dogs. LAUSD is discriminatory and non-discriminatory against people with disabilities and their service dogs. What are you going to do about that? And this nonprofit, $500,000, that could be well spent putting a child out of probation with a family that cares to help them educate themselves, get to college, and get an actual job and not do this shit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker. Do we have another speaker in person?
There are no more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for everybody who called in and for staying on, even during our minor disruption here in the boardroom. So hearing no other comments, colleagues, item 17 is now before us. I'm going to move it, and seconded by Supervisor Barger. To approve this item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 17 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Aye. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 74, we'll move on to now, mixed-use affordable housing project, California Environmental Quality Act determination appeal, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger, would you like to make some remarks?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. While I support the department's recommendation, I would be remiss if I did not speak to the broader issues with the project and as it relates to state law. In the 5th District, new housing units are being built across the entirety of the district, and many more projects have been approved and entitled. The state has indicated that the unincorporated areas of the county need to plan for more than 91,000 housing units beyond all of our currently entitled projects. I want you to understand, 91,000 housing units beyond what is already entitled. The county has been proactive in establishing housing policies and land use plans that encourage the development of new housing and especially affordable housing, something that we are all united to push forward. However, the state of California continues to pass dozens of housing bills each year that require the county to modify its various housing ordinances to incorporate disjointed policy changes that are imposed upon us. While I commend the state for aggressively pushing for the development of new housing, these new laws are reducing the barriers for the development of housing at the expense of local government. While this is unintended to address bad actors who are not doing their part to address a statewide housing shortage, and I know we all know who they are, the one-size-fits-all approach is heavy-handed and paints with far too broad a brush. It's disappointing that new legislation removes the discretionary approval of the county's Regional Planning Commission and the board for certain types of housing development. Local governments interface with our constituents at a greater frequency than our leaders in Sacramento. We have to answer to our communities when they express their concern with development, and we have little recourse to try and bridge the gap between developers and the community. When developers and builders engage with the community, the result is almost always, and I know I could name projects, almost always a better project that helps integrate new development into the existing landscape. In Altadena, we have seen projects such as the Mirador Lincoln Avenue Senior Apartments, which started off as a massive project, was ultimately reduced in height by 1 story and incorporated modified design elements based on community feedback. And then the community supported. However, there are some developers that are maximizing every incentive and bonus to create developments out of character with our communities and refusing to engage with them entirely. And they are no longer required to go through the ministerial approvals. Therefore, I am calling on Legendary Development LLC, the developer for this project, to earnestly engage with the East Pasadena, East San Gabriel community and ultimately design a project that can better integrate into the community and its community standards district. While I know we have no ability to mandate that, I would hope in good faith that they would work toward that end with the communities surrounding this development. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Any other supervisors wish to comment on this? Okay, Madam Executive Officer, please call members of the public who have signed up to speak on item 74.
There are no members of the public that have signed up to speak in person, but we do have telephonic.
Okay, let's start with those on the telephone. First speaker, please. Hello.
Our first participant is Amalia Pauli Fuentes. Your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Pauli Fuentes from the law firm Lozo Drury, and I'm commenting today on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, or SAFER. We submitted written comments on the project last week, which I will briefly summarize. The county has determined that the project qualifies for a ministerial exemption and therefore does not require review under the California Environmental Quality Act. However, as demonstrated in SAFER's written comments the project does not qualify for the exemption because there is substantial evidence that the project may have significant impacts on indoor and outdoor air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and health risks. The comment letter submitted by SAFER last week includes mitigation measures that could address all of these potential impacts. SAFER therefore requests that the Board of Supervisors grant its appeal and asks that the County of Los Angeles prepare either an MND or an EIR to analyze the project's potential impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kathleen Gildred. You may begin.
You said Kathleen Gildred on item 80?
We were on item 74.
I'm speaking on items 80.
Very well. Madam Chair, there is no others in the speaker queue to address the board regarding
Item 74. Okay, and the person that's on there for 80, we'll come back next.
And Madam Chair, can I just, the person
Yes.
that called in and wanted us to, they were appealing this. I want to make it clear, we don't have the ability to block this. What I'm doing is I'm asking, like I did in Altadena, and actually the developer up there was more than willing to work with the community. And as a result, again, a better project. So I'm again pleading with the developer to be a good partner and reach out to the community and try to incorporate. And I'm not asking for all, but at least partial compromises where he or she can on this project. But we do not have the ability to block this project moving forward.
So by passing this motion today, we're basically calling on the developer to...
No, well, this is, yeah, in so many words. I mean, I think what it's doing is it's not a motion. This is part of what we have to do administratively.
Okay.
Ministerially, and so I'm asking.
Okay, I got it.
I'm asking the developer to please engage.
Right, and we're in solidarity with you on that one. So hearing no other comments on item 74, it's before us. Moved by Supervisor Barger. I'll second it to approve this item. Executive Officer, call the roll.
Item 74 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. We'll now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all the remaining items not held by the supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up, and if you want to give any more instructions, now's the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda items number you are addressing. You may only address the board on these items.
First speaker, please. Oh, no. Sorry, you're supposed to call speakers up first.
Calling names.
R. Robinson, Mike Lemos, Richard Hernandez, Pamela Augustine, David McNeil, Herman, Dr. Genevieve Cleverall, Red Chief Hunt, Heidi Gonzalez, Maria Briones, Sofia Mendoza, Blanca Martinez, Jane Arenas, Jaime Duran, and Emmanuel Cruz. Moderator, may we have the first remote caller, please?
Okay, first speaker,
Our
please.
first participant is Julie Levine. Please state the agenda items you're speaking on and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, my name is Julie Levine, and I am speaking both the public comment and item 80. I want to say that I was forced to move away from my home in Topanga when they put small cell towers around my home without my knowledge or consent, and that's despite my asking for information under FOIL for many, many years. This is unconscionable. I'm glad to see these changes being made in the board, but I want to state on the record, first of all, we have not been heard on this issue. We are very grateful to Lindsay Horvath and to Hilda Solis for their leadership on this issue, understanding this is not only about human harm, but about fire, about safety, and this is not a way to bridge the digital divide. We have provided information, and I support the red line comments by Fiber First LA. I am the executive director of 5G Free California. I am hoping that the board will work with the many groups. We have many nonprofits that have submitted letters, and we're ready to move forward, but we don't want to. We want to work with you. We want to believe in you, and I want to be able to go back to my home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Susan Foster. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'll be addressing item 80 and public comment. My name is Susan Foster. I am the co-founder of California Fires and Firefighters and an honorary firefighter with the San Diego Fire Department. At the recommendation of staff, you have already voted to categorically exempt CEQA review of a massive influx of cell towers coming into LA County. You can stop that decision from becoming final by voting no today on item 80. 4 major Southern California wildfires in the last 15 years alone were started by telecommunications equipment. 2 of these fires, the Malibu Canyon Fire in 2007 and the devastating Woolsey Fire in 2018, took place in Los Angeles County and caused over $6 billion in damages. The guilty parties were both fires were Southern California Edison, AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, now T-Mobile, and NextG, now Crown Castle. The CPUC accused every one of those parties of impeding the fire investigations. Thus, telecom cannot police telecom. The county must review each permit and engineering design as cell towers come into LA County. These reviews can and must be charged to telecom. The planning department advised you that the FCC does not allow time for environmental review. This is false. Safety belongs to the county to regulate. The FCC never mandated that LA County burn itself to the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dunn May. Please state the agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon and God bless. I strongly urge you to vote no on item 80 so as to promote the health and well-being of your constituents and their environments, and so as to avoid lawsuits. Like most informed constituents, I am opposed to LA County's proposed amendments to Title 16 and 22 of the LA County Code. It is not true that the FCC requires these amendments as written to be made to our existing LA County Code. The FCC leaves safety issues in the hands of municipalities. Also, the shot clock does not make it necessary to exempt CEQA. Many cities are finding creative solutions to the FCC requirements, and LA County can do the same, perhaps by adding more staff to the planning department and possibly having telecom pay for the additional staff. Please know that telecom customers have already been charged
Thank you very much.
special fees in their bills.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tiffany Lane. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. I'm addressing general public comment. I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairman and supervisors, to be able to bring these concerns to you. I'm very proud as a professional woman to sit before this board. I'm a small business owner located out of Lawndale. We are a specialized special needs children's gym as well as a social center for the South Bay. And we are very much dedicated to our community. As an entrepreneur, I am personally as well. Here, recently, we have, this is specifically in regards to the ARP or the American Rescue Plan Funds contracting that is being offered to community-based organizations to assist in COVID-19 recovery for disenfranchised and targeted communities. We're in great position to assist with the allocation of those funds. However, we have found it to be something that has recently come to our attention that we are up against corporations. As small business owners, this has become a
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Kalina Fetterman. Please state the agenda item numbers you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Kalila Fetterman, addressing agenda item 25 on behalf of Coalition for Responsible Equitable Economic Development in Los Angeles, CREED LA. We submitted written comments to the board regarding the Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science Health Professions Education Building Project. And we urge the board to continue this hearing to require the project to comply with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. The staff report prepared for this hearing contains new information about a proposed ground lease that would allow the applicant to operate the project for up to 80 years. This is new information that has not been analyzed under CEQA. The MND that is before the board did not analyze an 80-year project. It only analyzed a 30-year project. The MND therefore fails to analyze or mitigate the full extent of the project's air pollution emissions, cancer risk, transportation impacts, energy and public service impacts for the life of the project. This is a violation of CEQA. The county is also rushing the project for approval without preparing an EIR. CREED LA submitted extensive plans and expert consultant reports in November, which demonstrate that the project has potentially significant unmitigated air quality, public health, and noise impacts that were not addressed in the MND. Under CEQA, an MND is improper and an EIR must be prepared whenever there is substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the project may have significant environmental impacts as here. In order to comply with CEQA,
Thank you very much.
To remand the project to staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ruby Rivera. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
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 We can hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruby Rivera. I'm a Linwood tenant, and I'm also here as a member of the Keep LA House Coalition to give general public comment. I speak to you both as a tenant and also as the daughter of mom and pop landlords. I want to urge you to take action to extend countywide emergency tenant protections beyond December 31st. Without these protections, over 1 million tenants living in incorporated cities like mine will be left without any just cause protections, leaving them vulnerable to evictions for no reason. I've lived in Linwood all my life, and I've been a tenant here for the last 5 years. And Linwood, like many other incorporated cities, does not have tenant protections beyond those granted by this board through this emergency. All of my neighbors are tenants, and many of these units have been a revolving door of tenants with prices skyrocketing in units that are sometimes uninhabitable. These neighbors during the pandemic have been able to maintain their housing, protect their families, and in doing so, protect their communities. As a daughter of mom and pop landlords who are Mexican immigrants, I understand the need to protect the generational wealth of Black and brown communities and also protect our communities from house flippers and corporate landlords. I appreciate the steps the board has taken to implement.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Unincorporated LA.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is MJ King. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Items 27, 55, and public comment, general public comment, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. On item 27, until LASD stops breaking the law and wasting LA County tax dollars to fund the lawsuits for their misconduct, I urge the board to reject all funding towards the Sheriff's Department, including the federal DHS funds in this motion. LASD doesn't need another $1 million to increase their already bloated $4 billion budget. Instead of investing in more law enforcement, reject DHS funds and invest in systems that truly keep us safe. You know, universal needs such as housing, jobs, childcare, pandemic recovery, built environment. It's not radical. Social scientists and public health experts have proven that investment in the community decreases crime and the need for police. LA doesn't need more surveillance, more violence, or more federal law enforcement in our communities. We need active divestment from law enforcement in all its forms, and this includes rejecting federal grants that strengthen their power. On item 55, I support this. The inoperable elevators inside of Twin Towers are interfering with incarcerated people's ability to visit with their families and make it to their court appearances. This project got the green light in 2019, so why is it that the county doesn't anticipate a completion date until 2026? I encourage the board to think about a temporary solution and act expeditiously on this. It's imperative those who are incarcerated be able to visit their loved ones and make it to their court appearances. This just doesn't make sense that they are missing their court appearances. This is wasting time and money this is our tax dollars that is wasting. The board is well aware of the misconduct inside of MCJ and the 3,000 boys deputy gangs that operate inside. So inoperable elevators, and this sounds like obstruction by LASD for those incarcerated in Twin Towers to appear in court. Why would we have our community members caged longer than necessary? Beyond the humanity of it all, it is fiscally irresponsible. And for general public comment, it feeds right into MCJ. How long have we been working on this? We need a plan, and we need to see a closure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Diana Beard-Williams. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Dr. Diana Beard-Williams. I am a 35-year resident of the Antelope Valley. I know Supervisor Barger indirectly. I had a relationship with Michael Antonovich, where he helped me adopt my son. I come to you today grounded, passionate, and in great pain because in 2021, I had to go to Supervisor Barger's office because Kaiser Permanente was butchering, tormenting, harassing my dying husband, and I could not get any relief. They had misdiagnosed him. They did not give him a colonoscopy, and this is a man at 70 who had no underlying health conditions. He was that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Supervisor Barger.
Yeah, we'll reach out to you. I'm gonna have someone reach out to you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Okay, next speaker, please.
Next participant is Paul Morano. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hey, good morning. I'm addressing item 25. My name is Paul Moreno, and I'm the president of Iron Workers Local 433, which counts over almost 5,000 members in the Southern California region. Just let me be clear, projects of this size should, in our opinion, benefit everyone in the community. The community's needs must be taken into account, especially a community like this that has so often been overlooked. We workers of the skilled trades are not some separate group. We are your neighbors, friends, and fellow parents and taxpayers. Our needs are part of the community's needs, and our jobs build the community building by building, house by house, and yes, school by school. We encourage the developer to support the strong middle class and dignified workforce that the skilled trades represent and commit to sustainable development practices. We would hope to see a commitment to local hire so that we know our workers can work close to home and have good jobs at home. Since they haven't made that commitment,
thank you. Thank you very much.
Stand with the working.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to remind too, I don't really want us the moderator to just cut people off. And I'm trying to, I would like to say thank you, wrap up your comments so that they can at least finish a sentence. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Gus Torres. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gus Torres. I'm a representative of UA Local 250 pipefitters, welders, and apprentices. And we feel we must speak up because of what's at stake with this development for South LA. I hope this developer chooses to hire responsible contractors who will hire locally, provide living wages, ensure benefits for the workforce, and provide a chance for apprentices to learn the trade on a real job site. But you, the Board of Supervisors, can hopefully go one step further and mandate that this developer take this community seriously and commit to the community by signing a benefits agreement that includes local hires so that every possible benefit goes back to the area and the citizens. And that includes all construction workers too. With a lot of our members who live in the area, it would be a critical commitment for the community to see the developer pledge their support to everyone in South LA. Until they do so, please reconsider voting for this project.
Thank you very much.
For your time, and God bless.
Okay, and we're now going to go into in-person speaking. Genevieve.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Genevieve Claverol. I will speak to item 19, 37, and 91D and public comment. On 19, you know how I feel. I am glad to see that you're trying to reopen the board more. I just hope we won't have so much of the behavior we had a few minutes ago. And I hope next time that happens, you move the people out rapidly. Also, the reason I feel so strongly about reopening is because lately, many of the commission meetings send the wrong link. They decide at the last minute to cancel and so on. I mean, this needs to stop. I think we need to go back to real life and deal with business. So follow up on that. And I know there has been some rumor about the mask again. Don't try that out again because that won't work. And on adding 37, now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, no, I was very surprised of the increase of the money for meeting. We went from 50,000 to 434,000. Then an increase every year of 15%. That concerns me. On 91, I think it's good to have an urgent care for psychiatric need at Rancho Los Amigos. On my public comment, I just want us to go back to business as usual. I think that's an offenses we need to be really happening. And I hope we find a better way to allow the people to speak when the item is presented. I mean, today, to go first with all the number held by the board, and only after that allow the public to speak, I think it's not very fair. But anyway, have a good day. See you next week or the week after. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Robert Robinson, item 80, and public comment, general public comment. I live in West Covina, testifying for myself. I'm speaking of a matter of public health. 5G, item 80. 5G and increasing higher frequency non-ionizing radiation. Recall we heat up food in microwave oven, and instead of bullets, DOD has radiation weapons. These, random sighting of high frequency 5G towers is it's best permitted at the municipal level. I oppose these changes in the two titles of the county code, and I urge you to vote unanimously to oppose this danger to public health. I emailed you a long list of citations, including PubMed, and there's a petition signed by several hundred scientists around the world from dozens of countries around the world warning of possible dangers of 5G. This would save you a lot of CEQA compliance problems and protect the community's public health. The higher the frequency, in this case 5G, the worse the public health problems that you will trigger. Your general counsel may not be fully aware of the county liability exposure unless he's also a microwave or a telecom engineer.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Mike Lumos, member of the Quiche Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians. I'm here to bring up the attention of the land acknowledgement. We believe the criteria is too relaxed, relying on only blood quantum. The BIA and the Department of Interior rejects it due to inconsistencies in the past. This has allowed a fraudulent activity to occur and continues to hurt the indigenous community. We ask for the county to ask for proof of certified genealogy to clear up any issues. Only dogs, horses, and Indians are forced to use this barbaric tactic of blood quantum. We ask the county to do their due diligence and help prevent ongoing atrocities and genocide of our indigenous culture. Please do not rely on the BIA documents because not due to their upper agencies of the Federal Acknowledgement Department does not rely on them. We consider you following protocols and indigenous genealogy to substitutes.
Thank you.
Someone.
Thank you so much for your comments.
I also have documents I'd like to submit.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Right.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Deacon McLean. I'm speaking on items 10, 19 in general public. I'm honored to say that I sit on the LA County Commission on Disabilities appointed by Supervisor and now Chair Janice Hahn. But I'm not speaking as Deacon McLean, County Commissioner today. I'm speaking as Deacon McLean, the advocate, the change agent, and a IHS consumer. It took a lot for me to come today, but I wanted to come. I'm a very strong individual. I live with a disability all my life, but I still have my moments. But I want you to know I had a moment today, and I shouldn't have had that moment. I had a moment in the bathroom. It was not accessible. And if it wasn't for the hand-in-hand staff, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today. And when we tried to find out about an accessible bathroom, we were told that it was in a whole other building. That is not acceptable. I should have been able to go to the restroom in this building. Moving on, why I'm here today. Oh God, I want to support item 19, even though I chose to come here in person, but I want to support 19 where we continue to have remote. And if a person is willing to want to still come hybrid, then make sure things are accessible for them. Moving on, Shirley Chisholm said it best. If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring your own chair. But I'm here to say, JJ the Deacon says, not only do you bring that chair, you sit at that table and you be a part of the conversation and not just a check mark. If it wasn't for IHS workers being there for us, we would continue to struggle in our homes, in our communities, and even get a seat at the table. IHS workers aren't getting paid enough for all the work that they do. This is my second, maybe third time coming back to converse with you. I've been here before many times, but when I come before, I'm telling someone else's story, or I'm telling my story, but today, there's a consumer that didn't feel comfortable telling her story, so I'm gonna tell it for her. Her name was Helen. This is not no fantasy. This is not no fairy tale. This is real life. Her name is Helen. She was a caregiver for her mother. Her mother passed away. Then she became a CNA for hospice patients. And now the table is turned. She is 70 years old and is still, hear me, still waiting on an IHS worker. That is unacceptable after 3 years. Don't get me wrong. I know you guys are going to vote on it today for $17.50 today, but it's not it's a start. But it would be a whole lot better cherry on the top if we do $20. And on that note, if you're not able to be in the situation, oh my God, I can't remember what I was trying to say. If it's not fair, it is not fair to ask others what you are not willing to do for yourself, as Eleanor Roosevelt said. And as Arnold Schwarzenegger said, if I have to, I will be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. But you know what? I appreciate your comments, but I think we were all concerned when we heard that someone told you there was no handicap accessible bathroom in this building, and I think we're all up here concerned about that. Our executive officer, can you tell us what's happening?
So the bathroom that's in the corner will be accessible. We're working with ISD to renovate that, but in the meantime,
make that clear. The bathroom where?
In the back. In the back.
In the hallway, in the foyer.
Right.
Isn't that the bathroom I was in?
The ISD will be renovating that, but in the meantime,
we're going to put a ramp down this hallway so then it's easy accessible to our other accessible bathrooms in the building.
If I can say one more thing, it's much more about making it accessible, not just to say accessible. There was no rail that I could have grabbed onto, or it was not big enough. Do you understand? That's what I'm talking about when I say accessible. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, and because of that, we're gonna work to make sure that what you said is implemented here in the county of Los Angeles. Thank you. Next speaker. We're sorry for the inconvenience, by the way. That's unacceptable. Next speaker, please.
My name is Richard Hernandez, Madrid Hernandez, and I'm CEO of Estamos Contigo Safe Harbor. I want to respectfully thank the new board member and the experienced leadership for your time and patience. This will be well worth it, I think. We'll be addressing item 88, Pomona School, with a $46 million obligation cost, and item 90, Rio Hondo, with a $61 million general obligation cost. And I want to make a general public comment. What do these two have in common? They are both needed, and I support them, but they both come with undue high interest costs to the county. The county is still seeking solutions to save money, to lower cost, and to raise revenues. We all need that. We have developed a platform that does that, does all three, saving 40% of your total actual contract cost. 40% of your total contract cost. Because when you enter into an agreement, it almost doubles. It almost doubles because of the cost. To affirm our findings, a real estate broker, senior financial bank officer, loan underwriter, an escrow officer, and an auditor with a total of 147 years of professional experience have verified our findings and were surprised and were shocked how it was done, as you will be. They are now urging the board to review our platform. I look forward to showing you not only how this was done, but like a good mystery, I will show you who, when, and how it was came to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm willing to give my information to you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Blanca Martinez. Item number 10.
Okay, wait. I'll tell you what, the other big mystery here is our time clock. It's messed up.
Okay, start again?
Hold on. How many minutes does this speaker get? Okay, can you tell us what you're going to speak on? And then we can allot the minutes.
Item number 10.
Okay, so one item, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, again, my name is Blanca Martinez. I am a janitor at Martin Luther King Outpatient Center. We are here today because a section worker like me that clean your hospital and keep them running do not have health insurance. At the start of the pandemic, workers like me continue working in the hospital, cleaning the rooms, of COVID-19, patients and being exposed to disease just like the doctors and nurses alongside us. But unlike then, when many of us get sick and didn't have health insurance, we weren't able to pay the high cost of seeing a doctor. In fact, when my family and I got COVID-19, I had to pay more than half of my paycheck for the appointments and medication. In September, you unanimously approved a motion to authorize a fiscal study on providing affordable health care to essential workers like me. I ask that you stay true to your word, fulfill the commitment to Los Angeles essential workers, and make sure that the county meets its December deadline for the study. Me and my family lives depends on it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, the Honorable Red Chief Hunt, 19 in general public comment, please. Yes, I'm for everybody that wants to speak remote or unremote because everybody counts. I have to give my hat off to you, Madam Chair, regarding the bathroom issue. Thank you for correcting that. I stand for that. Also, I've been in lieu of Sarah Meehan, and she hasn't showed up to the meeting yet. I really got some unfinished business with her that I don't want to disclose with the 4th and the 2nd District. I need Sarah Meehan at the next meeting because things are getting convoluted. And these eviction things that these people are talking about, they have a legitimate gripe. I mean, we need to fix that. We need to listen to them, and we need to understand what they're saying. They're worried about getting put out their houses. I get that. I understand that. But also, we need a viable source. I need Sarah Meehan down here for the next meeting so we can discuss these issues. And I have some unfinished business from the 2nd and the 4th District with her. Please, please, can you make that happen?
I'm not sure who you're asking for, but...
DHS. She needs to come down here.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
At the next meeting. Thank you. Holly Mitchell, you did a very fine job. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have your back 100%. We go back to 2004. Nobody messes with you. Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I want my remaining balance of time along with my non-agenda public comment. So the issue here is whether you understand this or not. The county has, over time, discriminated against most people that are disabled. Just like this morning, a person tried to enter through that door with a cane and was told not to come through there by a sheriff officer. That's wrong. You need to correct that immediately. In defense of the woman that was in the wheelchair now, there are multiple ADA complaints that I've filed so far against the county, and I'm doing that to alert you to wake up to the non-discriminatory and the discriminatory issues you're bringing against the public that are disabled and senior. Right down the street from here and right here at the sidewalk at 500 West Temple, for 5 years, I've complained about the uplifting roots on those trees. And guess what? Nothing was resolved. So I'm filing my claim against the county, violation of not just the woman's civil rights, but my civil rights to enter and travel on any path from a bus to a train, from a train to any legal transportation, because so far you failed. I have a letter dated from 2019, Ms. Hahn, in which your name is on it, stating that there's not enough funding for ADA structure or infrastructure, I should say. And that complaint has already gone to DOJ and the Federal Highway Administration so that we can come to a conclusion whether or not the county is spending money to fix these problems along with the city of Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles, matter of fact, told me in a letter that they are underfunded for 3 years. So in the meantime, the people here with their walkers, their K-walkers, their canes, and their wheelchairs have to wait 3 years for a piece of sidewalk to get fixed. And that's an insult. So for those of you who don't understand that, you can advocate on behalf of the people here that are seniors and in wheelchairs and in walkers and canes, because they have the same non-discriminatory access that is available to them. but the city of Los Angeles and the unincorporated LA County denies that. So today I'm filing after this meeting next door in the administrative office. In addition to that, Hilda El Solis, tell your staff to answer the phones and take our comments serious. Write the casework down and file on our behalf. Not all of us have computers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hilton Mincy, and I'm a resident of the 3rd District. I'm here to propose something along the lines of Measure A. As the board is aware, there presently exists state legislation that allows local county jail facilities to contract with the CDCR and state of California to house state prisoners in local county jail facilities. Majority of those state prisoners housed in local jail facilities are state parole violators. However, there is no local county oversight of the local state parole offices that operate in your jurisdiction. These offices report to Sacramento only. Case in point, I was wrongly imprisoned for crimes I did not commit, in which a person I had a temporary restraining order pending against went around LAPD to the parole office to falsify domestic violence allegations against me to have me falsely imprisoned. I sat incarcerated for months until all charges against me were dismissed. What is even more egregious about what happened is that the local parole office was in possession of exonerating evidence, but chose to withhold it and commit perjury in the process. After several months, all charges against me were dismissed, and I was then released back into society without housing, a job, both of which I lost through no fault of my own in connection with false imprisonment.
Thank you. If you would like further help, we have an advocate in the back. Is it Victor? Are you still back there?
Wait,
Oh, who's our liaison?
it's in the back in the foyer, so we can send some notes.
Oh, if you would like some extra help with the issues that you brought up, we have somebody here that can help you.
I would like that, and I would also like to speak with Ms. Horvath, who's in my district, the supervisor over my district. I had called her yesterday, and I couldn't.
Okay, well, maybe somebody from the supervisor's office can meet you out there as well as our liaison to the board.
Okay,
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, I'm speaking in support of item number 79, opposing 80, and public comment, please. Okay.
Go ahead.
Please ask questions if you need further explanation. My name is Kevin Modis. I'm the Outreach Director for the California Brain Tumor Association. I work full-time working with Congress regarding wireless technology and liability. The Motorola versus Murray DC Superior case, which has just completed its evidentiary hearing, will define how liability regarding this technology will be handled moving forward, and part of that is how liability will accrue to the county. The damages sought in this case are the largest in history, and I ask you to take item 80 off the consent agenda to delay your vote until your general counsel has thoroughly assessed the liability impact to the county of this evolving litigation. Given that no insurance covers these types of damages, and given that these two wireless facility ordinances do not address the liability in question in this litigation. When we look at the county's ordinances that you are looking to approve today, it seems that these ordinances increase the county's exposure to liability rather than decreasing it, which is of great concern. Keep in mind that at one time, we believed cigarette smoke was without risk. This case, Murray versus Motorola, should similarly change how we manage the risks associated with wireless. I ask that you delay this vote on item 80 until your council has carefully assessed liability to the county, or vote down these ordinances because they fail to address the possible catastrophic liability to the county raised by these cases. Chair Hahn, I understand that you have fought cell towers yourself personally. What I can tell you is these ordinances do not protect the risks of residents, and they certainly do not protect in terms of liability for the county. So I'm asking that these be taken off of the consent agenda. Supervisor Mitchell, I know you've been a strong advocate for lowering people's risks of all communities. We join you in wanting to lower people's risks. These ordinances don't do that. And while all supervisors, while wireless is proposed and promoted as uplifting communities, all of the risks simply aren't being taken into account or managed by our regulatory apparatus as it is now, exposing the county to tremendous risk, tremendous liability.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. We will now go back to the telephone. Next speaker on the telephone.
Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Yes, our next participant is Albert Duarte. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
My name's Albert Duarte, and I'm a member of Ironworkers Local 416, and which represents over 2,800 members throughout the Los Angeles area. This is a big project for us, one that comes from an institution that's done a lot of good for people around us, but it can do better for more people and right here and now. Without responsible contractors and good wages that come along with the truly good projects, this is missing a lot of potential good that the Charles Drew Foundation and the facility can accomplish. Respectfully, will you please consider the many working men and women who aren't considered in this developer's plans? Livable wage is a loud statement. It's one of the terms that we have that's come around with this millennial age, but it's real. So, Supervisor Hahn, we know you're an advocate for us, and you've fought hard for your people, and along with the other supervisors. So we thank you for that, but we do ask you to please be our advocate here. For livable wages, for local hire, and just for setting a bar for Los Angeles and what can
Thank
go.
you. Thank you to all of our iron workers out there. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker, please.
Amen. Thank you.
Our next participant is Kelly Brooks. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, I will be addressing 10, 19, and public comment. Thank you to the Los Angeles Board. My name is Kelly Brooks, and I'm with Hand in Hand. My life is very difficult because I cannot afford home health care. My family struggles daily, and I moved in April, and my house is still full of boxes because I can't afford help. While $1.50 is a start, it's most definitely not enough. I believe you need to work aggressively to raise wages for in-home health service workers before you cause more poverty within our community. We elected you because we believe in what you can do to preserve and uplift our community from poverty, and we hope you prove that we made the right choice and will lift us more than 9 million. We have more than 9 million in Los Angeles disabled people and not prolong and push us further into poverty. Let's prevent having to fix more problems later. Show us we matter. While $1.50 is a start, you know that when we are asking for an increase, we already are behind. Los Angeles can be an example to other communities and be preventative versus reactive. So let's start at $4 and go for 25. Remember, private companies are at 30 and will go up when you raise minimum wage next year. Please keep access also to us calling in with public comments. It's a disgrace that COVID and able-bodied people being inconvenienced is what has brought us to the point where we can have public comment like this, and that you're even considering to go back to the old days where we can't do that. That's a disgrace, and that's putting more than 9 million people's voices silenced if you take that away from us. So please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lonnie Gordon. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today, whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
My name is Lonnie Gordon. I'm the Executive Director of MalibuForSafeTech.org, and I'm addressing item 80 in public comments. I represent a very large number of people, not only in the 3rd District, but in all of LA, and welcome Supervisor Horvath. We're very happy to have you. I'm asking the board to please vote no on item 80, the amendments on Title 16 and 22. You, our supervisors, have been misled. I hope you've read at least a part of the information that's been sent to you regarding this issue. The FCC does not require that environmental review be waived. In fact, they still expect cities to regulate safety as they normally would, counties as well. They've imposed the shot clock, and that means some additional people, perhaps from the outside, consultants, should be added to the staff, and Telecom can pay for that. CEQA is our state environmental law, and there's supposed to be environmental review when there's a fundamental change, and that's what the cell towers are. They come with their fire risks, fossil fuel consumption, and radio frequency hazards. Even the FCC says that the radio frequency should be measured, yet the planning department has waived all environmental considerations under the false, inaccurate representation that RFs cannot be discussed when it comes to the placement of cell towers. RFs cannot be the reason for denial of towers, but it can be discussed. You need to hear both sides of the story, and I hope that you'll listen to us and vote no or postpone items, this item number 80. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Nikki Diaz. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, hello. I am calling on item number 10 in general public comment. As you heard, my name is Nikki Diaz. I am a 54-year-old woman, adult, disabled, living by myself with no family caregivers. I solely depend on public providers. I'm embarrassed to say that I've made 74 phone calls in the last 4 weeks in regards to locating a caregiver to cover my 24-hour care that is provided by home community-based waiver and IHSS. I am making huge sacrifices in having to stay in my wheelchair by myself for 5 to 6 hours a day and 2 hours at night, simply because I cannot find someone to cover the shift that I need. This is sad that in this country and the richest state of this country, we are struggling to stay alive. Why am I dealing with a human rights situation in my own personal life, along with many, many others, disabled people in the richest state of this country? It's embarrassing. Please raise the wages to $20 to $25, minimum $20 an hour for my caregivers. They need to be able to survive, and I need to assure that they're going to show up to work. I can't believe I've called 75 people, or 74, and no one's wanted the job because the wages are too low. Please raise the wages immediately. I urge you and I beg you, and that's sad that I have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Shamari Davis. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Shamari Davis. I'm a business representative for IBW Local 11, and I'm addressing item 25. Unfortunately, we cannot support this project, even with the famous name of Charles True. Often does a significant development project come along like this? Not very often in the end. This is one of them, no doubt about it, but we are disappointed to see that something like this would not support skilled and trained local workforce best equipped to bring this project to fruition. We, the members of the skilled trades, respect and support the health profession. We need them. But can we say the school respects the construction profession? Unfortunately, we cannot, based on this project as it stands. So please deny this project and force them to work with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Sydney Cox. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi. Yes, I'm addressing agenda item 80,
as well as public comment. My name is Sydney Cox. I'm director of the Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. Before I go on, first I'd like to thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your public service and your patience as you listen to these long comments in this meeting. That's really appreciated. And having said that, I just want to urge you to please vote no on agenda item 80. Cities from all over California are watching, and I represent hundreds of community members from Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, and even some members from Los Angeles. We know what happens in LA County can affect other counties all over California. We know you have integrity and you want to do the right thing. So we ask you to please adopt the red line versions of Title 16 and 22 in the LA County Code presented by Fiber First LA. And that will provide you with the most local control over the sightings of telecom communication facilities. There is nothing in the Federal Telecommunications Act that removes local control. In fact, this act preserves state, county, and local authority over zoning and land use decisions for wireless facilities, although it does set forth specific limitations such as the shot clock, which states that you must act on applications within a reasonable period of time. The Telecommunications Act gives you control to consider each siting on a case-by-case basis. And this is critically important to protect vulnerable neighborhoods. Just a couple more things that I want to mention is that the proof of radio frequency radiation harm from wireless is rapidly increasing. Wireless is also an energy hog. So if you could please consider authorizing a study of projected sustainability, including total energy consumption for wireless versus wireline deployment over perhaps a 5 to 10 year to 20 year time period. Also, the RFR from wireless is not sustainable in light of climate change. And regarding wireless versus wired systems, the question is, how does wireless deployment
Thank you very much.
RFR emissions differ from wired?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay, bye.
Our next participant is Anthony Arenas. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be speaking. I'm speaking on agenda item 27 in opposition. This request is being funded by a grant from the Department of Homeland Security in a blatant attempt to increase the power of a police state in a county that has always fought against police violence and regression in all its forms. Los Angeles does not need more surveillance, does not need more violence, nor do we need more federal law enforcement in our communities. We need active investment from law enforcement in all its forms, and this includes rejecting federal grants that strengthen their power. The fact that this request would not affect county funds is irrelevant because it will aid in the Sheriff Department violence regardless. And for agenda item 55, I want to speak in support. The inoperable elevators inside Twin Towers are interfering with incarcerated people's ability to visit with their families and to make it to their court appearances. This project got the green light in 2019. And so why is it that the county does not anticipate a completion date until 2026? I encourage the board to think about a temporary
Time
solution.
has expired. We'll go to our
Thank
next
you.
speaker. Thank you.
Our next participant is Fernando Roldan. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Fernando Roldan, and I'm a member of Cal Life Committees that living independently free, and I'm also representing Hand in Hand. And I'm speaking on agenda item number 10 and general comment. I support the motion to raise wages for IHSS providers. I am an IHSS recipient myself. My girlfriend is my caregiver. We live together, and she deserves a raise more than $17.50 that you are proposing. We are both working class people. It will help us to take care of our food, our rent, our everyday bills. It's important that people like my girlfriend get their pay because it impacts both of us. I'm a working man. I work and I have a caregiver. I want to work and I don't want to stay cooped up in a nursing home doing nothing. I want to live. I want to breathe. I want to work. I'm entitled to that under the Americans with Disabilities Act. In fact, I would rather be spending the hour I spent on hold doing my job at the Employment Development Department, which is work for a great state like this. But I know that raising wages for IHSS is a life or death matter for so many. So I have no choice but to take hours away from work over the past several months to show up in person and over the phone to urge you to address the home care crisis. My colleague Daryl, for example, would be calling in today too if he wasn't for the fact that he is recovering in a hospital stay. He was an IHSS recipient. He went to use the bathroom on his own when one of his care providers wasn't present. He fell to the ground, was injured, and spent 24 hours on the floor until his caregivers came in for the next shift. This is a life or death issue for so many of us. Many people with disabilities are leaders and participants in our communities. Failing to raise wages for IHSS, especially $20, is part of a litany of policies that disenfranchise and enforce poverty of disabled people. We need you to invest in home and community-based care and raise wages for IHSS home care workers. We must allocate money for the proposed 150
Thank you. Your
raise,
time
and
is
we are
expired.
disappointed that you have not discovered. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Daniel Friedman. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin. Mr. Friedman, go ahead. Your line is open. We can hear you. Mr. Friedman, you may be muted on your end. Check your mute button on your phone, please.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Kathleen Egbert. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm Kathleen Egbert saying no on item 80 to stop the categorical exemption to CEQA related to items aspects of Titles 16 and 22. Instead, adopt the red line changes from Fiber First LA to get fiber into homes instead of more antennas. I've known the dangers of badly regulated wireless for 25 years. Friends call me a medical intuitive, and the carnage I see from wireless exposure is astronomical, far exceeding the comparatively minuscule effects of COVID. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next participant is Sherry Steelman. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to address item number 80 and general public comment. My name is Sherry Steelman, and I oppose the LA County's proposed amendments to Title 16 and 22 of the LA County Code. These amendments, they really do take away our due process rights. For 2 years, I led our neighborhood to fight against 2 towers that were placed at eye level and within 75 feet of where our families sleep. Verizon neglected to disclose on their application that they intended to install these towers in a designated sensitive use area, and also neglected to properly post and inform the patrons who frequent Costanzo Fire Station 84 Park with their children in Woodland Hills. But because the neighbors within 500 feet were informed and Bob Blumenfield's office supported our position, we were able to, 1, make sure the towers were located away from our residential neighborhood, 2, prove that Verizon did not disclose material facts and pertinent information regarding the towers and proposed location, and 3, we were still able to protect our rights as homeowners and taxpaying citizens to a proper due process. These amendments will take away our right to protect the equity in our homes, continue the beautification of our communities, and our right to due process. And I'm sure no one here would want that taken away from them. I also want a reversal of the categorical exemption to CEQA as it relates to Titles 16 and 22. As I mentioned, for 2 years, we did fight against this. We did when the whole community came together for this, but it was not easy. To think that if we had not been informed that these would have just gone up especially in a sensitive use area. It is just
Thank you. Your time has
unfathomable.
expired.
So I'm respectfully ask you to vote no on 80. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Next speaker, in person. Go ahead.
Following individuals, please come forward and staff will assist you. Irma Cervantes, Imelda Gallardo, Ana Carrion, Maritza Zambrano, Ogilvie Toscano, Donicia Cypress, Nancy Martinez, Ana Cortez, Annabelle Luna, Nancy Villanueva, Ana Castro, Dominga Solozano, Wayne Fothery, and Tracy Mills.
Hello, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Cibrián. Soy una proveedora de cuidado en casa por 22 años. Tengo una hija especial de 41 años. Yo vivo en el Distrito 3, en el Valle de San Fernando.
Hello, my name is Maria Cibrian, and I am a home care provider for 22 years. I have a daughter who is 41 years old who has a disability. I live in District 3.
Y yo soy una mamá sobreviviente de cáncer, pero yo nunca, desde el 19 que me detectaron el cáncer, no he dejado de trabajar. ¿Por qué? Porque yo soy una trabajadora esencial, como muchas de nosotros las trabajadoras que somos del programa de IHSS.
And I'm also a mother. I am a cancer survivor. And since 19 that I was diagnosed, I haven't stopped working. Why? Because we are essential workers, just like we've been told that the workers for IHSS are.
Porque nosotros trabajamos toda la pandemia, todos los trabajadores. Y yo me dirijo a todas las supervisoras porque son mujeres. Como nosotros, la mayoría de trabajadoras de cuidado en casa somos mujeres, cuidando de nuestros hijos, a un familiar o persona que no es familiar. Entonces,
Just like in the pandemic, we were told that we were essential workers. And so I'm directing myself to all of the supervisors, which is the majority is women. Women, we are all women that are taking care of our children or our family members. And so in this way.
Nosotros no llegamos a lo que queríamos, pero nosotros no les estamos pidiendo extra, solamente lo necesario, porque somos trabajadoras esenciales y con un salario de $16 no nos ajusta porque tenemos que pagar renta o también ser una persona más de los homeless, irnos a la calle porque no tenemos con qué pagar nuestras rentas. Por eso sigan trabajando, por favor, porque nosotros seguimos en la lucha, porque esto no se acaba, seguimos en la lucha.
And we're not asking for anything extra. $16 an hour isn't enough for us to make a living. We need just to be able to survive. We don't want to be one of the homeless people out in the streets. So please keep working on our contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Castro, soy Janito, pertenezco al sindicato de USWW de la Unión.
Good afternoon, my name is Ana Castro and I am a janitor and I'm also a member of USWW.
Por 27 años soy Janito.
I've been a janitor for 27 years.
Como supervisoras, yo les vengo a pedir un favor, una orden les vengo a dar a las 5 mujeres supervisoras cachimbonas que están enfrente de mí.
I am here to ask, not as a favor, I've been doing this for 27 years. I'm asking the supervisors, all of the amazing supervisors that are here.
Mis compañeros de los llanitos del condado no tienen seguro médico.
My colleagues, the janitors of our county, don't have medical insurance.
Y yo como 27 años de tener seguro médico en los llanitos de aquí de Los Ángeles y de los y de la Wichita y todo hemos tenido, es muy importante que ustedes se agarren ese corazoncito y le den seguro médico a los llanitos del condado.
And as a janitor here from Wilshire for 27 years that we've had medical insurance, we just need you to touch your hearts and to please provide that medical insurance for the janitors in the county.
Y felicito a la nueva supervisora que ha venido. Gracias.
And I congratulate the new supervisor who's here. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Feliz Navidad y feliz Año Nuevo.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisor Mitchell, Supervisor Horvath, welcome. Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, and Supervisor Solis, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I will be speaking on agenda items 80, 79, and public comment. I am against 80, for 79. My name is Rola Masri, and I am the Research Director for the California Brain Tumor Association. I am also a mother and a scientist. We really urge LA County to vote no on item 80. My nonprofit represents people who have been sickened by wireless radiation. These ordinances do not protect the county from known risks and liability and appears to facilitate placement of wireless facilities instead. The FCC has left the county severely exposed to liability. FCC has not pre-market safety tested any wireless infrastructure for biological or environmental safety. FCC has failed to post-market safety test any wireless infrastructure for those most exposed. The FCC does not even measure exposure to the community or the changes to exposure with additional wireless facility placement. The FCC has failed to establish an adequate safety standard or acceptable exposure for wireless. There is no risk management in place for wireless exposure in terms of biological safety. These ordinances do not address this costly liability area for the county and appears to make it worse. On the other hand, all liability insurance companies exempt RF radiation from coverage due to unknown long-term liability and risk to humans. These insurances range from Verizon's own insurance, AT&T's own insurance for handsets. They call the RF radiation a pollutant and it's exempt from coverage. Companies, we are streamlining a pollutant into socioeconomically disadvantaged communities in the name of closing the digital divide. Meanwhile, our supervisors, very much needed, are trying to create environmental justice. Why don't we create environmental justice by preventing a pollutant from going into these areas first, by putting in fiber optics that is so much safer before we put in another pollutant? Please do your homework. Please read into this because we've been doing this for years. I've been doing this for 10 years and I've done all my research. Just look into it. This is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you so much. Welcome, Supervisor Horvath. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Supervisor Solis, thank you so much for your vote of support of no. My name is Brenda Martinez, and I am a member of the Fiber First LA. I'm also a radio host with KPFK, and among my many hats, I also chair the Transportation and Environmental Committee at the Boyle Heights Neighborhood Council. I'm a board member of the Neighborhood Council. I am a leader of a Boyle Heights Community Garden. I lead this garden for many years. I also sit in the HICP committee, and I also sit in the Planning and Land Use Committee. I really want to strongly ask you to please vote no on item 80 to this amendment. I don't believe that you intend to harm your constituents and our environment. I see really strong women sitting in front of me and very, very involved and very sensitive. So the Planning Commission staff and the telecom industry have gone to you with a lot of information that is not correct. If you pass this awful ordinance.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I apologize. I am a little jittery. I haven't eaten. I've been here all day. I have a health condition. And so this has been
thank you very much. Do you have something that you want to turn in to us for us to read if you didn't get through all your comments?
I would like for you to have my comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Tracy Yvonne Mills Jones, and I will be speaking on item number 10 and also in public comment. I've been a in-home care provider for over 30 years. I took care of my mom, my dad, my brother, my husband. All of those are deceased, but now I take care of my brother, who is an invalid now. Now I'm starting to develop back problems. In 2020, I went after having 4 jobs to lay down, and I couldn't get back up. And I still take care of my brother. My brother's in a wheelchair. I know you guys don't want to hear my sob story, but it's wrong for us to be making $16 an hour. I care for a son that's 11 years old, and his only wish is to have like an Xbox for Christmas. I can't pay for an Xbox. I barely make my mortgage every month. It's wrong. It's real wrong how y'all let us sit in here for 6 hours waiting to speak to you guys. You know, I live in Karen Borger's area. I've called her multiple times. She put me on a video where I share, and y'all were condescending to me. Y'all told me I needed a money management program. I don't need a money management program. I need y'all to pay us more. You know, I do more than 6 hours a day with my brother because he's an invalid, and I'm not going to take too much more of your time.
Thank you.
But we need $20 an hour.
Thank you.
17 is not enough.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if someone from my staff told you that you need money management, I will talk to them. That is nothing that would come out of my office. So if you want to reach back out to us, we'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor.
Hi, I'm speaking to general public comment in item number 10. My name is Arnulfo de la Cruz, President-elect of SEIU 2015. Our idea was to bring to light why $20 an hour for home care workers in Los Angeles County was critical to the ability to lift your largest workforce out of poverty. A workforce made up mostly of women, and to recognize that this workforce takes care of our largest vulnerable population in all of Los Angeles County. That's seniors and people with disabilities. And we knew that from a policy and social and economic justice standpoint, that if you lift the wages of 200,000 home care providers in LA County, you lift these women, you lift these mothers, you lift those whom they care for up at the same time. And our slogan was time for 20. Did you know that home care workers have no retirement? They have no paid vacation and other simple benefits that almost all workers in society are entitled to. I know because my grandmother was a farm worker. We have to change that together. The need for IHSS in LA County is expected to more than double just in the next 12 years. In order to ensure that the need be met, we have to ensure that we attract the workforce of the future by also respecting the dignity of those current caregivers who are right here with me. Wouldn't you want the person that cares for your loved one to have $20 an hour and good health care benefits and retirement? The county's proposal is a step in the right direction, I do want to say that. It falls short of our goal of $20 an hour, but we are in support of moving forward. I also want to appreciate the leadership of Supervisor Mitchell, who was tirelessly in making sure that we came to a solution and working very closely with our CEO, Davenport. Now I ask that each of you join us, not just in getting to this point, but we have to do more for home care in LA County, across the state of California, even if that includes getting the White House and the federal government involved. I know that we can do better for caregivers.
Thank you.
Our society depends on that.
Thank you so much. I think we all are very supportive of getting there eventually to $20. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Patricia Santana y lo primero que quiero hacer es darle las gracias a Holly Mitchell porque ha hecho muchas trabajos para nosotros. Cuando nosotros estábamos trabajando, que empezamos con Obamacare, ella fue quien nos abrió la puerta del sur centro de Los Ángeles. Hilda Solís ha hecho grandes alianzas con nosotros y juntos hemos hecho trabajos bien fuertes, bien grandes. Esta es la primera vez que venimos con ese gran ánimo a que apoyen a los trabajadores de cuidado en casa y nos lleven en un mejor camino. Realmente nosotros estamos dándole también la bienvenida a Lindsay. Ella sé que va a ser parte de este gran equipo. A Janice Hahn ha trabajado siempre con nosotros. Catherine Barker ha trabajado siempre con nosotros y necesitamos más. Sé que ustedes van a tener algo muy bueno para nosotros.
All right, so my name is Patricia Santana, and I'm an IHSS worker, and I'm here to also, I want to start off by saying thank you to Holly Mitchell, because you opened up the doors when we needed to talk and we needed to get this conversation started and also with Obamacare. You did a lot with that as well. And Hilda Solis, thank you very much for what you've been doing. Lindsay Hahn, thank you so much. Catherine Barker, we appreciate you. Miss Janice Hahn as well. We really appreciate you and everything that you've been doing with us for this.
A este momento, nosotros como proveedores de cuidado en casa, estamos sufriendo mucho. Solamente ganamos $30,000 al año para pagar renta, comida y todas las necesidades que tenemos y realmente es un camino muy difícil el que nos queda. Cuando nosotros solo recibimos 50 centavos, 25 centavos, realmente es una necesidad muy grande la que nosotros tenemos en que ustedes mejoren este salario.
So right now we are suffering. We're making $30,000 a month. We have to pay rent. We have to pay food. It is very difficult. Sometimes we get an increase of 50 cents and that's not enough. So we are encouraging you to please do something for us and to make us in the right pathway.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosa Sánchez, yo vengo del Valle de Santa Clarita, pertenezco al distrito 5 de Catherine Barger, pero trabajo mucho en el distrito de Lindsay Horvath.
Good afternoon. My name is Margarita and I'm here. My name is Rosa Sanchez and I am here. I represent District 5 and we have been here. We've been with our representative and I also am from the Valley, from Santa Clarita.
Tengo un año con mis compañeros viniendo, dice la compañera Santana, gracias a todos ustedes porque han colaborado, pero hoy, ¿qué les está pasando? Señora supervisora, necesitamos su apoyo, su ayuda. Yo vivo en un distrito que es muy caro. Por una sola recámara nos cobran $900, más aparte los biles. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué voy a hacer? Si yo soy una madre soltera, ¿cómo yo voy a pagar? Los trabajadores sociales solamente, ellos no saben todo el trabajo que yo tengo. Mi hijo no era un deshabilitado. A los 20 años, desafortunadamente, se me enfermó. Mi hijo quería ser un sheriff y mi hijo sufre mucho, al igual que yo. Sufrimos mucho por estas situaciones. No lo quiso ni yo tampoco. Tengo un hijo abogado y no vengo a implorarles porque mi familia iba para arriba. Mi hijo iba a ser un triunfador. ¿Y qué pasó? Se me enfermó. Y no son unos hijos que están en la calle, son unos hijos triunfadores.
And I am here, just like my colleague Santana said, we need you to collaborate and to be here. Yes, thank you for all the support that you've provided in tandem. That's great, but where I live is very expensive. It's $900 for one apartment. On top of that, we have bills. We have other things to pay. I'm a single mom, and I have a son who, he got sick. He became ill, and he was going to be a sheriff. That's what he was going to do, so we're all suffering. I'm suffering along with him. I have a son who's a lawyer as well. I'm not here begging you. My family was uphill.
Thank
they were
you very
going
much.
up.
Thank
so
you.
Please,
Appreciate your comments.
Por favor.
Thank you.
Atención.
Thank you.
Please put attention in
Thank you.
all the people like us.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, yes. Hello, my name is Charmaine Hood, and I've been an in-home supportive worker for 25 years. And I'm here today to say that I've been coming down here every Tuesday for the past year, trying to bargain to get the $20 that I should be entitled to. I understand that Y'all been doing y'all job as well as I've been doing my job also. But if I don't get up and do my job, who gonna take care of the people that I do my in-home supportive job for? I just don't think of them as my bosses. I think of them as my friends and my family because I've been knowing them over these 25 years, and I've got to know them, and they become more than my bosses. They became my friends. So please, can y'all please just deal deep in your hearts and give us this $20 that we asking for? I know that y'all don't want to be the last ones to hear about this, but please give us the $20 that we're asking.
Thank you. Thank you
Have
very
a nice
much.
day.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I'm addressing item 10 and also public comment. My name is Desharnay Johnson, and I am a proud home care provider. I have been taking care of my mom, who was a school teacher that got hurt on her job and it left her disabled. I also took care of my stepfather until he passed away from cancer. My dream wasn't to be a provider. I dropped out of college to take care of my mom full time, and I work more hours than I get paid for. I am her only child, so I am all that she has. And being an only child means that I don't have any help myself with my mom. I have been coming to the Board of Supervisors for over a year. I'll repeat, I have been coming to the Board of Supervisors for over a year. It's been a struggle for me bringing my mom with me or even having to leave her at home, taken away from the care I provide for her while I come here every Tuesday to ask for $20 an hour. Home care workers are important. We are essential. We worked through the pandemic. We risked our lives to provide care to the most vulnerable. We should not be put last. I should not have to come here for the last year standing in the hot sun and the cold just to prove what's already been proven, that as home care providers are needed. We are important. The state needs to do better. The county needs to do better. Home care providers should not be last on your list. I invite you to continue to work with us so that home care providers can have a livable wage. We recognize the progress, but we also recognize that you guys should do better. We are essential, and we shouldn't be negotiating last. We shouldn't be bottom on your list. We deserve to be put first. We see the progress, but you guys need to do better, and we deserve better.
Thank you. We're now going to go to the telephone. Next caller, please.
Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our next participant is Eric Previn. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Thank you. I'll address 44 and I think it was 39 and a general public comment. Okay, so the county golf courses are a wonderful thing. There are about 18 or 20 of them, don't hold me to it, but they're on unusually nice pieces of land. They do require some water, and there's a lot of golf that goes on. The most expensive, fanciest one is called Los Verdes, also American Golf. There are about 8 that were under their contract, and now we're adding more. And that's what's interesting, because some of the smaller players that were operated by other companies are being, American Golf is taking over. They are able to do it for a very good price because they have almost like a little monopoly. So the question is, was there a fair competitive bidding? And the answer is, I hope so. It's very, very hard when you have an incumbent and working so closely with Rexon Park. And they know these groups for a long time. Don Kanabe and his son is the lobbyist for them. And I don't know. I just have a feeling that we should look closely, because this is really a story of Wall Street operating the registers on the county land for Main Street. And people know this has been an issue for the county before. I once brought it up in the dark of winter when they were trying to push it through late in the game. I think it's worth taking a look at before jamming through to see if it's really in our interest to go out 15 years. That's the part where they do the magic. It looks like a big number, but it's over too long a period of time. I want to say to the supervisor, Hahn, who's taken over my general public comment, that, you've done a very strong and powerful thing by listening to the people. And there have been so many speakers, from the IHSS workers to the folks who are knowledgeable about the environment. It's really powerful to be able to hear the people talk. And the only thing that I would say in terms of going forward is think about having a meeting every week as opposed to one every 2 weeks, because the problem is it's very challenging, even if you're diligent and highly focused, to stay in a 9-hour meeting. You guys are used to it because most of those meetings were the 5 of you blathering on with one another. But going forward, I think it might be better to meet a little more often. And good work. And in terms of the USC scandal, it's not really a scandal, but the holding off on the USC item. My suggestion would be to put Shellman and Kubata on the Rexon Parks golf procurement and just have them take a look and see if there is such a thing as a monopoly. Because let's imagine all the, for example, waste contracts in the county. What if they all went to one firm? That wouldn't be right. What if all the, what's another good example of that? Private security all went to one firm. We need to mix it up because it's the greatest county in America. Talk to you later, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next caller.
Our next participant is Jody Nelson. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address a general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Jody Nelson, and I will be addressing item number 80 and general public comment. I am the director of Californians for Safe Technology, a coalition of thousands of constituents around LA County. I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on Title 16 and 22. The board is being misled into believing that the ordinance changes are necessary to stay within the FCC guidelines and that wireless is the only option. During a November 2021 meeting, the board and staff all agreed that fiber is superior and spoke about addressing fiber in the future. But the future is now. You will never have the funding again for fiber. This thinking to rush inferior wireless service that is already obsolete is ridiculous and demonstrates just how uninformed the board is. You will be making a foolish decision by passing Title 16 and 22. Doing the right thing might be hard, but don't break your promise of equity for those you purport to want to represent, the unserved and underserved of LA County. Vote no on Title 16 and 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Danny Stevens. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm addressing item 25. I'm a member of Sprinkler Fitters Local 709. This project would mean a lot to the school and to Willowbrook. There could be even more opportunity for everyone, though, before the building's doors even open. Everyone around here would benefit from the creation of local, high-wage jobs. Good jobs would add a measure of value to this project beyond the building's stated purpose and educational space on their own. The sort of value that lasts beyond the construction itself, permanent value for the local economy. Developers, especially ones like this, have a choice, and we hope they consider choosing the entire community. Please do not approve this project and help us fight for better protections for our jobs and careers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Roy Humphreys. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Okay, it's item 10 and general public comment. Item 10, that's a thumbs up. It's a pittance in light of the historic inflation and the supervisor's willingness to finance illegal immigration and human trafficking. General comment is Supervisor Solis, instead of the eyewash painting of the walls on the Colima, try helping Ryan Romo clear the transients from the Fullerton flood tunnels and keep them out, as well as work with John Acosta of Caltrans to permanently clear the transient from their side of the Fullerton Road. Additionally, if your representatives come to the Rolling Heights community meeting with a cut and run attitude, just have them go to the pub and kick back a pint. And last but not least, with 100% virtual meetings, you don't have to worry about it. Would just simply negate the disruptive behavior you had today and cure your ADA problems. Y'all have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Brian Germain. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Brian Germain, and I'm a member of Local 105 Sheet Metal Workers, which represent over 6,000 workers across the Los Angeles metropolitan area. This project that I'm going to speak on is important to the community of item number 25. But it doesn't benefit everyone that it could. We who are members of the sheet metal trade and other skilled trades live and participate in this area too. We're the community as much as anyone else. And to be honest, we often have to drive 2 very far off spot hours away to do work. So when a project is right in our own city, we would love the chance to work on it. Local hire is a no-brainer, and it matters. It makes every community better. It's an LA value. Sadly, that has not been guaranteed here. We ask that you work with us and stand with the community and say no to the project that could do a lot more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Yesenia Miranda-Eze. Please state the items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Miranda Meza. I am the president and co-founder to Pomona United for Stable Housing, also known as PUSH. As a housing advocate, I am extremely concerned about the tenant protections ending on December 31st. I do not understand why the board is not taking action to extend protections when the Los Angeles Times has just released an article this morning stating that LA County is facing a full-blown coronavirus surge as cases spike 75% and deaths rise. Your very own Barbara Furr from the LA County Public Health Director stated that there is a common line of thinking that the pandemic is over. The COVID-19 is not over. It is no longer of concern. But given both the increases in hospitalizations and the back of the certainty in the winter trajectory for COVID-19, it's important to continue common sense mitigation strategies that we know work. Our community is still in danger, still getting sick, still having to lose time off of work. And now with the flu and RSV running rampant, this is very dangerous because our community.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Kathleen Gildred. Please state the item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. I will be speaking on item number 80 and also general public comment. First of all, I want to congratulate Lindsay Horvath. We're delighted you're our new supervisor. And I also want to thank you for abstaining on item number 80. And thank Hilda Solis for caring about the health and well-being of our communities and opposing it. I oppose amendments to Title 16 and 2022. Please vote no on item 80. It would eliminate due process protections of prior notification and public hearings, replacing 30 years of the conditional use permit. Wireless broadband requires hundreds of new antennas in our residential neighborhoods. It is slow, unreliable, expensive, unregulated, and hazardous, and utilizes 10 times as much energy as fiber optic broadband. Fiber optics can handle more users and more data at consistently higher speeds. The supervisor should be investing resources and taking advantage of federal dollars to provide superior fiber optic broadband. I am a Topanga Canyon resident and am concerned about fires and safety. In the last 15 years, there have been 4 major Southern California wildfires initiated in part or wholly by telecommunications equipment. The CPUC investigation found that 5 telecommunication companies were guilty of contributing to the neglect and overloading of utility poles which gave rise to these fires. In an emergency, we do not need small cells to call 911 as they get backed up by macro towers. I am asking for a reversal of the categorical exemption to CEQA as it relates to Title 16 and 22 because of the lack of environmental review and safety requirements. This technology is harmful, as proven in the over 10,000 peer-reviewed scientific studies and in the win in the FCC lawsuit on the FCC's failure to update their standards and exposure of levels in 26 years.
Thank you. Just to let everybody know, and my colleagues, we have 7 more on the phone and then 12 in the here in the boardroom. You get your allotted time, but just because some people have been here a long time and been waiting, if you have already heard what you're going to say, said numerous times, maybe just shorten your remarks, get to the point. We're all listening. All the board members are here and listening, but just for the sake of those who have been waiting so long in the audience, if you wouldn't mind just getting to your point and telling us how you feel, I think we would all appreciate that. So 7 more on the phone, then we're coming back to you there on the front row, and we'll get through this. Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Mark Graham. Please state the item numbers you're addressing and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. All right, my name is Mark Graham. I'm speaking on item number 80 in public comment. I echo the comments of my friends earlier tonight, Lonnie Gordon and Sydney Cox, and also the comments of Roland Masry and Jody Nelson. I represent an organization called Keep Cell Antennas Away, and we are based in Elk Grove, California. My reason for my interest in this is that if you adopt these changes, you may set a bad precedent which could spread to other cities and other counties. Due process rights really should be preserved. You have non-ionizing radiation is harmful to human health, and according to thousands of studies done since 1996, the telecommunication industry knows it. They know it. Look at what other cities are doing in terms of passing more protective zoning laws. In Elk Grove, we have something that I call the front yard rule for cell antenna placement. This is in our zoning law, part of the Elk Grove Municipal Code. I sent you a written comment through the board's portal about this. And it says that the city will not permit a cell antenna to be located immediately adjacent to or immediately across the street from the front yard of a residential dwelling. This has probably protected 90% of the homes in the city of Elk Grove from having a cell antenna right out by the front yard. And you can do it too, supervisors. Los Angeles County can adopt the same thing too. The funny thing about the Telecommunications Act of 1996 is it allows local government to determine your own process and your own zoning requirements, as long as your requirements are not based on health. This is a limitation that is based on aesthetics. Now, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit said in the City of Portland versus United States case, which is about a year ago, that the city, the county can set limits like this based on aesthetics. I encourage you and your staff to look up that case, City of Portland versus United States. If you adopt item 80,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next caller, please.
You're welcome.
Our next participant is Tiffany Lane. Please state the agenda item numbers you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. I'm addressing general public comment regarding the ARP contract solicitations. I respectfully called back in and requesting the full 2 minutes to share this and also echo the sentiments of it being very difficult to wait 6 or 7 hours for public comment, if that can be reviewed as well. I did want to address again that community-based organizations that are dedicated to targeted communities are being overlooked for ARP solicitation contracts, and we are being outbid by large corporations throughout the county. At this time, I'm asking that the board consider restructuring the qualifiers and allowing leniency for small businesses to receive ARP awarded contracts and those similar to our targeted communities. Many qualified businesses will continue to be overlooked unless this is reviewed and restructured. Thank you so very much for your time and your service on the board.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Our next participant is Justin Walters. Please state the agenda items you're addressing today and whether you'll address on general public comment. You may begin.
I'm speaking on item 25. I will not have a general public comment. I'm here to express Local 78's disappointment with the project before you for item 25, Charles Drew Health Professionals Education Building. We ask that you not approve this because we believe that the community should be more involved with this from day one. That includes the construction. We're always hopeful that good projects will include everyone, and that means the skilled trades too. Seeing as this developer has not committed to that, we ask how equitable the development really is. Please stand with us and vote no on item 25. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a clarifying statement, please?
Yes.
I've just heard several representatives from various labor organizations make this same comment. So I just want to provide clarity to all of us that this project that they're referencing in Board Letter 25 is in accordance with LA County's 2020 local and targeted worker hire policy. It will meet or exceed 30% of our local hire goals. It will meet or exceed 10% of targeted hiring goals, and it will meet the apprentice program goals. So I just want to provide that clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. That was very helpful. Okay, next caller, please.
Our next participant is Carl McClammy. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Thank you. This is Carl McClaney. I'm Vice President of Administration and Infrastructure for Charles R. Drew University. I am speaking in favor of Board Item 25. And I really appreciate the Supervisor's clarifying remarks. It is true that the project is committed to local hire, apprenticeship programs, targeted workers. We will, in addition, seek to include minority and women-owned firms in the building of the project itself. And it is a prevailing wage project, and we will meet all requirements of the Davis-Bacon Act. All of those things are committed to and consistent with the goals of the university as well as its commitment to the community. In addition, my colleagues are there perhaps to speak in person and will speak more specifically about
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from Juan Guerrero. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Hello, I'm here to speak on item 10. My name is Juan Carlos Guerrero. I'm attorney across generations, a campaign of family caregivers, workers, people with disabilities, aging adults who come together to advocate for care supports and systems so that everyone can live and age with dignity. As a lot of the people mentioned, this raising IHSS workers ensures that home care workers we can survive in Los Angeles and to attend the needs of nearly 200,000 IHSS consumers throughout the county. And while we do support the $1 wage increase, we just really believe that IHSS workers and recipients deserve so much more. And we really do hope that we can count on the Board of Supervisors to continue support for fair wages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from Ray Morales. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
I'm here. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dre, and I'll be speaking on item 25. Well, actually, good afternoon. My name is Ray, and I'm with the Anchor Church. We oppose this project. Charles R. Drew once quoted as saying, "Excellence of performance will transcend artificial barriers created by man." And when he said this, he was speaking not only of race, but of quality and opportunity. And the Bible itself reinforces both quality and opportunity. This project represents neither for the community. It doesn't allow for local hire and therefore doesn't encourage local residents to see themselves as having a chance to participate in this project's development. If you say you're for the community, show it. Please reject this. Please reject this application. Thank you for your time and God bless.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from Daniel Friedman. please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. I'll be speaking on item 46 and general public comment. Hi, hello, good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniel Friedman. I'm with the Law Office of the Jeffer Mangles, Butler & Mitchell, and myself and my partner Benjamin Resnick represent the Baldwin Vista Hillside Neighborhood Association in connection with the appeal that you have before you today on consent, unfortunately, of a CEQA exemption that was issued in connection with the conversion of these gates located at Cloverdale and Padilla Place at the Kenneth Hahn State Recreation Area into general public entrances. I don't know if you've been briefed on this project at all or if this appeal has been brought to your attention in any capacity whatsoever, but we are bringing this to your attention because we believe our clients should be heard. We represent the neighborhood, the residents who live around the Kenneth Hahn State Recreation Area, and they should be given a fair opportunity to appeal this notice of exemption. The reason why this appeal is being brought and the reason why your attention should be had is that the project description is wrong and it is misleading both the public as well as this board. The project description makes it seem as if there's a gate that is just going to change its operation means, as if one day it's opened 1 hour and the next day it's open 2 hours. But really what's happening, there's a gate that had no public entrance into this park, or I should say 2 gates that had no public entrance that are being converted into general public entrances. In one email from county staff, they call them major public entrances. These entrances will have significant impacts on the communities that are adjacent to them. We are simply asking the county and we are asking this board to rethink what it's doing, not necessarily to reach any particular outcome, but to simply do the environmental analysis. We are simply asking the county to look, is there an ability to mitigate the impact? If you had an entrance to a state park opening adjacent to your home, wouldn't you want the local agency doing it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board, appreciate it.
Next caller.
Next, we'll hear from Daniela Diaz. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Daniela Diaz. I believe that Charles Drew University has always been a big part of the community from long before I was even born. I want to support them, but I also know that a project like this is a big deal. Environmentally, I mean, like, I'm not an expert, but it feels like because it was really easy and fast, they didn't really do any environmental studies on this. And yeah, it looks good, but what's it going to do to traffic on 120th and Compton? Like it's going to be 3 years, and I just don't know what it's going to do for like the construction and even after. And also, what about all the houses around there? Like, because it's Watts, we don't even matter for a full study. I think you guys can do better. So please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last caller? No. Oh, next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from Ann Antikellen. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Hi, I'm addressing item number 25. Yes, there'll be a general public comment. I think the campus expansion is happening a little too fast. And with no review, the county land given up to the school, and bam, a 5-story building is all of a sudden built. No one, I'm asking you guys as a resident to look past the business as usual prospect and fully look into the project. I mean, we don't even know what's going to happen with the traffic, how it's going to impact us, the locals, or what construction will really look like. Is it going to be a mess? The sound, the noise, and, we have to do a little bit better for the residents and think about the community rather than business. But I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from James Cano. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
Hello, yeah, my name is James Cano. I want to speak on item 25, general public comment. I lived off of Alabama for like my whole life. This is a big project, and I think it deserves more review. I bet it will bring jobs to the area, sure, and more investment, but what about the influx of new students? And what if they gentrify the area? It sounds crazy, but it happens everywhere. It's an obvious problem. I'd rather this be housing. Can they add housing in? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Next, we'll hear from Catherine Eisenhower. Please state the item numbers you are addressing today and whether you will address on general public comment.
This is Dr. Catherine Eisenhower, and I am speaking on general public comment. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am calling in to request that you take a serious look at the Department of Children and Family Services and their contracting process and ensure that it is following the equity regulations that your board has so graciously put into place, and particularly as it impacts the communities that have been most disproportionately hit by COVID, by child welfare, and many other issues. Over the last 5 to 7 years, the department's change in their RFP process, which no longer involves community or input from those who utilize the services, is no longer focused on ensuring that agencies are representative of the community, has shut down numerous agencies in the SPA 6 community, and has transitioned that money to large white organizations.
Thank you very much. I believe we're now going back to in person. And again, I'll just say you've earned your time. You're entitled to your time. But if anybody shortens their speech, we ain't going to be mad at you. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenas tardes, respetadas supervisoras del Condado de Los Ángeles. Mi nombre es Anabel Luna y vivo en Pomona. Pertenezco al Distrito Primero de nuestra supervisora Ida Solís.
Hello, good afternoon, respectable supervisors of Los Angeles. My name is Anabel Luna, and I also am a district member of Isla Solís.
Estoy hablando acerca del Distrito 10 y bueno, pues yo formo parte de la mesa de negociaciones de nuestro sindicato de trabajadores de cuidado en casa, de la cual me siento muy orgullosa de pertenecer.
And I am talking about District 10, and I'm also a board member for the bargaining table for the members of SEIU, the home care workers.
Estoy aquí representando a todas las personas que desafortunadamente no pueden venir en persona aquí a hablar con ustedes.
I'm here representing everybody that unfortunately can't come here in person.
Esas personas que no pueden dejar a las personas que cuidan porque si no se mueren.
Those people that can't leave the ones that they're caring for because they'll pass away.
Y en una sola vez les decimos que lo que nos ofrecen no es lo que realmente necesitamos.
And in one voice, we let you know that what you're offering us is not really what we need.
Ustedes saben de antemano que la situación económica ha cambiado drásticamente.
You know beforehand that our economic situation changed drastically.
Y de una vez les decimos que no vamos a parar, que tenemos mucho que hacer y les agradecemos todo el apoyo que nos dan por incluirnos en su presupuesto a todos los trabajadores de cuidado en casa, que estamos aquí para cuidar a todas las personas que nos necesitan, con nuestra pasión y nuestra compasión.
And once again, we ask you to please, we're not going to stop. We are grateful that you include us in your budget, but we're here, all of the home care workers who are taking care of those people that need us with compassion and passion.
Thank you. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Prothrow-Stith. I'm Dean of the College of Medicine at Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science, and here to speak in favor of item 25. I just want to make sure each of you fabulous women supervisors know that CDU has just been accredited to open a medical school in South Los Angeles on the Watts-Compton border. That is historic. We will accept 60 new medical students in July 10, 2023. And this is not just a District 2, District 4 project. CDU alumni are serving the county. We have 515 health professionals in District 1, 1,000 in District 2, 473 in District 3, 862 in District 4, 431 in District 5.
Thank you so much.
We
What a
need your
pleasure to have
support.
you. We got to call it the Charles Drew University with Sylvia Drew Ivy in the room.
right
We can't
there,
say
right there.
CDU. Just like I don't let people say the KH, Hall of Administration, right? Sylvia, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Supervisors, I'm here to support the action of the Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science. This has been a dream that your father had, Supervisor Hahn, way back when we started in 1966. We've done a fabulous job with our two-year program with UCLA, training physicians. We will continue that program, but we're going to have our own program admitting 60 new physician candidates every year. It's really a dream come true. We are going to follow all of the rules about who we hire, local hire, affirmative action in that hiring. We work with community, we serve the community, and we'll continue to do that, not only in healthcare training, but as we grow a wonderful new building, medical school. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you down here with us.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rachel Lewis. This is my daughter, Marae Lewis, and she is 45 years old. I am her provider. I was told in the beginning that my daughter would not speak. I should put her in an institution, but the love of home care providers, I'm not just saying parents, have brought her to be 45 years old, and we are very proud of her. She speaks. So let me be short. Proposition 10, the Agenda 10, it's all right. Thank you, Holly Mitchell, for your diligence, your steadfastness. But board members, I believe when it comes to home care workers, we are very upset about being the last on the totem pole. And I know you ladies can do so much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Leilani Reed. I am a home care provider. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm speaking on public comment in item number 10, I apologize. My name is Leilani Reed. I'm a home care provider of 17 years. I was an educator for 20, and I had to leave my job to care for my daughter who suffered from mental illness. And just so you guys understand, as we move forward in showing progress, that we're not asking for a handout, we're just asking for a hand up. And let's be clear and make it make sense that right now, $16 an hour with $2,200 rent, it does not match. It just does not match at all. And so we're just asking that you guys understand that a livable wage for the caretakers is something that's very important. And one thing we all have in common in here, that we're all gonna age, or someone in your family might have a disability, and I'm sure you will want quality care for them. And with that being said, you will want that caretaker to have a livable wage and quality pay also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Resnick, and I represent the neighbors and residents in Baldwin Vista. I'm speaking on item 4674 and public comment, please. How did we get here? I'm representing a community that was formed at the organization to oppose opening 2 gates in their very neighborhood that created a gateway for general public to come to what is the largest regional park in the county. Millions of people use this park. How did we get here? 100 years ago, one family owned the Baldwin Hills. And when they decided to convey and grant to the state and the governmental agencies this big chunk of land, they reserved onto all the parcels that remained around the property the right of access. It's in the deed. And that right of access has been the right to cross and go into that land. Government agency has it. They built the reservoir. We know what happened in 1963. The reservoir collapsed. Disaster. This community suffered. People died. People lost property. Years later, led by the legendary supervisor, Kenny Hahn, this community got together and said, let's have a park. That's what we can do. But recognizing that the community had a right of access and wanting to fence in this area, Supervisor Hahn, together with the county folks, agreed with the state, which owned the land, and the county is managing this park only, that they would respect the neighbors by prohibiting access through their neighborhood to the community. In fact, they did studies. And the studies, which I mentioned in my letter, I don't know if you've read them all, and I cited you to them, stated that there'd be significant adverse impacts to this community if they use public access here. So what was the solution? So the solution was they fenced it in and they put in gates with combination locks and said, okay, only the people who have the legal access right in their deed can access that. That way they weren't giving up their legal right. Fast forward to last summer, 2021, the community gets notice from the County Department of Parks and Recs. They want them to give up that right. They say, oh, well, you need to give up that right. Why? Because there's this notion of equitable access. Everybody should have access if you have access. But the fallacy there is they didn't create that. That was a legal right they were being asked to give up in order not to have the county open up this whole area as a general access. Extortion is what it was. In fact, then the county went on ahead and opened the gates last March. And you know what LAPD stats now show? That the burglary rates now in this neighborhood are 3 times higher. 3 times, including the very well-publicized one of Mayor-elect Karen Bass, not to mention. What are we asking? We're asking that you study the impacts and not sweep it under the rug by using an exemption, which is another way of saying we don't want to do a study. That's all the community's asking. Respect the community. Give them that opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Next speaker, please.
Item number 46 in public comment. Good afternoon, honorable supervisors, and it's beautiful to see all you ladies up there. My name is April Sims. My family has lived in Baldwin Hills next to Kenneth Hahn Park since 1972. As a contributor to the community, I managed Simply Wholesome for over 24 years, and I serve as a volunteer on the board of the Baldwin Hills Vista Neighborhood Association. My father, the late Larry Sims, was asked by Kenneth Hahn himself to serve on the original planning committee for the Kenneth Hahn Regional Park. As both my parents and my mother, Floyd Sims, is here now, as well as my father and Kenneth Hahn all went to Fremont High School, they all shared that notion that they find a way or you make a way. And that's all we're asking from you all today, to help collectively find a way to make this equitable for all of us. To his credit, Mr. Hahn met with our families who lived immediately adjacent to the site, and instead of rebuilding the dam when the dam broke, they decided to make one of the most amazing parks in America. We love the park. We spent personal funds and time as boosters of the park and encouraged the world to enjoy the park. Proponents of opening the gates at Cloverdale and Padilla like to compare Kenneth Hahn Park to other great urban parks, but they're not the same. Golden Gate Park in San Francisco is a borderless park. Central Park in New York is surrounded by 6-lane streets and high-rise buildings, and it has 18 different entrances. Our park only has 3 entrances, one that charges fees during the weekends and on holidays, and 2 pedestrian sites. However, within 6 miles of our park, there are other options. There are 3 other options that we would like for you all to consider. Thank you for your time, and please include us,
Thank you.
the 400 neighbors, in your consideration.
Thank you. And thank you to the Sims family.
Thank you.
Almost good evening. My name is Grace Bates, and I'm going to be addressing number 10 and also the public comment. I'm going to keep it short and maybe just the points, because my sisters and brothers in the union have all been before you and have voiced, their concerns and how they feel, and they would be along the lines the same as mine. But being a teacher, also being a mom, taking care of my parents, I'm an only child, want them to have their last years, the third stage of their life, to be the best. I really believe that, you do what you have to do for those that you love, and everyone deserves the best quality of life possible. I also believe that, the youth is looking at us and watching what we're doing, and, what kind of picture are we painting for them. So I'm going to leave you with this, something my youngest daughter, who's going into the nursing field, hopefully someday, she's always telling me, Mom, it's easy to hear someone, but it's more important to listen to what they're saying and to take action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, distinguished supervisors. My name is George Varnado. We have a very, very serious drug epidemic in our communities, in the city. My wife and I established an outpatient drug education program back in 2004. Since I only have 40 seconds, I'm going to fast forward. We were there for like 13 years. The state came and did an investigation. The agencies that they didn't shut down, they suspended the funding and they suspended services from being rendered. We were exonerated. The state exonerated us. So we were looking to be reinstated. Because there was no fault of ours. The state wrote this letter and said, we understand, but I would like to meet with, my time is up, I would like to meet with, if possible, with Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Okay.
So I can address the issue, because
Yes,
it's very
I'm sure
important.
Supervisor Solis will have a staff member come out there and talk to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I am Barbara Bondurant. This is my son, Michael. I am in bargaining our home care contract. It just took way too long. We need to do better on that next time. I have 2 requests of the Board of Supervisors. We have never been acknowledged by you for how much money we save you by keeping people in their homes and out of nursing homes and other institutions. And it's a phenomenal amount of money. And my second request is I would like to know if you all have as a goal to ever get us above the federal poverty line for our wages.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I will say, maybe you didn't hear us, but I think all of us at one point or another, I know I have said how much money you save us. We want people to stay in their homes. It saves the money, it saves the state money. And we know that sometimes the outcomes in some of these skilled nursing facilities are not the kind of outcomes that we want. We want people in their homes and we support you. And I think all of our goal is to get you above the federal poverty line. That is our commitment. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am speaking on item 10. My name is Detanya Shackelford, and I live in Hawthorne. And this is my son, Brandon Shackelford. I am a single mother who is a proud home care worker for my son, Brandon, for over 17 plus years, who has intellectual disabilities. When my son asks, could we go on vacation out of town, I have to say no, because 16 is not enough. We are essential home care workers. We should not be treated last to a pathway to $20. We have been coming every Tuesday for a year to try to get our $20. Please don't forget about us. We're home care workers. We see that there is progress, but we deserve dignity and respect. We should not be last to receive our wage increase.
Thank you.
I pray that you will do better for home
Thank
care
you.
workers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Supervisor Mitchell, are you still on here for a reason or? No. Okay. That was earlier. Right. Did I acknowledge you earlier? Okay, so that was the conclusion of our public comment. I do feel like based on some of the comments that we heard today, there was some concern about item 80. And we had some questions of our regional planning director, Amy Bodek, as well as our legal counsel in terms of the liability issues that were brought up. So we know it's late in the day, but I just feel like there were some members that expressed concern and wanted some clarification. So, Supervisor Barger, did you want to start with some questions?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to be succinct, we heard individuals calling in saying that this is not required and that we are actually, we should reject this. What would happen? First of all, is it required? Number one. And if it's not, why should we move forward with what's on the agenda today?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say hello to our new supervisor, Lindsay Horvath. Thank you. Hopefully, you won't have long meetings like this in the future.
Oh, this was a short one.
Yes, of course, ma'am, it's a short one. So the first question was, is this required? And the answer is no. It is not required if we don't want local control. So we are limited to a certain extent on what we can do because of the FCC. However, without this ordinance, we are foregoing an opportunity to have a minute amount of local control because the FCC has taken away most of that local control. So I think that's the first answer that I would give you. It is not required. However, we have been relying on an incredibly outdated policy memo. We don't actually have a definition in our code as to what a macro tower facility is. We rely on an outdated definition based on a policy memo that is from 2010. So we do not even have current definitions in our code as to what is being permitted out there today.
But let me interrupt you though. So that's where I'm a little confused because you're saying we don't have local control. I mean, they can do what they want to do, I guess, and that we have very little discretion over what can and cannot be done. So even if we define what you want to put in the ordinance, is that going to trump what the state or what the utility companies are going to want to put in?
So what FCC will not let us control is or consider are certain impacts and locations, right? So we have the ability to ask questions, but if the wireless facility operator or carrier says, I want to put a facility here, we have very, very limited abilities to do that. What we do have the ability to control is design standards and what it looks like, and a public hearing process for those large towers.
So that's really what this is going to ensure, that if in a community they want to put up a tower and we don't feel it's suitable for that I mean, obviously that location, they can choose, but we would be, with this ordinance, we'll be able to say, no, you're not gonna put up a tower like that, you're gonna
mask it, you're going to put it on the building instead in East LA. I showed examples in our last public hearing of a facility that instead of a standalone tower, it was put on a building and it was masked architecturally. We would not have the ability to do that. We would not have the ability to make that.
Without this ordinance, you would
without
not
this
have the
ordinance.
ability to do that.
We would not have the ability to do that.
So taking no action would give up our right to control something within the process that at least.
Something, yes. Something is better than nothing in our opinion, and again, this is our opinion. It is up to you to decide if you want that something.
So this ordinance does not, we are not taking a position on towers in general because we can't. So if we in LA County said we don't want any more, we couldn't do that.
It's my understanding we could not do that.
County Council.
And let me just,
That is,
yeah,
if I could just say that is absolutely correct. The county cannot prohibit or ban wireless facilities.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and we cannot reject one. You said there are certain criteria we can't impose. For instance, health and safety. Is that, can we cite some of these reports? Can we quote, the National Brain Tumor Association with their data and reject a cell tower?
That's correct, Supervisor. The FCC has exclusive jurisdiction over the RF safety limits, and they've established certain RF emission guidelines that all wireless facilities have to comply with in order to be licensed. And equipment that falls within those limits and that guidelines are deemed safe by the FCC. So we can't impose our own.
So, and when you say, Amy, local control, you're meaning what you just said, us, the county. What interaction does a neighborhood have with this, if we pass this ordinance, how does that include the community or neighborhood?
Certainly. So within the county and the 88 cities, there are a handful of cities that do not have a current ordinance, and us. So most cities, I'd say there's probably 7 cities that have either no ordinance or a limited ordinance. So the majority of the cities in LA County actually do have some control. There are a whole lot of other.
But they only have control over aesthetics.
Aesthetics, correct. So what we will have control over is requiring a conditional use permit and a public hearing process for certain macro facilities. If it's an existing facility that chooses to comply with our design standards, then there is a streamlining process to allow them to make those changes without a public hearing. But if it is a brand new facility, with the ordinance, we get to require a CUP and a public hearing process.
Thank you, and then I just have one more question, I'll let you. And so a couple people brought up, this is the county's liability is exposed with this ordinance.
So the county is implementing the FCC standards, and as Dawn mentioned, we are prohibited from considering those health impacts. As long as we're complying with the law, we are just implementing the FCC standards. With respect to insurance that was mentioned earlier, the county does require insurance on the smaller facilities. That's to ensure the actual structure. And within our CUP process for the macro facilities that Ms. Bodek just mentioned, those facilities, those providers will be subject to an indemnification clause in our CUPs. So the county is protected with respect to liability.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath and then Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I think I think the issue of liability goes either way, because if we
pass this ordinance, then if we pass this item, then we take responsibility for what gets implemented for the unincorporated areas of LA County. If we don't, then we have a different issue that still impacts the county. But what I didn't read is any sort of regulation or perspective on the concentration of locating of these devices. And so if you could speak to that issue.
Certainly, Supervisor Horvath, we don't actually have the ability to control concentration or not. So that is placement, and location placement is an obligation of the FCC. So the carrier comes to us and says, we need coverage. And we don't have the ability to challenge that. We have to accept that they do have a need for that coverage.
So a carrier can place several of these devices in the same concentrated area rather than other locations without any sort of discretion by the county.
It depends on what type of facility we're talking about. If we're talking about a tower, a standalone macro tower, a single carrier would not place multiple large towers in a small concentrated area because they don't need that coverage. Those large towers are for a greater area. The small cell facilities, which go on telephone poles or street lights, those have a distance frequency that's necessary. And so you will see those on street lights every quarter of a mile or so. It's a different system than the big tower ones. So a carrier could come into the county and propose 20 small cell facilities in a single neighborhood if that's what they feel that they need. Those facilities would be permitted in the right-of-way through the Public Works Department under Title 16 of this ordinance. If a carrier were to come in and say, we want 20 tall towers, we would seriously question that because that's not how those tall towers work. They can carry information at a much greater distance. So I'm not sure if I've answered your question or not.
Under what authority, though, if we don't have authority from the federal government, under what authority do we have to say, well, that doesn't sound right to us to be able to place several of these devices?
Right. Yes, theoretically you are right, but we've not seen a carrier multiply those tall towers to be a concentration issue. We do see Carrier 1 put a tower here, and then Carrier 2 come along and put a tower, 2-3 blocks away, but they're different carriers.
And I think that's part of my issue with this item is that we're not addressing that there are communities who might not have the resources or representation to address that kind of issue. There's nothing that the county is proactively doing to address overconcentration of some of those services in different neighborhoods. So that's my issue.
If I may, we do strongly encourage co-location on those towers, and so we do ask those questions, but you are correct that we don't have the ability to force co-location. You are absolutely correct on that.
Whether or not this ordinance passes, that issue
still would remain, yes.
May I just add that the ordinance does provide, or does require that we that the county makes a coverage gap finding, so that the provider must show a map that indicates that there is a gap in coverage for that location. So there is some control about distancing because they would need to establish that there is a coverage gap.
So we don't take their word for it. They have to show us their map with the locations. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Ms. Bodick, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us to for me to get some clarity out of what seems murky and a little muddy. And I think you may have answered my question. So I am clear about what the county is not empowered to do. I guess my question, who is? It's solely in the hands of the FCC in terms of making the determination.
It's my understanding, yes.
And that's been confirmed by our county council. And so my question is, does the FCC in their determination factor in health concerns, or do we even know?
They've made the determination that certain amounts of radio frequency emissions are considered safe. I know that there's a lot of opposition to that and differences of opinions and different scientists, but they've made that, that determination, and that's what we're bound by as far as consideration. So if the facility is in compliance with FCC regulations, it's deemed safe by their standards.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? I was just going to say, sir, you might as well sit down because public comment is over, and it's now our opportunity to debate this issue before we vote. So if you have anything else to submit, you may do that, but this is not the time to speak anymore. No, thank you. So let me get this straight. Please, we listened for almost 2 hours to public comment at the end, so please, it's our turn to debate this. So what I'm asking, Amy and legal, so this ordinance is not giving in any way some sort of leeway or just allowing them to do what they not already allowed to do legally. What this ordinance does is take back the small amount of control that I guess in this issue we've been only given, which is design and specs.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Okay, we're not allowing anything more than what they're already allowed to do. It's just taking back a little bit of, it's got to look a certain way, and it calls for a public hearing
Correct.
in the community. Okay, I think I understand. I see names. Supervisor Barger.
Yeah, I just want to get a clarification. Refresh my memory, and I don't know if it's before you started, Amy. I think the county did send a letter to the FCC expressing concerns about the very issue we're talking about as it relates to the health impacts.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that we even hired an outside legal firm to assist us in filing a lawsuit against the FCC. That was, I would say, 2018, 2019, I believe.
That's correct. We joined a number of other local agencies. We hired Best Best and Krieger, and we did file a lawsuit, and the Ninth Circuit upheld the FCC.
And then Supervisor Horvath asked a question, and I just want to get it. When you talk about like density of all these being co-located, then there is a threshold that the FCC said you cannot exceed. So I don't know what the correct verbiage is, but you said that there's a certain frequency, I guess, or that they cannot exceed when putting something in, correct? Maybe you said that, Amy.
The FCC, any carrier has to provide equipment that is essentially certified by the FCC.
So if they put a lot in one area, wouldn't that exceed? I mean, I would think it would exceed, it would not?
Honestly, I have no idea.
So that raises my next question. Who is monitoring to make sure that they are complying? Because if we assume, I was taught when you assume something, fill in the blank. Who is going to be monitoring? Who has the charge? Does the county have the ability to test and make sure that they are complying with the FCC requirements for whatever they put in unincorporated areas?
I honestly do not know the answer to that question.
If we're going to approve, and I understand why we have to do this, but there's some unanswered questions, and I'm wondering if we need to get all the facts, because my chief of staff's one that reminded me when she said about the FCC, I remembered that. I think it would help us all to get the full picture, and then to understand maybe there are things such as monitoring to ensure that they are complying with what the FCC standards are. I'm assuming they are. But I don't think assumption is...
I'm fine on continuing it. Is there what's looming out there for us that would make a difference when we pass an ordinance to grab some local control?
This is actually the second read on this
Right,
ordinance.
this is second reading.
So it can, I don't think that there's anything pressing that would prevent us from being able to.
I thought I heard somebody say 90 days.
Uh,
Nobody said that to me, okay. Right, and somebody said the shot clock was.
The shot clock is for the time period in which the county can consider approval for small cell facilities. That's just giving the county a certain amount of time to
Okay.
approve those.
And there's no pending location that we would want to weigh in on in terms of design sooner?
No, we are
That's
continuing
fine.
to process.
I would agree that
I'd like
we
to
have a lot of
continue.
questions, and a lot of other questions came up, obviously during public comment. Supervisor Solis, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just, I think this opens up a can of worms, obviously, for a lot of us. And for me, I was pretty clear last time I wasn't supportive, in part because of the overconcentration, to the point that Supervisor Horvath brought up. And I do think that it's hard to regulate different providers. So when you're looking at one provider, they may put 4 of these, whatever it is, and you can have someone who put 2. But you're not collectively looking at it to say, whoa, there's 6 here now, and it's in an area that is very adjacent to a sidewalk, pedestrian walk, in unincorporated areas. And that's why I have concerns, because in unincorporated areas, I've heard this before, as well as some of our neighboring low-income, underrepresented communities. And that's what
I mean, we hear that. I think when we continue this, if that's all okay with my colleagues, we're going to want, I don't know if that's a closed session item or what, but we're going to want to have a lot of these questions answered.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
how do we control this? If we can't control it, what are we doing long-term? We need a new strategy. You said 2019, we wrote a letter.
Now we have a new administration, Madam Chair.
So, we need a strategy about this, because I think we all share the concerns, but I think there's a feeling of helplessness, like we can't control much, so let's at least control the design. And I think what we're hearing is we all want a little bit more than that, if it's possible. If not, then we'll come back to understanding that the ordinance is as much as we can get in terms of any kind of local control. So if it's okay with my colleagues, what time frame are we talking about?
I don't, but in addition, could you give us Reader's Digest version of the lawsuit and where we did not prevail and where we might have the ability, like monitoring?
Do you want to do that in closed session, or do you want to wait till January?
That would be fine with me.
Okay.
I'm looking to Amy, who looks like she's about ready to panic, but I think you're okay. You're good?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, since we only have
fine with me.
two more, we have 2 more we have closed session next week, and then the 20th is a regular meeting we'll have a closed session. So what's the pleasure of my colleagues?
That's fine.
Up to the chair.
I'll let the chair make that decision.
Okay, well, let's look at continuing to the 20th. So we should.
That's fine. We'll bring it into closed session on the 20th.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear about kind of the body of information we'll have the opportunity to review. Just
Seems like a lot.
in determining if the 20th is realistic or not. And so given the fact that FCC appears to me to be in the driver's seat, is it simply reviewing past documents, or is there additional body of work or experts we need to hear from? That's what I wanted to be clear about.
The reason why I wanted to continue this is because when I hear what we're going to be voting on, I'm wondering if we can make it have a little more teeth, such as looking at compliance or other areas that maybe we can add into this ordinance that go above just simply the aesthetics. That's what I was thinking.
So I think what would be prudent is maybe by the 20th in closed session, we discuss this on what our legal options are, but then not take it up then till the first meeting in January for the vote. That seems to make more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. Anybody else here that wants to? Supervisor Mitchell, did you want to say anything? Okay. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, our esteemed county council. Okay, executive officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers which we'll be voting on.
Madam
Oh,
Chair, before we take the vote,
Just to be clear, I mean, we will, the 20th for a closed session, I do think we actually need a continued public date as well. So-
Okay, what's the first,
January 10th,
January 10th?
and I'll read that in, Dawn.
Okay, all right, so now indicate the agenda items.
Before we take a vote, Supervisor Horvath requests that agenda item 18 be revised as follows. The report back to the board be in writing and in an open session with a presentation before the board in 90 days.
Without objection.
All right, the following items are before you. Item 1, 3, 5, 8 through 11, 12 as revised, 13, 15 and 16, 18 as amended, 19 through 73, 75, 77 through 79. Item 80 is going to be continued to December 20th on closed session, and then an open session on January 10th, 2022. 81 through 90, 91A through 91E, 94 through 97, SD1, 1D through 3D, 1P and 2P. And on item CS1, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued to December 20th, 2022.
Okay, those will be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve those items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're almost to the end. There's no specials today, so we will move now, colleagues. It would be appropriate to do our adjournments. And we will begin with Supervisor Barger and then 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Harry Francis Flynn, a longtime resident of Toluca Lake who passed away at the age of 92 on October 5th. Harry graduated from Harvard in 1953 and then attended the Officers Candidate School in Newport, Rhode Island, where he received a commission in the U.S. Navy. After moving to California, he was introduced to Charlie Lowe, who advised Harry that he should consider becoming a publicist, and Harry spent several decades in publicity with ABC, Screen Gems at Columbia Pictures, Universal, and NBC. In 1973, he married Pam Sweet, and they had one son, Sidney Carroll, born in 1975. In 1980, Harry decided it was time to go out on his own, and he and his wife established the Flynn Company. While he was at ABC, Harry learned about a Navy Reserve unit that produced movies. He met Commander Saul Gordon and became his operations officer making movies. Harry was then back in the U.S. Navy as a reserve officer and spent the next 30 years with the Combat Camera Group. Harry was very proud of his goal to obtain his pilot's license, getting his private license in 1997, and his commercial license with his son Sidney in 2010. Harry's favorite pastime was flying Cessna 172 with Sidney. He's survived by his wife Pam and his 4 sons Harrison, Norton, Paul, and Sidney. Also that we adjourn in memory of Dr. William Lloyd Hitt, a longtime resident of Sunland who passed away at the age of 90 on November 5th. Lloyd was born in 1932 in San Jose, California, and his family relocated to Sunland in 1947. Lloyd attended Verdugo Hills High School and worked after school in the summers for Sunland Pharmacy. Following his graduation from Verdugo Hills High School, Lloyd was determined to become a pharmacist and continued working at the Sunland Pharmacy while attending Glendale College. After his graduation from Glendale College in 1952, he applied to join the United States Air Force, but was drafted into the Army before his Air Force assignment came through. He was injured in combat and earned a Purple Heart before returning home in 1954. Lloyd kept up correspondence with Marlene Hober, his daughter, of his former employers, while he was in Korea, and the two were married on September 1st, 1956. The Hobers opened a new pharmacy in Sunland, and Lloyd took over management in 1960 until his retirement in 1996. Lloyd is survived by his wife of 66 years, Marlene, daughter Jeanette, grandchildren Corey, Christopher, and Amy, and great-grandchildren Jackson, Lily, and Sage. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Carl Webster Hewlick, a business leader, beloved patriarch, and resident of Pasadena, who passed away on November 16th at the age of 87. Carl was born in Mansfield, Illinois in 1935 and attended Western Military Academy, graduating in 1952. He went on to attend Stanford University, earning his bachelor's degree in 1956. After graduating from Stanford, he entered the U.S. Navy and served as a lieutenant in the Western Pacific Command for 4 years. He then enrolled in Harvard Business School and graduated with an MBA in 1962. After receiving his MBA from Harvard, Carl began his career at Dean Witter and Company, Los Angeles office as an account executive. That was the start of his 50 years in the investment business, where he played an integral part in the growth of Dean Witter and Company throughout his tenure. Carl was also very active in community affairs. He served on the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Committee for 30 years. He was a member of Stanford Associates, the Stanford Hoover Institution Council, the Economic Roundtable Los Angeles, the Huntington Library and Gardens and Fellow, and was also very, very involved with Hillsides. Carl was also a former chairman of the Hillsides, a Pasadena facility dedicated to providing a safe place for abused children. In his free time, Carl enjoyed playing sports with friends at Lacey Park in San Marino and golfing at his local club. He was remembered for his strong presence, sharp sense of humor, and boundless intellectual curiosity. Carl survived by his wife of 22 years, Nancy, and is also survived by his 3 children from his first marriage, Mary Rebecca Bendix, Carl Hewlick, and Thomas Hewlick, and a stepson, John Lovelace. He also leaves behind several grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Fire Captain Arn Testman, a 15-year veteran of the Los Angeles County Fire Department who passed away unexpectedly on November 15th due to complications from work-related cancer. Arn joined the LA County Fire Department in 2007 and was a part of Fire Station 152 in Covina at the time of his death, and I apologize because this is in your district. So I'll join you. All right. I apologize, I didn't catch that. Before joining the fire department, he spent 18 years with the U.S. Forest Service and served as a county lifeguard. Our hearts go out to his family during this extremely difficult time. Arn is survived by his wife, Lorraine, and his 2 sons, and also Supervisor Solis is the lead on that. I apologize. Also that we adjourn in memory of Carolyn Rose Williams, a Pasadena resident and a Southern California Consulting Associates board member who passed away November 19th at the age of 69. She earned her bachelor's in psychology from Louisiana Tech University, a master's in public administration from USC, and completed all coursework for USC's PhD in applied behavioral sciences. Throughout her career, Carolyn worked very closely with nonprofit leaders to enhance their executive and leadership capabilities. Carolyn also worked as a mediator with youth and their families to address and resolve critical issues. Her background includes more than 30 years of experience in corporate philanthropy, management, development, and training. In her free time, Carolyn enjoyed music, traveling, writing, and studying genealogy. Those that knew her described her as having a heart of gold. She will be dearly missed. Those are my adjournments, Madam Chair.
First District.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have one item. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Antonieta Valverde Vargas. Antonieta Valverde Vargas was born on December 27, 1928 in Santa Eulalia in the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. She met her husband, Jose Vargas Castillo, in Chihuahua City, married in 1952, and moved to El Paso, Texas, where they lived for 12 years. 4 of their children were born in El Paso: Jose, Jorge, Maria, Antonieta, and Arturo. In 1964, they moved to Los Angeles, where their 5th child, Rogelio, was born in East Los Angeles. He lived with her family in Pico Union for 22 years in the Highland Park area from 1986 until her passing. She raised 5 children under difficult circumstances and ensured each of them graduated from universities, including 3 with graduate degrees. With her husband, she ran a small business as a swamp meat merchant. And in 1972, she joined with other parents in the Pico Union area to form Padres Unidos. The group's mission was to bring an end to the substandard conditions and overcrowding at their children's school, Magnolia Avenue Elementary. She joined other mothers in a week-long boycott of school to call attention to the crisis at the school. She and her husband risked being arrested when they held a sit-in demanding to meet the principal. The school leadership challenged the parents to help them improve the school's condition. She accepted that challenge, and for the next 25 years, she worked as a Title III teacher's aide, earning high praise for her effectiveness and natural teaching abilities. She retired in 1996 to provide care for her ailing husband, who passed in 2007. In 1994, she became a naturalized U.S. citizen, inspired by the anti-immigrant sentiment of the period so that she could vote. She voted for the first time in November of 1994 and never missed an election until her illness made it impossible. She is survived by her children, Jose, who's a physician assistant, Jorge, an attorney, Maria Antoneta, a financial manager, and some of you may recognize his name, Arturo Vargas, who was the CEO of and is of NALEO, National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials, and brother Rogelio, who is a Los Angeles Fire Department firefighter. 5 grandchildren, Joel, Justine, Nicolas, Benjamin, Olivia, Julia, and Daniela, and 1 great-grandson, Atlas Alejandro. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my adjournment.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell. Oh, no. Okay, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 4 adjournments today. First, in memory of Verdell Colby, who died on November 5th. He was an internationally renowned scholar of medieval literature with a particular interest in Chaucer. A brilliant and inspiring teacher at both undergraduate and advanced levels, he opened the aesthetic triumphs of the Middle Ages to generations of students. His eloquence, learning, and close attention to all in every class were many times acknowledged, winning the Outstanding Teacher Award of the Graduate English Faculty Club at the University of Virginia in 1971, the E. Harris Harbison National Teaching Award from the Danforth Foundation in 1972, and the Luckman Distinguished Teaching Award with special distinction in graduate teaching from UCLA in 1995. He is survived by his husband, Larry. Also, Ed Levin, architect and community advocate. Ed Levin died on November 18th. Ed Levin was a professional architect for 49 years based in West Hollywood. He earned his bachelor's degree from Cornell University and master's degree from Harvard University, later teaching on the faculty at Carnegie Mellon University and Harvard. Early in his career, formed a partnership, Levin Morris, with his late wife Ellen, and relocated to Los Angeles in 1981, eventually making his way to West Hollywood. He worked for several years with Barton Myers and Associates in Los Angeles, where he met his current business partner, Jorge Norino, and formed Levin Norino Architects. His firm is known locally for his architectural work, including Chiconi's Restaurant and a number of residential and mixed-use buildings in West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Los Angeles. Very civic-minded, Ed served on many task forces and advisory groups and was a leading voice in helping to develop West Hollywood's Green Building Ordinance. He regularly wrote memos to local and state officials, helping craft housing policy and code that was at once fair, thoughtful, and logical. He served the city for 17 years as a commissioner on West Hollywood's Historic Preservation Commission and helped guide efforts to survey the city's historic past. He also served several years on the Beverly Hills Architectural Review Board. A small firm practitioner, Ed also made time to serve for the past 2 decades on the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce's Government Affairs Committee. He is survived by his fiancée, Roberta, and his mother, Virginia. Coralie Tucker, teacher and pilot, died on November 19th. In 1969, Coralie joined the San Fernando Valley chapter of the 99s, an organization of women pilots, and began participating in nonprofit activities and numerous air races. She flew 2 Powder Puff Derbies, transcontinental air races, plus the Powder Puff Derby commemorative flight. All these accomplishments contributed to her selection as the Woman Pilot of the Year in 1977 and 1988 for the San Fernando Valley chapter of the 99s. A teacher through and through, Coralie taught ground school at Van Nuys Airport in the evenings and gave flying lessons on the weekends, all while continuing to teach at Winnetka Avenue Elementary School. She is survived by her daughter, Kathy. And finally, Janet Toll, who died on November 21st. Born in New Jersey, she moved to Los Angeles in 1949, meeting the love of her life, Bernie Toll, on a blind date. They married and quickly started a family. Together, they created several successful and acclaimed restaurants on La Cienaga's Restaurant Row. They were celebrated as Mr. and Mrs. La Cienega at the Palm Restaurant. At the age of 41, Janet graduated with Bernie from law school. Janet worked alongside Bernie as his trusted and valued partner, joined by sons David and Richard and grandson Michael in the family business. She is survived by her sons Jeff, David, and Richard, older sister Adele, and nieces and nephews Phyllis and Larry Steyerman, Lisa Mandel, and Evan and Jason Keynes. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Douglas Happ and Greg Lowe. You might have seen in the news last week the single-engine plane that crashed at the Torrance Airport. Doug and Greg were aboard that airplane and both lost their lives. This crash really devastated the flying community, as both men were experienced pilots and spent much of their free time at the airport. Douglas served in the U.S. Air Force during the Vietnam War, where he operated air traffic control. He then worked as a commercial freight pilot for air cargo carrier Flying Tiger for 36 years, continuing when the company was bought by FedEx. He was the chief pilot of the company's Boeing 747 airplanes and flew smaller planes for leisure. Douglas was an outgoing man, welcoming to all, and always had a smile on his face. He was known as a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. Greg was a longtime airplane enthusiast. He worked for Northrop Grumman and was a supporter of the Western Museum of Flight at the Torrance Airport. He and his father attended many lectures there together. Greg was known for being a kind-hearted gentleman. Douglas and Greg will be missed greatly by their families and friends and the entire airline community. I move that also we adjourn the memory of Earl Gales Jr., who was a longtime friend of mine. He was a renowned LA architect and engineer. His firm, Jenkins, Gales, and Martinez, has been involved in so many projects here in Los Angeles over the years. Their firm played leading roles in scores of projects in our area. They made contributions to building the LA Metro line, LA Community College, our California's high-speed rail system. Their firm also directed or partnered on civic projects such as Hollywood Park Development, Bank of California Stadium, Vermont Adams Shopping Center, LA Convention Center, LAX Landside, Access Modernization Project. He was just such a good friend. He was so talented, such a good friend to so many people, and was really an advisor to many of us. He was even an advisor to 2 U.S. presidents on transportation and infrastructure development. He advised 2 governors, and he was a volunteer on many things. That firm also, Kerry Jenkins, who was also one of the founders of that firm, was hired as an architect for Martin Luther King Hospital when my dad was a supervisor. So they have been really good friends. It's a huge loss. He was just, again, a gentleman, so kind, so talented, and probably inspired a lot of people to go in to the architect industry, and I will personally miss Earl Gales very much. Thank you. I have one more. Natividad Carvajal, a resident of Whittier, has passed away at the age of 96. At 17, Natividad enlisted in the Army, served this country for 4 years fighting in World War II as a member of the 101st Airborne Division, Screaming Eagles. As a paratrooper, he was one of the many who fought in Germany during the D-Day invasion. For his heroism, he received a Purple Heart. And after his time in the service, he and his wife moved to Whittier, and he went to work for Pacific Bell Telephone Company. He enjoyed mariachi music, horse races, and a nice cold beer. Who doesn't? And he was preceded in death by his wife, Guillermina. He is survived by his 3 children, 9 grandkids, and 23 grandchildren. But Natividad Carvajal is one of the greatest generation. These are those who we're losing so many of them every year. They were the ones that fought that war and brought freedom. And we're losing so many of them every year, but he was 96, and we thank him for his service to our country.
Chair, can I join you?
Yes.
I believe I knew him.
Yes.
Family, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, those will be my, I believe that's it. So colleagues, that concludes, is that?
We'll take all the motions as.
Oh, right, we'll take all those motions as seconded. I'm just trying to get us out of here. We will take all those motions as seconded. If there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the action. That concludes today's meeting. The next special closed session meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, December 13th. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, December 20th, 2022.
Good job, Madam Chair.